Good afternoon, everyone, and a very, very warm welcome to the finale of Wired 4.0, Flipkart's flagship B School case competition. A test of technical knowledge, creativity, analysis, expression, and presentation. Wired has grown to be an event to look forward to on campus calendars. I'm Amanda Sequeira, your host for today's event, and I also have my colleague Surbi on standby just in case I drop off. I'm super excited to witness what promises to be a close battle between our top 18 teams. We are broadcasting this event live for the first time on our Flipkart video platform, and we could not be happier about it. We are in the fourth edition of Wired this year, and it has surely been in a different league. To start with, this went from being a live on campus event to a completely virtual event. Teams met online rather than in person to crack the challenge at hand. Collaboration truly took a whole new meaning, right? But guess what? None of this has stopped Wired from becoming bigger and better this edition. In fact, the theme for this year is Your Chance to Change. Ever since its inception, Flipkart has been taking bold chances that has changed the way India shops. We never settle for the status quo. And Wired is a platform for fresh minds to take a chance and propose a long lasting change in the e commerce landscape through audacious and innovative ideas. From 21 teams and 8,172 participants last year to 37 teams and 14,721 participants this year, Wired 4.0 has been a super exciting challenge in 2020. We've had three intense rounds since we took off on October 3rd, each one tougher than the other. And look where we stand today. The 54 of you here today, representing premier institutions across India, have made a mark out of those 14,721 participants and are the finalists of Wired 4.0. This, according to me, is an accomplishment in itself. So, a big congratulations, guys. You have indeed done a fabulous job. Like you all know, you will be competing in three distinct tracks today. Business, that's solving for how to convert content, social media consumers today to online shoppers. Supply chain, bringing up solutions for expanding grocery to tier 2 and 3 cities. And human resources, that's solving for people interventions through which customer experience can be improved. I hope each one of you is ready to put your best case forward today because our panel of judges and our audience today sure are ready. With that, let's move on and introduce our amazing jury for Wired 4.0. They are Flipkart veterans, domain experts doing commendable work at Flipkart and leading amazing teams. They bring great depth and perspective to the table with their invaluable experience. And hey, let me tell you something, they are also super duper fun. Let me get straight into introducing who our panelists are for today. Judging the business track today are Adarsh K. Menon, SVP and Head Flipkart Wholesale, Chanakya Gupta, VP Too Good and Value Recovery, and Sandeep Karwa, VP FK Wholesale and Hyperlocal. Moving on, the jury for the supply chain track features Anil Kumar Jha, VP Grocery and Hyperlocal, Sebin Thomas, Senior Director Grocery, and Amit Golash, VP Large Supply Chain. The HR track will be judged by Govind Raj MK, Senior Director and HR Head Supply Chain, Chavi Bajaj, Senior Director HR for HR, and Sabdani Basha, VP Customer Experience. Our esteemed jury have been a part of the entire Wired journey and are eager to see the solutions you propose for the problem statements. Let me stop, pause, and say that we have some professors who have joined us live in the audience today. They are Professor Padmini Srinivasan from IIM Bangalore, Professor Nobin Thomas from IIM Indore, Dean Ranjit Nambudri from IIM Indore, Professor Dr. Piyali Ghosh from IIM Ranchi, Professor Gaurav Marathe, also from IIM Ranchi, Professor Pradeep Pai from NMIMS Mumbai, Professor Dr. Manoj K. Srivastava from MDI Gurgaon, and Professor Srinivas Gunta from IIM Indore. A warm Flipkart welcome to each one of you, and thank you so much for taking time out to be with us today. So, is everyone ready? I hope some of you guys are nodding your heads at home. With that, let's get started, and all the very best to each one of you, and may the best team win. We begin today's session with the business track, and we have 6 teams that will compete one after the other. Each presentation will be followed by a short Q&A led by our jury. Each team has 12 minutes to present and 6 minutes for Q&A. Teams, please note, you will also be judged on time management, so do keep that in mind while presenting today. Let's quickly have a look at the teams presenting their solution in the business track. Awesome. Let's get started. I would now like to call upon the first team, none other than Shrajan, Rajat, and Abhishek from Team Thunderbolt, SP Jain Institute of Management and Research, Mumbai. Guys, if you all can be ready to come live on screen, if you all can have your PPT ready, we're going to get you live on screen right now. Okay, great. There you guys are. And okay, can I get them with their PPT, please? There you are. Thank you so much. Guys, are you all ready? Give me a thumbs up if you are. Yes, you are. Cool. Your time starts now.
My greetings to everyone present here. Today, we, Team Thunderbolt, would like to present how Flipkart can reach its mission of acquiring the next 200 million customers from Tier 2 and beyond. Since the advent of mobile phones, they have been primarily used for having conversations with either friends or families. In fact, the traditional shopping journey has also been weaved around conversations where consumers explain what they're looking for and the salesman shows a list of products and then they come to a consensus. But the present day e-commerce journey takes a bit of deviation from this user journey. The users are now required to understand the product attributes, are required to understand the benchmark values and compare those products. They have to navigate through a plethora of options and web pages to finally decide the right product. In fact, an average purchase journey requires 15 clicks over 8 different pages. To mitigate this idea, we present to you the new way of doing commerce, the conversational commerce. We know how much Flipkart is passionate about building customer-centric products, and the next 200 million consumers are out there on WhatsApp. We propose that Flipkart builds a consumer-oriented WhatsApp-based conversational bot which has the capability that consumers can explain what they are looking for, and the Flipkart bot asks top category filters, poses questions to them, and then shows a recommended list of products. It will have vernacular language support in 10 major languages with support for text, voice, and emoji inputs. We also plan to harness both human and bot intelligence using the augmented AI functionality. To understand the idea a bit more, let us delve into the key features. The conversational commerce platform ensures that the users can explicitly tell what they are looking for, and the bot can ask few category filters posed as questions to understand their requirements and then show a recommended list of products. This idea is in line with Flipkart's ideology behind authorized buy zones, where users receive assistance in deciding the right product and also receive guidance throughout their buying journey. We are just taking this journey online, remote to their phones, thus providing contactless assisted buying. We know that texting or typing might also be a barrier for tier 2 users. Thus, we are presenting vernacular language support with voice and text and emojis because voice is the next way to input for them. We present the top 5 product recommendations based on the clarifying questions with an option to view more products. Instead of sharing just product links and product images on WhatsApp, we propose we share product GIFs so that all images are visible at once and the user gets a wholesome idea. We also know that the bot might inquire and falter and might run into problems due to the vernacular language support, especially in the nascent stages. To overcome this, we have augmented AI, where a customer service agent kicks in and then continues the journey forward. All the queries regarding return policies, availability in a different size or color, or online payment options can be solved just through a single query.
Now we would like to show you how the user would interact with the platform. As you can see on your screen, the user is interacting with the Flip Buddy and the platform is asking them relevant questions, and based on the responses of the user, it is recommending them products in the form of product GIFs, which you can see on your right screen. The next screen, you can see how the user is interacting with the in-app chat platform and using the capability of the voice search.
Now we take a look at what is the estimated market that we are looking at. Boiling down from the total internet users to the WhatsApp users to those that are not shopping online, and the idea that considers the top 10 languages, which incorporates roughly 90% of the entire population, we have an addressable population of 270 million people. These people are primary residents of semi-urban areas. They have active online presence. They have a strong preference for their local languages, and their best purchase is a value for money purchase. Looking at the India e-commerce 2019 scenario, we had a GMV of 32 billion USD and about 132 million users shopping online. Using a GMV per user approach for 24.24 USD, we estimate that in 2020, these 270 million users will account for an $87 billion of opportunity. We need to grab a portion of this to offset the cost that we'll undergo with this project implementation, which are discussed in the annexure later. Let's see what the opportunity Flipkart can extract out of this. Using our marketing capabilities, we want to extract a 10% user base in the first year, which will roughly account for an 8.7 billion USD of market size. In the next 5 years, we see that 13% growth can be observed in the e-commerce sector, which means a 14.25 billion USD of GMV can be added annually after 5 years. There are some additional qualitative considerations that we need to keep in mind. Our market share could be a little higher, especially considering the fact that we provide some kind of competitive advantage over our competitors because of this conversational experience. The internet user growth could be much, much faster considering the COVID pandemic in place and the social guidelines laid out. The costs will also reduce over time because the dependency on agents will reduce as the bot becomes smarter, or even as the people become more and more comfortable with the app. We can also offer exclusive partnerships to certain brands because now we have a new channel that's reaching out to a whole new larger set of users. Finally, we'll also increase a lot of engagement on the app, also reaching out to our other features like games, videos, which can add on to the engagement as well as our revenue streams.
Let us now understand why will this idea scale for Bharat, the middle India. We are going to leverage on the high user penetration of WhatsApp. In fact, Presently, only 2.19% of Flipkart users come through social media, but we plan on increasing this metric many-fold. We are also removing the app installation barrier since the entire buying journey can be completed over WhatsApp and Flipkart Lite app. This will also add on to the already present 12% month-on-month growth to the Flipkart Lite users. Conversations mimic traditional offline shopping experience and are intuitive to people across all age groups and all geographies. In fact, presently 51% of WhatsApp users are of the age above 25. Also, conversations in native languages builds a lot of user confidence and requires lower digital literacy, which opens door for the next 1 billion vernacular speakers. Let us also look at how will it create competitive differentiation. We know how much Flipkart is passionate about building audacious products. And with this product, we will become India's first conversational commerce marketplace with India's first in-app assistant for e-commerce. With our capabilities from live.ai, we will become India's only vernacular voice support on WhatsApp and other messaging platforms. The entire buying journey is now gotten converted into a conversation, thus reducing the buying decision time, reducing the drop-off rates, and improving customer experience many folds. In fact, all the queries will be solved just through a single message, thus also reducing the call center volumes.
And there are a lot of risks that we see with the idea, but some of these mitigation strategies we've tried to incorporate as part of the idea itself. Still, we would like to point out some of the more notable ones. First and foremost, we are highly dependent on an external platform and its capability limits, that being WhatsApp. We want to use WhatsApp mainly as an initiator because that is where people are most comfortable with. In fact, the idea for building an in-app chat platform eventually came from this, that we want people to be more comfortable to the in-app chat platform as they slowly start delving into the app. Secondly, we realized that fashion purchase in particular is a very comprehensive browsing experience. We want to provide links to, instead of just a few links, we want to provide the link to the entire filtered catalog based on the customer responses so that they can browse the entire list of products and maybe select a few that they would like to be purchased. Also, in the long run, we want to incorporate an image search feature so that they can snap a photo of something that they see in the real world and buy it online. Finally, one of the most big risks that we see with this idea is that it can become a platform for web rooming. That is, because we provide such good assistance, people can take the assistance online and buy from where they usually do, which is the retail stores. This is where we need to come up with some kind of incentive schemes so that people continue to buy from the same platform where they are posing their questions. And that can be done by passing on some kind of coupons or maybe super coins at the end of the initial conversations.
Now, this is how the roadmap of the whole project would look like. The whole project would take 9 months to get completed and involve 6 sub-projects involving designing the conversational bot, designing conversational interface, testing the product, recruiting and training the customer support agents, marketing the product, and finally releasing the product. After 5 months of the commencement, there would be an MVP release which supports 2 languages, Hindi and English. And the final release would be after 9 months of commencement, which supports languages like Kannada, Tamil, Hindi, and English, and also incorporates the learning that we get from the MVP release. Now, talking about the capabilities that Flipkart needs to invest in, first, it needs to design the conversational flow of the bot. It needs to train the AI model into the regional languages and build the speech to text capabilities, all of which are already included in Flipkart's recent acquisition of live.ai, and Flipkart can leverage that. Flipkart can also leverage its in-house capabilities to develop a chat platform which is familiar to WhatsApp and increase the usability and reduce the bounce rate among the users. Other capabilities that Flipkart can invest in is to create inbound and outbound campaigns to reach out to the tier 2 and beyond users, to develop the intuitive question sets to make the experience more interactive for the users, recruiting and training the agents on how to respond to the customer queries, and finally, analyzing user generated content and to improve the recommendation for the users based on their past reviews. Now, with this idea, we are sure that Flipkart would be able to achieve its dream of onboarding the next 200 million customers. With this, we would like to conclude our presentation, and now we are open for questions. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Team Thunderbolt. You completed just within the right time. We will now take questions from our judges. And can I have our judges live on screen, please?
Hey, hi.
So,
Hello, sir.
Hey. Hi, my name is Chanakya. I'll go in first with a query. So first of all, thank you. It was a very detailed and elaborate expansion of the one idea that you had taken. In fact, if I look at it, there are three ideas which you merged and ensure that they form cohesive one single idea. In my opinion, there's conversation-based commerce, channel which is WhatsApp, and the third is vernacular, right? Now I have a question basis this approach. What is the strategic moat in these three things, right? Like what is it that is difficult to replicate by any other competitor? And within these three sub ideas, what do you think is non-negotiable that can't be compromised and could be used as a strategic moat? Some details around that, please.
So I believe that the capabilities that Flipkart has with its acquisition of Live.ai, the support for vernacular languages is something that cannot be replicated by others. The other organizations might have vernacular support either on text-based inputs, but it is only we who have voice-based support for vernacular languages.
Flipkart has already implemented that in its grocery business, so it's already starting to implement it right away. Also, in the recent Diwali sale, we saw that Flipkart is able to capture a large part of the segment and also defeat its bigger competitor. So it has a good reach. So only one big competitor needs to be advanced, and Flipkart has a good reach in the segment that we're targeting.
So voice-based conversation is one big strategic mode that you're pointing out, right? Not a bot text-based conversation. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So hi, a, a great presentation, all of you, and I like the overall flow of the entire deck. So congratulations for that. One quick question, because see, a lot of your entire presentation was dependent on the fact that the Bharat, there is a certain way of shopping and there's certain overall buying behavior. Now that as part of that buying behavior, there is one very integral part, which is say bargaining, right? The consumers are used to bargain when they shop offline today, right? Now, as part of the conversational commerce, right? One, how do you solve for that aspect? That's one. Two, even in e-commerce today, you can switch between two apps and you can check for prices, you can check for service levels and make a decision, right? Now, as part of the conversational commerce, if the competition is what you're doing on this social commerce and then offline, how do you ensure that there is continuity in the conversation, right? I was talking to a bot, right, and then I realized that hey, I need to check it offline, and then I come back and so what are your thoughts around it?
Right.
One of the Rajat, please go ahead.
Yes. Thank you for the question, Sandeep. So, bargaining is something that is very native to conversations. And we were already thinking of implementing this in the next stage, wherein the bargaining can happen on the bot. And we also came to certain problems that the bargaining can bring because the users will also compare the prices between the users when they go for bargaining. So it will be so there are always discounts provided from the sellers and from Flipkart. So we start with the base price, and instead of posing as discounts, in the conversations, we build how much discount that we give on the base price. That is a 5% discount and or a 10% discount, and pose that as a bargaining option to the user. That way, even Flipkart has a leverage. It does not have to give a flat 10% to every user.
In fact, our primary research, sorry to interrupt, just our primary research particularly revealed that one of the best things that people love, this target base loves about e-commerce is the discounts that it provides, the discounts and offers. So one of the ways in which we can address that is we can already say that this price is so much reduced from a retail price or from what price it already sells. So people already see the incentive before they're coming and even before they start bargaining. So they already have that incentive to purchase already. And if we offer some kind of coupons at the end, that will in fact add on to that incentive scheme.
Okay, fine. Just one quick sub question. So the entire piece of this entire conversational commerce, and this slightly linked to what Chanakya was also asking about the moats, right? What do you think in the long run? How do you continue to innovate in this space? And when you're innovating in this space, because one, you have to be ahead of your competition. Two, you have to be relevant to the consumer base, right? Any thoughts on that?
Sure. So we are already implementing multiple languages. The roadmap that we presented incorporates the 4 languages. Our idea is to reach out to the next 10 languages that incorporates 90% of the India population. Firstly, we'll want to increase our languages over time. We already have the internet user increasing, so that will come on board as well. More importantly, we'll try to incorporate more and more categories as much as possible. Like currently we'll have the main Flipkart one. Over time, we'll also try and incorporate the grocery business. We'll also try and incorporate perhaps the B2B or the wholesale segment as well. So that is where we want to incorporate more business entities of Flipkart as people become comfortable with the app. The main idea is to get them on the app, which can serve as a guide as well. Like the in-app chat platform can say that click here to buy now, click here to check the feature details. So this is what we want to implement. We want to move away from WhatsApp eventually so that the people start getting more and more comfortable with the app.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Hi guys, thanks for a very detailed presentation. Good show. Question from my side is, have you guys done any estimation of the costs involved in this project? Don't need exact numbers, but just if you can take us through just a very broad framework of what kind of costs we are likely to incur in case we do land this and scale it up as per what you projected.
Sure.
Yes, sir. So we have taken out this, we have prepared this Excel sheet, and we have shown that the average population of the tier 2 city would be at 25 lakhs. And we have calculated the number of families by dividing by 4. And the percentage of families raising query in a day, which should be 10% of that number. And now we have, we have seen from the research, and we have seen from the secondary research that 60% people wants their query to be resolved by bots. So we have divided that number and see that executives would be solving 25,000 queries per day. And we have then, minutes taken by the executives and the net hours taken by them and queries served by agents. All of this has been calculated. And with that, the total salary expense of the user of the customer support agents has been calculated. And with that also we need certain infrastructure, and for that we see that initially we want to build 2 customer support infrastructure and call centers, and for that we have taken the infrastructure cost of 20 lakhs and the bot development cost of 50 lakhs, and we have added those 2 as the total cost. And also we have included the other costs, including the marketing on the channels like Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube, onboarding WhatsApp business and how we can use that, and the logistic expansion that we need in expanding to the tier 2 cities. So this is how the cost has been determined by us. And on the similar lines, the revenue for the Flipkart is also be determined, because the total family raising query per day per city is we have already determined from the above research, and the total purchases as said by the report, it's like 3 to 5% conversion. So we have taken 4% of that number, and average amount per order we have taken 160, which we got from another research, and the total sale we have calculated by that number, and we can see that there is 15% fee for Flipkart Marketplace, and the total revenue for Flipkart has been calculated, and the total revenue is in front of you based on that research.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Judges, I'm afraid that's all the time we had for Q&A for this team. Awesome. Thank you, judges, and thank you, Team Thunderbolt. Let's now quickly move on to the next team, the second.
Yes, sir. Just a second. Yeah. There we go. There was some confusion. Sorry about that. Good afternoon. We are a few good men from NMIMS Mumbai. Let's start by listening to Bharat.
शॉपिंग तो आज तक मैंने अकेले कभी नहीं करी, या तो फ्रेंड्स के साथ या तो घर वालों के साथ.
ಸ್ವತಃ ಆರ್ಡರ್ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಹೊಂದಾಣಿಕೆ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನನ್ನ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಂದ ಆರ್ಡರ್ ಮಾಡಿಸಿ ಸಾಮಾನು.
ఏమైనా ఫ్రెండ్స్ని కలవాలన్నా త్రూ ఆన్లైన్ मीटिंग और द ऑनलाइन ऐप्स.
मैं ऑनलाइन सामान तभी खरीदता हूँ जो क्वालिटी अच्छी हो और अच्छे डिस्काउंट मिले.
That was just a glimpse of the kind of feedback we received during our interactions with Bharat in the form of focus group discussions, in-depth interviews, and online surveys across 4 states. Now, to convert these insights into tangible business for Flipkart, we created the Sathi 2.0 ecosystem and mapped it against the user journey as well as the social circle of our potential customers. The first element of our ecosystem is an easy-to-use Facebook chatbot that can be used to browse products and place orders online without even switching apps. This has great potential for cross-selling and upselling. We've also made a fully functional version of the same so you can enjoy a conversational commerce experience yourself. The second element is about creating social shopping experiences right in the app with exciting features like live screen sharing and calls. The third element is about offering innovative group discounts to groups of people that not only leverages their online habits but also incentivizes them for that. This is aptly positioned for the Too Good platform where people seek value deals. And the final element caters to the inexperienced shoppers of Flipkart that can connect to the experienced shoppers who have opted for the Verified Sathi initiative. These 4 elements have been designed to tap each level of the social circle of Bharat customers. To estimate the market size of the ecosystem, we took the smartphone penetration rate as the proxy and used different rates for urban, semi-urban, and rural India, and got an addressable market of 430 million for tier 3 cities and beyond, out of which only 25% people use Flipkart as of now. By a comprehensive digital marketing campaign on regional platforms reaching to 180 million people, we can ensure that at least 5% of the addressable market turns into our paying customers. A fact that corroborates this finding is that the digital mainstream population of this country is set to reach 380 million within the next few years. The internet age of these customers is just 2 to 3 years, and they consume content primarily on regional platforms. This indicates that India is ready for a social commerce revolution. From a Flipkart's point of view, our ecosystem addresses the issue of cart abandonment rate by increasing the conversion rates and also ensures that the ecosystem will maintain active monthly users on the app itself. From a financial point of view, it ensures a boost in GMV and revenue, leading to a total additional commission of 280 crores. One of the levers that favors our ecosystem is the fact that there would be an impending increase in the cheap smartphones within the country that is set to revolutionize the unorganized retail sector of India. Also, the fact that social commerce startups received funding of 100 million indicates that there is a lack of a mainstream player. Our ecosystem is also tailor-made for Bharat since it has elements of offline commerce in an online setting and also caters to the phenomena of digital natives moving from rural to semi-urban and urban areas. One thing that was clear from our interactions with these customers that shopping for them is not just the act of buying a product. It's about interacting with like-minded people, haggling for prices, as well as looking at products together that makes for a satisfactory experience. As I remember a girl mentioning this during our focus group discussion, हमें चीजें साथ साथ करना पसंद है. So our ecosystem addresses this pent-up demand of socialization and also certain other barriers like lack of personalized discounts, unsatisfactory experience, lack of assistance, to name a few. Now, to cover competitive differentiation, I'd like to call the birthday boy Vineet.
Thanks a lot, Tanmay. Let's explore how this ecosystem will give the opportunity to create a competitive advantage. We can be present in more than 800 cities in Bharat through our digital marketing campaigns across 15 content platforms for Tier 3 and beyond. While multilingual chatbots with region-specific personalities reduce the existing trust deficit, social shopping will significantly improve customer involvement. Verified Sathis will make purchases frictionless and new users comfortable, driving fulfillment rates up. With Sathi initiative, the net promoter score and consumer share of mind of the brand would rise up by decreasing the number of detractors and converting passives to promoters. With aspects like group buying and group discounts, users will put on the cape of advocates, and this initiative will ensure the creation of at least 8 lakh new ones. Overall, these initiatives will help drive ticket size, basket size, and average selling price in these markets. So, where does this put Flipkart? It will now not only stand for good value for money, but also be differentiated, giving the consumers a reason to stay with them. Now, wondering how all of these features would look? Here's a sneak peek for you. The Easy Chat feature is a conversational and transactional chatbot integrated with Facebook Chat and Messenger. With the help of this, one can quickly order products with convenient payment options, give easy feedback in their regional language as well. This will also enable cross-selling, upselling, and these nudges will satisfy the latent demand of online consumers. Overall, this will enable quick query resolution, easy feedback collection, and better experiences, as anyone with basic knowledge of chatting can use this facility. Shared deals would be a new age method of value buying on Too Good. Select products in their categories would be available for group discounts depending on the seller's discretion. After selecting the product, users can generate a one-time discount code, which would then be valid for a limited period of time. They would then need to find the minimum number of people to apply that discount, either by joining the Too Good Facebook or Telegram group or sharing the group link within their social circle. These discounts would then be redeemed in the form of cashbacks once the required volume of purchases with that code are made. Assisted shopping, on the other hand, will make online shopping easier and bring new users of e-commerce at ease. The Sathis are regular Flipkart users who can opt in and can guide inexperienced shoppers after a thorough KYC and competence test, who would then be compensated by sales-based commissions and loyalty points. Consumers would be able to connect with them at the click of a button on the app with various modes of help like chat, call, or screen share. These tech-driven incentives will alter behavior at scale. Lastly, social shopping will facilitate a novel online shopping experience with your loved ones. Users can choose to select the social shopping mode from the menu and can start a shopping session. There would then be various means of interaction like chat, video rooms, and screen sharing to simulate an offline shopping experience right into the app. We believe this will bring families closer and imprint Flipkart in their minds. Now, every plant has its own set of risks. Let's look at ours. Our interactions with residents from Bihar reveal that people will still deliver counterfeit and defective goods. This can be minimized by a chain of trust feature to garner authentic community reviews and a launchpad called Too Good Evolve to support original brand listing and nurturing. Assisted shopping can raise issues like unsolicited queries, limited control over sathis, and a risk of overall adoption. This can be managed by a two-way rating system, Sathi verification, filters like geography, gender, and language, and public testimonials. Now let's see how each of these features would be implemented.
Thank you, Vineet. The proposed roadmap uses the Kano model to link the launches with customer product sync. The first feature, Easy Chat, will be launched in February 2021. The rationale is the ease of developing the needed technology. Share deals on Too Good will launch in April, giving us a whole quarter for social media integration and seller opt-in program. The idea is to develop the habit of group buying in the target market with focus on millennials as well as homemakers. Assisted shopping will be launched in July, the rationale being the time needed for Sathi opt-in program, which is estimated to take around 6 months. This feature is precursor to test our key interfaces. Finally, our flagship element, social shopping, will be launched in September. This gives the public a flavor of the app before it becomes mainstream during the festive season by leveraging Flipkart's very own The Big Billion Days. To promote these features, Meet Mira campaign will be launched for chatbot, Panch Ka Power for share deals, Project Easy Shop for assisted shopping, and Saath Saath Mein for social shopping. In addition to these, we would be running extensive awareness campaigns to address the trust deficit in Indian e-commerce system. To achieve consumer delight, highly addictive add-ons would be introduced for increased stickiness and ease of use. These include activity streaks for reward consistent activities, chain of trust, bargain bot, and linguistic expansion, among others. Such small incremental improvements have outsized impact on customer satisfaction. Cumulative cash flows across the quarters have been depicted on the y-axis of the bar chart. We estimate the ROI will be positive at the end of fifth quarter of the strategy, and from here on, the sky is the limit. To successfully achieve ecosystem integration, the existing capabilities have to be updated by gap assessment, alignment, change management, and measuring mechanisms. While our idea, feature, and roadmap talk about experience, our capabilities focus on value. The first feature to be added to Flipkart's cart is a social media chatbot, where capabilities like chatbot creation, real-time database, and platform integration are built. The options include ManyChat, Live.ai, or in-house development. Shared deals implementation is moderately complex with tasks like designing a retailer opt-in revenue model, social media platform API, and payment gateway integration for automated discount code redemption. Sati Assistant Program uses 6 months for developing our capabilities to include Sati opt-in and induction, possible alliance with Twilio, commission model design, loyalty program, and a grievance redressal mechanism. Our flagship social shopping feature would give us solid 8 months for capability building. Here, the develop is two-pronged for proper target cohort research, extensive campaign, as well as API integration, beta testing, and discount model design. Each of these capabilities mapped with KPIs will help the leadership to gauge and make course corrections for seamless customer experiences. Day part monitoring, chatbot session initiated, retailer onboarding, deals initiation, as well as broader indices like abandonment and response rates will be closely monitored. This makes sure that the ecosystem is agile to customer responses. The estimated cost of acquisition for each paying customer comes to around 119 rupees, leading to a forecasted NPV of 7.8 crores and IRR of 9.9%. What next, you wonder? Confirm this order and get ready to revolutionize the shopping experience for Bharat. Tanmay will now give you a brief snapshot of our financial dashboard as well as the working demo of chatbot.
Thank you, Shankar. This is our financial dashboard that shows sustainable growth, and you can use it by the link that Vinith has just posted. Another thing that we are really excited about is to share our chatbot with you. You can use this on your Facebook right now, and it has interactive options like browsing products normally as well as according to the category, like you see on my screen. The customers can converse with this bot and move right till the end of the process, where they will get delivery options like COD or payment, as well as towards the end, they'll also get a digital receipt, which will confirm that the order has actually been placed by Flipkart on their official page. We hope that you use it and give your feedback on the same. Thank you so much for listening to us. This was an awesome learning experience. We are open to questions now.
Thank you so much, team. Can I have my judges live on screen for the Q&A? Awesome. There you are. Judges, you have 6 minutes and your time starts now.
Hey, thanks, guys. This was quite detailed, and I love the way you've stitched together the entire social commerce experience across various channels and various levels. So thanks for that. My only question, and I don't have much to ask because you've done all the detailing so far, is that why have you included an external party as a acquisition channel, or say, let me explain. So Facebook as a channel to do this chatbot or conversation and acquire customers. Like India today is not trained to shop on, say, Facebook. So the training has to be done any which way. Why a platform, like why would Flipkart invest in training to the consumers to shop in a particular way with a third-party app rather than doing it themselves?
I'll take this one. So, sir, the intention here is we do realize that Flipkart might be in the process of developing their own chatbot, their in-house chatbot. But the presence of these customers on social media, not shifting to the actual app, is what we're trying to target here. So this app is going to give them a brief interface of how it would look. We're not saying that you integrate your internal CRM data into the Facebook because they're not GDPR compliant at all. But what we're saying is that when it comes to the payment gateway, they could be redirected to another site, and other products that are very expensive, those we don't recommend those products to be sold on the Facebook chat as of now. But what this will do is that this would create a buzz that this is a thing that is possible. I know how to use WhatsApp, I know how to use chat, and eventually going into the future, I can just shop just by talking to a bot. We also suggested giving some personalities, region-wise personalities that could make this interaction more engaging with them.
Adding to that, sir, in the case it was given that 650 million India users, among them 450 are already on social media like Facebook and WhatsApp and other things, but only 150 million are shopping. So we are tweaking the place of purchase so that just we get the awareness and also get them into using Flipkart. This is for the initial 3-4 phases.
To add one last point, sir, we are also telling that there would be upselling and cross-selling possible because of this. So if I purchased a shirt today on the chatbot, I'll get a recommendation for a matching product directly in my social media chat box. I need not switch apps. So they'll find it much more personal, and there is a possibility that these cross-sellings are actually converted into actual purchases.
Thank you.
Hey, hi. Congratulations for the presentation. This was really good. And I love the fact that there were 4 pieces stitched together. And then the last part wherein I saw the NPV and IRR right? I'm not going to ask you a question on IRR for sure, but there are four different ideas, right? And there are four parts to the entire Sathi ecosystem. Now, for some reason, and then there is a roadmap also which you showed that there's quarter one, quarter two, quarter three, quarter four, right? And the fact that you ended the last quarter just before the festive period shows that you studied how Flipkart or how e-commerce operates, right? Now, are these linked? So, for example, if for some reason you did the easy chat, right, and for some reason the group buying did not happen, right? So the efficacy of this entire Sathi ecosystem, how much is it dependent on all four going together, and versus say if only two were to happen, right? And because see, every company has its practical challenges. When you stitch a program like this, which is such a long program and has a lot of dependencies on different teams, etc., right? If some of these things slip, what happens to the efficacy of the overall program? And second, does that, like, is there something which that all four will work together for us to tap into Bharat?
Yes, so I would like to take this question.
Sure, Shankar, yeah, go ahead.
Yes, sir. So the core of this whole roadmap was like building the capabilities. We have built a roadmap in such a way that the capabilities already built for the assisted shopping will be used for social shopping, which is going to peak at during the Flipkart Big Billion Days. These two are links, whereas the Too Good share deals app is not linked with the other things, and EasyChat is a separate entity on its own. However, we have when in our primary research and secondary research, we realized that people want to, like, we are supporting the barriers. Basically, we are making sure that the people can actually get extra discount, customer discount, and also they can the shopping happens on their place of like purchase, which is social media, as well as they align with each other and then buy, which is social shopping. So that was the idea behind this.
Just one thing that our primary research indicated that the social part of the shopping is very important here. So how these elements are linked to each other is it caters to a different sect in the social circle. So the chatbot is at a very individual level. You're not interacting with anybody. But when it comes to social shopping, you're interacting with your close friends, your family are involved in the purchase process. And as you go forward, the deal sharing is friends of friends. And finally, with assisted shopping, you're speaking to complete strangers, the community. So this way we are tapping into every level of the social circle, but it doesn't mean that one plan has to work in order to for other to work. These are all independent, as Shankar explained.
Okay, so thanks for that. Just one last sub question. This is a very detailed thing, right? Now, this entire program would also have a bit of cannibalization because a lot of customers who are on Flipkart already shopping with us, they might be having difficulty in shopping on Flipkart right now, but they are shopping, they're figuring out somehow, right? Now, there is something this beautiful which comes in, right? And there's an aspect of on a third party app, as Chanakya was asking you, what is the cannibalization? And because of that cannibalization, how should we look at the financials differently?
Yes, sir. So I would like to take this question, sir. We have got from second research that the current engagement ratio of Flipkart is around 7%, and the conversion rate is hardly 1.5%, and the overall conversion around 4%. What we are trying to do is those people who are not engaging and those people who are not ordering, we are tapping those consumers as well. It's not just about bringing new customers. So the cannibalization won't happen here because these are exclusive, and this is for the people who are not engaging with Flipkart in that way. Like they are coming to the Flipkart, they're browsing, probably they're adding to their cart or ordering in fact. So we have calculated that the current conversion rate can be increased from 4 to 4.78% as per our estimates.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Guys, can you just go to slide 9? Can you just put on slide
9? Jiten, can you go back to the original?
Yep, sir.
Yes. So if I look at the execution roadmap, right? So you've got something coming in Feb, then April, July, and September. So all that's very well thought through. If you were to just, let's say, peek into the future, right? 6 months later, 8 months later, which one of these four interventions are likely to not succeed from either a cost or a return point of view? Because it's very unlikely that all of it will be exactly perfect in terms of returns or in terms of cost, right? So which are the ones do you guys have the least amount of confidence in?
Sir, again, just a brief thing that we have well thought about it. In fact, in our original thing, there were around 8 ideas. So these four are the best ones. However, answering your question, we feel that Sati Assistant Program is something where the costs are very high because of the loyalty program. We are giving something to the commission to the Satis also. So that may hurt us a bit in terms of the costs. However, we still believe that the whole NPV, the present value and ROI, will be positive for even from customer who are using those. However, on the opposite spectrum, social shopping is going to be a peak very high, as well as shared deals. These two are our, like, flagship events which we feel we have estimated.
To add on to his point, sir, the assistant shopping program, I wouldn't say it will fail, but it is a bit complicated to execute and would require a lot of control and monitoring, not just over the process, but over the whole initiative, because we would be monitoring external Flipkart consumers as well. So to answer your question, I guess it would be the Sati Assistant Program.
Awesome.
It
Great.
should be a little complicated to execute.
Thank you. Thanks, guys. Very good show. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Great. Thank you, judges, and thank you, team A Few Good Men. Moving on to team 3, that's from IMT Ghaziabad. We have Sahil, Mayank, and Siddharth. Guys, let's have you live on screen now. Awesome. There you are. And if you guys are ready, your time starts.
Very good afternoon to everyone. We are team I Am Tiger from IMT Ghaziabad, and we are presenting our solution for Flipkart Wired 4.0. Next slide. So to begin with, we'll understand the industry trends first. So we observed that in the OTT space, around 60% of users come from tier 2 and 3 cities, while the overall market is expected to grow around 80% to 300 million by 22. We observe a high adoption of local taste, with content now being made in various regional languages. As per our secondary research during the pandemic, a higher percentage of people want to buy essentials online, with personal hygiene items being the most ordered category, and home decor and DIY tools seeing the highest growth. In this year also, we saw BBD sales. We saw a 10 times increase in shipments compared to last year. Overall, we deduced that OTT consumption is on a significant rise even at a local level, with people having a stronger preference for e-commerce more than ever. Hence, we laid out a basic structural model as shown in the bottom right corner of the screen, with our idea Flipkart Connect being at the intersection of Flipkart, the marketplace, and what is being consumed by the user. The idea is to help people buy where they connect while consuming content at the same time. Let's have a look at it in the detail. First, we identified the consumer and created 3 broad personas on the basis of different attributes, such as their digital proficiency, willingness to shop online, etc. We named them digitally novice, social media dabbler, and techie traditional. Digitally novice consider shopping online to be a complicated task and only use WhatsApp. They require the highest amount of convenience. We desire them to have a mindset where shopping online is easy and highly accessible, with a high variety of choices and discounts. The barrier to achieving this mindset is the lack of availability of such assistance for convenient online shopping. Hence, we'll make this process utterly simple with personalized assistance to help them shop online easy. Social media dabbler, on the other hand, uses WhatsApp, Facebook, and YouTube and are the largest consumer of OTT amongst the 3 segments, but feel confused by the process of doing shopping online. We want them to use this high resonance with the online medium and provide a method of buying which is in line with what they're consuming. This involves identifying apps currently used by them and simplifying the consumer journey for e-commerce for them. Techie traditionals, meanwhile, are highly digitally proficient and of a higher education level than the other 2, but are not incentivized enough to buy online and are settled lazily on old shopping methods. We want to show them that shopping online has advantages which they had never thought of before, and through Flipkart, they can get access to items which are only available at retail outlets in tier 1 cities. This will help them lead a lifestyle that they aspire to within just a click of a few buttons. After a comprehensive understanding of our personas, let us understand the process in detail.
So, first let's look at techie traditionals and how Flipkart Connect aims to target these individuals. With Flipkart Connect, we aim to partner with Eros Now and Z5. They hold 70% of the OTT market share for tier 2 and tier 3 segment. We will install an API extension called Flipkart Connect Scanner to identify products visible in the content being consumed and recommend similar products. You can see the user interface design sample in front of you. We've created this for Eros Now, with the product being recommended with pricing, discount communication, and purchase links redirecting you to Flipkart or WhatsApp, through which the consumer will be able to purchase and browse the products further. This will engage techie traditionals consuming OTT content through merchandising from their favorite shows and content. This also provides an opportunity for targeted advertisements through tracking their activity and interests on OTT platforms. For promotional strategy, we will utilize co-branding and own media to promote both OTT platforms and Flipkart Connect. OTT consumption patterns for Z5 and Eros Now are available on the right side of the screen, and a graph showcasing the average selling price for online shopping across tier 2 categories. Now, social media dabblers. These are the individuals on social media, but not on OTT platforms. We aim to utilize Flipkart Connect in synergy with Flipkart Video to bring individuals from Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube to the Flipkart app. Through the user-generated content being promoted across the platforms through micro and mini influencers. The Flipkart Connect scanner will utilize and identify different products in the user-generated content, similar to how it was done for Eros Now and Z5 in the previous slide. Leveraging Flipkart Lead. With Flipkart Connect, we aim to ease the onboarding of local and boutique sellers currently not engaged in e-commerce and bring them online by generating user-generated content and utilizing Flipkart Connect scanner. A major component of Flipkart Connect is our plan to utilize WhatsApp as a channel of communication and purchase with our customers to ease the purchase process. There are two ways in which a user will be purchasing from Flipkart through WhatsApp. First, either they're redirected from OTT platforms or through social media. And second, through direct messages to the digitally novice segment. The digitally novice segment is the segment that is not on OTT platforms, not on social media, but only on WhatsApp. We will be able to target all tier 2 and tier 3 segments through WhatsApp as a purchase channel. Let's look at the buying journey an individual will go through on WhatsApp as a flowchart in front of you shows. First, the Flipkart bot welcomes the user and asks for language, voice, and chat preferences. Subsequently, the customer is assisted through the buying process by gathering information on size, price range, address, mode of payment, etc. Finally, the purchase is confirmed through cash on delivery or through payment apps while putting a greater emphasis on PhonePe. In the sample WhatsApp chat created, you can see that the messages the customer can expect from Flipkart to assist them to purchase products through Flipkart on WhatsApp. To dive more into depth, we have created a detailed integration plan of WhatsApp and Flipkart in our annexures. We can get to that later. Now, let's look at the roadmap. Now you've understood the Connect and OTT platform, social media, and Flipkart. We begin with Flipkart Connect Scanner being launched in the OTT partners in Q1. Flipkart needs to develop a multi-service integration platform and an image recognition software for this purpose. In Q2, we initiate WhatsApp as a channel for Flipkart. This can be achieved with simple user interface in the beginning, which uses alphanumeric code conversations that can be executed faster to go to market. We will get a license for a two-way communication API extension sold by WhatsApp. By the end of Q3, we plan to enhance the user experience and ease the purchase process through WhatsApp by developing an artificial intelligence, machine learning, and voice bots and cloud services to support the API extension. In Q4, we build towards social shopping and move towards a super app with messaging being integrated on the Flipkart app. Finally, we can move towards a phygital model to drive omni-channel strategy by integrating physical and digital while strategically utilizing Flipkart Connect and Connect Scanner to support the phygital model.
Okay, so now after understanding the idea and roadmap, let us talk about benefits to different stakeholders. To consumers, this solution will enable the digitally native shoppers who fears e-commerce to purchase online independently without depending on their relatives or offline stores, especially during this pandemic. Then it will also allow the social media first-time users to confidently click on the tempting e-commerce product ads by shopping through WhatsApp. Lastly, this makes the shopping limitless for the OTT users where they can purchase anything they see on their screen. For our OTT collaborators like Z5 and Eros Now, we help them monetize the passive needs of a large bunch of their user base who would love to buy those items displayed in their website. Our OTT partners get to earn direct commissions for purchases made through their platform as their other revenue source. For us, as Flipkart, we get to expand the market base by converting such known users to Flipkart buyers, which is as large as currently 346 million users who have e-commerce distribution available in their area but are new to WhatsApp and social media. This solution will enable us to gain a competitive advantage on this new emerging channel of e-commerce that is WhatsApp by providing personalized support with voice from chatbot and on OTT channel with backend technological integration with a shopper audience network that will help to create retargeted brand advertising. Besides this, we have our other promising advantages like the diverse portfolio of brands, exclusive partnerships, and high brand recognition and trust that will help us to gain leverage over our competitors. Next one. For now, our workflow model looks like this, where we are connecting on social media using Flipkart Video and WhatsApp, and on OTT platform using Connect Scanner to drive instant purchase or retargeted product ads. However, we can scale up this solution to get into these four opportunities described in the table below. We can build a loyal base out of these digitally native users by providing personalized touch and connection, leveraging Flipkart Sati for text plus voice interface and understandable daily use language, and Flipkart Vernacular Platform Service for supporting different regional languages. We can also offer monthly subscription to those connected users in the future to build regular sales using Flipkart daily use categories like groceries and Flipkart Super Coins for incentivizing them to earn rewards. We also get the opportunity to introduce targeted products for these digitally native users by getting into other categories like English lessons on Flipkart Video or introducing highly convenient private labels. Lastly, we can use WhatsApp strength by of being the most frequently used app to send personalized recommendations on weekly basis. For this, we can leverage Mira, Flipkart AI-enabled virtual shopping assistant, and machine learning-enabled Flipkart recommendations to send close recommendations notifications.
Now, since we have broadly laid out here the various risks in terms of cause, effect, and solution offered under various process steps as detailed in the table shown using FMEA assessment model. For example, while partnering through OTTs, there is a high risk of partnership loss because of dependence on second-party clients. Here, we'll be using independent monitoring by adding a third party, which is gathering feedback on risk assessment and also auditing the KPIs on which the contract has been signed. Finally, we have laid out the consolidated financials by first getting a total estimate of net costs, such as cloud server, additional space, voice processing costs, marketing costs, uh, to get the total cost estimation, and finally the revenue generated for them. In the bottom left corner of the slide, you can see we have also projected revenue per year with a YOY growth rate. So I'll just take a brief through the annexures that we have attached just to have a look at what we have done. So this is basically the interface. Can you go back to the last line once? The last one. Yeah. So this is the kind of interface we are looking at, which we had designed, which Mayank also spoke about earlier. This is about the WhatsApp integration, the initial roadmap, the SWOT analysis, the landscape, the marketing plan, detailed financials. That would be all from us. We're open to questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, team. Let's move on to Q&A and get our judges on screen now. Awesome. Let's start the timer for 6 minutes now.
Hi. Thank you for this. Just a couple of questions. I saw there was an OTT partnership cost, and then there is, I'm assuming there's similar WhatsApp cost also, right? Now, what are the risks to this? Say today you start with OTT partners like Z5 and Eros now, and they are charging you X percentage of all transactions, or they are charging you, say, a lead generation fees, something like that, right? Over next 5 years, if those become crazy, if they grow 10x, what happens to your P&L, or what happens to the overall financials? Same is on the entire fact of the social media platforms, right? Something very similar happened to a lot of players, a lot of small startups with Google Play Store, because Google Play Store just a couple of months back, they just hiked their cost of payments and something like that, right? So how do you secure this entire P&L? Because if that happens, then the entire P&L goes for a toss, right?
Thanks.
So I'll take this up.
Sure.
So essentially, the API extension that will be provided from Eros now in Z5, we won't be dependent on them. What we will do is the partnership in the agreement, we will be creating the softwares required to showcase the advertisements on their screen. And we will be doing that through an API extension, which will be on the Eros now or Z5 side. Now, if any time any particular partner is hiking their price, if Flipkart does not want to continue the relationship, we could shift to any other platform such as Alt Balaji, Eros, or any other alternatives which are available within the OTT segment. Now, of course, we cannot deny that Eros now and Z5 already have a 70% market share in the OTT segment for tier 2 and tier 3. free. So they become a primary target for Flipkart Connect. But we can shift to other OTT platforms if the partnership does not seem favorable for Flipkart. Of course, a detailed analysis of the profit and loss and how it would affect the entire operations of this OTT idea, we can evaluate and see what the profit and revenues are coming out to be, and subsequently make a decision.
Just to add one quickly to Mank's point, sir, Flipkart Video was not being utilized here because, from what our understanding, Flipkart Video has a different purpose altogether. For example, the main idea I think behind using Flipkart Video is to generate UGC. So altogether, just in a brief, the idea is to use these OTTs, which are very popular among tier 2 and 3 cities, and use their user base to put Flipkart products in the first hand there. So essentially, we are using them more as an advertising venue, using collaboration rather than a full-time dependence on them.
Okay, thank you. But by the way, Flipkart Video is not just UGC. Flipkart Video is a full-fledged video platform,
right?
And there are multiple usages to it. But like that's for some another day. Thank you very much for the presentation.
Hi guys, interesting thought on using OTT as a channel for acquisition, and it's a good business proposition that you have laid out. My question is on the customer proposition. While I know that you have put in that for some ads you can pay lesser for OTT consumption, but do you think the customers want disruption in their viewing, and not just an ad appearing in the middle of what they're watching, but also you're assuming that they will click on it, go out of what they're watching to do some shopping journey? So what's the consumer insight that you have built this on?
Okay, so sir, one thing is
I will take
that
that question. So actually, there was a survey done for that because this is the concept that is being tried by many companies in US. And according to that survey, 19% people will actually prefer to click on an ad and buy something they're seeing on the screen which they are really passionate about. So from that insight, we can say that many people would benefit the biggest reason would be that they were not pushing the product. There would just be on the bottom right corner, there would just be a Flipkart logo in a very small size, which you can click on whichever item you would like to buy on.
Okay, so just so I'm not sure if that was clear. I think there's some technical issues from that side. But essentially, you won't be disrupted. When you pause the screen, it will be available on the left-hand side to press a button on the Flipkart for a Flipkart scanner, where you can choose whatever is visible on your screen to be that's suggested to you as a product. Or simply when you pause the screen and you're not watching the video, the suggestion can come up, or you can left swipe so that while your video is going on, you can see the products. But it is not a disruption. It is just an availability on the platform that you're able to see every time you're not whether when the video is not going on, but when you pause the video when you're consuming content. And we saw that people who are consuming content are consuming it between the hours of 3 to 9 hours of OTT content every single day, which is the most of the segment. So it would mean that throughout the time they would be able to see our advertisement fairly regularly whenever they're pausing the screen.
So guys, are you seeing this to be exclusive competitive differentiator for Flipkart on these OTT platforms, or will other shopping platforms also be able to do the same? And if you want to make it exclusive, what is the sort of carrot that you'll have to give the platform?
So I'll take this question. Okay. So we talked about shoppable OTTs, and we also had read about a particular partnership that Flipkart had with Hotstar. So wherein essentially Flipkart being a marketplace, there are different stakeholders involved. So what our competitive differentiation can be here is that we are going to provide brands a very articulate and very to the point marketing, so that their marketing budget is highly optimized. So for instance, Flipkart has a huge consumer database about what people are buying. And based on that, Hotstar also has some particular information about what kind of content our viewers are watching. So if both of these domains are converged, and we can leverage this data to the third party, so that provides a very strong competitive differentiation, which likes of Amazon and others are not providing right now. So this is somewhere that we segregate, which others don't has of now. So that's the reason we also built on this particular concept.
And so competitively, as you said, of course, there is the concern that someone else could come in and take our advertising space. But what we are planning is that advertisements could still be available on Eros Now and ZEE5. Of course, that ends up being on what partnership agreement we finalize on, but on at least the availability of the API extension and showcasing a Flipkart button throughout your OTT consumption, or when you pause the screen, that is a separate that is a separate user interface design we are expecting, and that would be exclusive for Flipkart. We could also make a suggestion towards Eros Now and Z5 is that whenever a particular brand wants to advertise their own products, we could get into a co-branding agreement and show their links through the Flipkart app rather than any D2C channel or through Amazon or any other platform they have, which would further mean that they would reduce those brands would reduce their advertising expenditure, and in turn Flipkart would still be promoting their products on the Flipkart app, so the purchase will be conducted through Flipkart.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, judges and team I'm Tiger. The next team coming live on screen is Anushka, Vishal, and Palak from IIM Lucknow. There you are. Hi team, welcome. And if you're ready, your time starts now.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. This is Team Ikigai from IIM Lucknow. We'll be starting our presentation now. So it is said that all great ideas start with a need. So for us, the idea began with understanding what our customers really need. We conducted primary research in the form of interviews and focus GDs to understand the pulse of our audience, or as we like to call them, the Desi customers. First, we understood that these customers are value-driven, culturally grounded, ordinary, yet highly aspirational. Next, we narrowed down on our TG based on their likelihood of conversion. So the two groups we identified are the inventive Indian women and the aspirational Indian men. Next, we deep dived to understand the pain points of this TG. We explored the barriers that they face in online shopping, which includes underwhelming experience, finding the purchase like hard sell, language barrier, feeling helpless, and missing the authentic bazaar experience. So we developed actionable insights from these barriers, and this involves providing a more immersive, credible, and familiar experience. Having kept these pain points as our guiding compass, we found that a lot of this is actually solvable, and that's where our brainstorming began. Next on, we explored why the e-shopping journey of our typical Desi customer fails. For this, we tracked the specific problems that our customer faces at each touchpoint. Once a need arises, the customer searches the product online but experiences discomfort in an alienated interface. Then while considering the product, the customer feels pretty overwhelmed and confused with a huge number of choices. At evaluation stage, they distrust the anonymous seller and are unable to decide based on just 2-3 photos. Now, while purchasing, they fear being duped, and after purchase, they share their bad experience with others. Now, to solve these, we mapped the pain at each touchpoint with an actionable entry opportunity for Flipkart. For example, vernacular content can increase familiarity, local influencers can provide guidance, sellers can be given credibility, products can be displayed in an experiential demonstration type format, purchase can be made socially interactive, and finally, customers can be delighted by shoppertainment. Now, if you're wondering if all of this can be solved by a single idea, we say yes. In fact, it is by using all such insights that our idea of Flipkart Streets or Flipkart Galiyan was born. Now, Flipkart Streets is a powerful combination of influencers, video, and social selling. It is no secret that live stream e-commerce had caught China by a storm. The Chinese lesson shows that by combining live streams with e-commerce, brands could boost conversion rates, sell hyperlocally, go viral, and engage customers far beyond conventional media. Through Flipkart Galiyan, we build on the lessons from the Chinese model to customize the first ever Indian chapter of livestream e-commerce. The underlying value proposition is to recreate a bazaar experience online. The app would detect the customer's location, based on which a regional AI chatbot would then ask the customer which marketplace do they want to visit. Let's say the customer says Sarojini Nagar, Delhi. Then the app would connect them to the relevant community influencer who are mapped to those particular bazaars. Once connected, the customer can then tune in to the scheduled live shows in the selected bazaar. Now we'd like to show you a small video to help you visualize what the live stream could look like. We recommend you to put the volume up for this.
की क्वालिटी को फील कर सकती हूँ, बहुत स्ट्रॉन्ग और स्टर्डी मटेरियल है इसका, और इसकी जिप अभी हम खोल के देख लेते हैं। इसके अंदर इनर मटेरियल बहुत सॉफ्ट है, 4 पॉकेट्स दिख रही हैं मुझको इसमें अभी, और स्पेशियस काफ़ी है। लुक वाइज देखें तो ये नी लेंथ तक स्ट्रैप्स इसकी अपीयर हो रही है।
So as you saw in the video, the influencer basically explains the product features in regional language. And as customer queries keep pouring in, she offers a very engaging experience by responding to them in real time. Now, to bring this idea alive, we first need to pull the customers to the Flipkart app. Our strategy here will be to catch them where they play and then target our promotions there to bring them home to Flipkart. To onboard the sellers, we plan to engage in a commission-based marketplace model where the investment is low and returns are high. For influencers, we select a very specific profile, one who is native to the region, is a familiar face, and most importantly, who understands the lifestyle and needs of RTG. Now, one big reason why we believe that this idea will gain traction with RTG is that it actually mimics the offline shopping experience. For example, RTG wants to touch and feel the product. At Flipkart Galia, we provide them an experiential purchase through real-time interaction. Next, RTG lacks trust while shopping online. So at Flipkart Galia, our influencer wins that trust by creating a small community where the seller and buyer have a personal touch and where buyers can also interact with fellow buyers all at the same time. Over to Vishal now.
For benchmarking, we looked into successful live streaming e-commerce examples globally and in India. Alibaba's Taobao saw a record 7 times increase in sales and merchants joining the platform. Amazon too has launched Amazon Live along with a separate app wherein influencers can create the video content. Traditional social media big names such as TikTok and Facebook are also joining in. Meanwhile, in India, the landscape is currently dominated by smaller startups such as Bulbul and Simsim, which have leveraged micro-community influencers targeting shoppers with relatable regional content. Additionally, Amazon Influencers, the platform, announced in July that it would be launching Amazon Live shortly in India. This brings us to the Indian opportunity for live streaming. The three major stakeholders, influencers, customers, and vendors, are all looking for new opportunities. The TikTok ban has led to a gap in the market, a huge loss of income for influencers, as well as lack of relatable platform for target audience. Lastly, the bazaar vendors who have lost a major part of their incomes due to COVID are looking for alternative income sources. Hence, with Flipkart Galia, we hope to see a repositioning to strengthen Flipkart's future. Next slide. COVID-19 has accelerated e-commerce adoption and people are increasingly embracing digital services. Post-COVID, India will have 300 million online shoppers by 2023 itself and 400 million by 2025. Total e-commerce sales are expected to grow from 31 billion in 2019 to 97 billion US dollars in 2023 due to high CAGR of 33% and low penetration rate of 4% as compared to global benchmarks. Our proposal targets two categories in initial phase, fashion and personal care. These categories currently hold 29% of GMV and are expected to grow to 51% by 2023. Tier 2 and beyond areas currently contribute 40% of total sales, which is expected to grow to 70%. Drawing inferences from our primary research, our proposals will increase market share by 10%. Hence, the opportunity size is approximately 1.6 billion US dollars. For costing, we focused on fixed tech investment cost, customer acquisition cost, and seller incentives, and recurring cost, which would be in form of influencer videos cost and promotion of our new initiatives on social media and television. For cost, we also assume 10% linear growth, which would reduce in later stages as reach of our proposal increases, which we have explained in Appendix 1 and 2. For profitability, we assume first quarter sales growth of 1% over current sales and 10% growth thereon. Thus, we were able to achieve profit in fourth year and able to break even in sixth year. Next to Anishka for key metrics.
We now list a few key success metrics for Flipkart Galia. Through our research, we realized that the retention of customers is key to the success of the model. On the capability side, we will majorly focus on building our app to support the new technologies needed, mainly the chatbot, as well as an AI content algorithm. Moving on to the three hugest risks that we see for our proposition. Firstly, the loss of repeat customers who've been brought onto the app itself with a lot of hesitation due to bad quality control. Second, the current lessons we can draw from a Bulbul or Simsim model is that the low order quantities lead to unprofitable unit economics. Third, the question arises whether the Chinese model can be replicated at all in India. But however, we feel given that Flipkart is a large established player, as well as boosted by the huge surge in demand post COVID from tier 2 and 3 markets, we will be able to reap long term benefits from the model if we operate through marketplace. We now move on to the implementation plan. How we plan to scale Flipkart Galia? We plan to go about this in 4 phases. In phase 1, we will involve developing the Flipkart Galia product, a grand pre-launch marketing campaign with maximum visibility, abundant offers, and an easy-to-use interface for all parties involved. In phase 2, we will develop the market by deploying on-field sales personnel, much similar to if you've heard of the successful Etsy model, wherein they send salesperson on ground to onboard both sellers and influencers as well as customers. We will initially launch with the top 15 bazaars in India, focusing on attracting micro community influencers from the top 10 tier 2 3 cities from which the maximum revenue is currently generated. These cities will also have temporary self check-in kiosks and geographic targeting to onboard our customers from social media to the Flipkart app. In phase 3, we will expand to new markets. New influencers will be onboarded purely through a referral policy. We will incentivize influencers by maintaining a leaderboard and further penetrating the market with personalized selling and contests. In the last phase, we will involve diversifying our product. This is both in terms of offering as well as customer segments. We've also drawn up a rough timeline with these 4 phases. And finally, now that we've told you how to play, we move to why we feel Flipkart has a clear advantage when it comes to winning against Amazon in the live streaming e-commerce space. Flipkart is known to be an industry first mover. It has been a pioneer in passionately solving problems which are unique to the Indian customer. Also, Flipkart strongly resonates the type of positioning needed for live streaming e-commerce and a proposition such as Galia. It's a platform that first-time digital consumers trust. It's a platform that is known to create value for every stakeholder. And most importantly, it is soon going to become India's #1 destination for catering to the shoppertainment needs of the value-conscious Desi. Hence, we are confident that Flipkart Galia will be that big stepping stone to reach the next billion customers. Thank you. We're now open to questions.
Thank you, team. Let's get our judges live on screen. Judges, your time starts now.
Sorry, thank you, team. Sorry,
Sandeep, go ahead.
Okay.
No, go ahead. You.
No, thank you, team. The one thing which I really liked was that you started with the consumer insight, the various problems that the consumer faces during the various journey nodes, and then based your idea and recommendation from that rather than the other way around. So thanks for that, and I really liked it. Quick question for you. What do you think would be the biggest challenge in implementing this Galia or Bazaar model in the Indian context?
Sure, I can start. So I think personally, we felt that the biggest challenge would be that sellers to onboard them, the local vendor in the market, to convince him to get onboarded onto this Flipkart Galia proposition. I think that would be the biggest hurdle, so to speak, on the supply side. On the demand side, of course, the existing problem of tier 2 and 3 customers not trusting e-commerce would be the second biggest hurdle that we thought of.
Adding to this, since you talked about comparing it with the Chinese model, so one big advantage that the Chinese model has is that they're only supposed to live stream it in one single language, Mandarin. However, in India, which is a heartland of multiple languages, obviously different target customers will have different language preferences. And I think that is the one big reason why we decided to base our proposition on local influencers. So one can log into those live shows in whichever language or region or culture they feel comfortable with.
Thank you.
Hey, hi guys. I like the first video where you had actually shown the entire that back thing, right? So good stuff there. Just quick one there. So So this is going to work for a lot of lifestyle and fashion product categories, accessories, etc., which you are going to have an experience. There is a certain experience-led selling, right? Now, how are you going to bring that live streaming and hence this experience-based selling, connect it back to the customers downloading Flipkart app and then understanding Flipkart app? Because if I have to sell refrigerators, if I have to sell mobile phones, if I have to sell laptops to these consumers, I don't know how we can continue to still use live stream. Or you have any thoughts around it? Like how do we end up making this relevant for all the categories in which Flipkart operates today?
Right. So one thing is, you're right about the fact that we are going to target, in fact, personal care as well as fashion in the first phase for stuff like makeup or shoes, accessories, etc., which sort of require low involvement or more immersive experiential purchase. But then coming to the next categories, especially electronics and other appliances, which form a big category for Flipkart, we have figured that actually these tier 2 and tier 3 customers watch a lot of unboxing videos. These videos, we've explored the number of influencers on YouTube, and it's amazing. I mean, it's quite astounding as to how many views they get in terms of unboxing the product live on the platform and then sort of answering every query. Because what happens is that the evaluation of these appliances becomes even more difficult for the tier 2, tier 3 customer, because there are so many nuances, understanding the technology, understanding which one's better. So if that expert is showing it to you live and demonstrating it to you, then of course you have greater chances of believing.
Just to draw one parallel to what Palak said, so if you think of it from the tele shopping experiences of the old, therein they used to demonstrate how, let's say, a mixer worked. And that itself was what a customer who could not touch and feel online was looking for. So I think how we envisioned it was we will gradually make the shift towards electronics, but we will start out with, products which are more impulsive buying, and a customer will catch on to a live stream and immediately make the purchase.
Okay, thank you.
It's very interesting idea to take to recreate the bazaar experience online. How many such influencers do you think we will have doing the live stream? What is the scale that you guys are envisaging?
So in terms of scale, what we've actually thought is, one is about the number of markets that we're going to enter. So we were thinking on the parameters that one, for example, as you can see on the map, there are multiple markets, right? So we will be actually deciding those markets based on how close are they to, let's say, how many number of tier 2 or tier 3 cities there are adjoining that particular market, and how famous is that market, and what kind of customer density actually regularly visits such kind of markets. Now coming to the influencers, basis the number of sellers that we get on board, and the basically the customer density which comes up, we will slowly sort of adjust the number of influencers accordingly. So to start with, we have planned that we're going to base it on the number of Flipkart seller partnerships that we can manage for each of the marketplace.
Are you talking thousands, hundreds, lakhs? I'm not able to get a sense of how many
We're talking hundreds as of now, yes.
Talking hundreds, okay. And
yeah, for each marketplace.
Okay, 100 for each marketplace.
Yeah.
Because potentially then at a national level, that's more than, that will be a number in thousands, right?
Yeah. So as of now, yeah, we've invested like 10, 15 markets. So totally it could come into thousands, yes.
Okay. What are the kind of reward and penalty metrics you will use to ensure quality across these several thousands of influencers? Because if it's an open marketplace, anybody can come and do something, right? And then you don't want the quality to go beyond below a certain mark. So, what
right. So we had actually included this in our proposition also, that at least for the initial phase, since our customers are anyway going to be very hesitant, these are first time shoppers. In fact, these are non-shoppers. So for them, we are going to we're going to ensure that this is going to be a very curated kind of an experience. So that is why we are going to only onboard those influencers who have a sort of connect with the customer and who we can sort of control and guide, at least in the beginning. And similarly goes with sellers. The kind of quality has,
yeah. Also we will have a leaderboard wherein all the influencers can see, and also Flipkart team can see which influencers are making the maximum number of sales. So we can base our incentive structure on the basis of the leaderboard and also remove influencers who fall in the bottom or the bottom 10 percentile in the leaderboard. So we can continue reshuffling on the basis of rankings. So on that metrics, we can see their performance.
Understood. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Adarsh. Thanks, team.
Thank you, judges, and thank you, Team Ikigai. Let's now move on to the fifth team for today, and that is the Conquerors. We have Piyush, Aditi, and Sudhanyu from IIM Bangalore. Let's get you live on screen now. There you are, guys. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are Team Conquerors from IIM Bangalore. The problem at our hand. The problem, can you hear me now? The problem at our hand is how to drive the OTT and social media consumers, especially from tier 2 and 3 cities, to register and shop at Flipkart. Increasing penetration of internet and smartphones, supplemented by COVID-19 pandemic, has led to a significant increase in online activities, with OTT and social media capturing the largest share. And as Flipkart, we are not only competing with the likes of Amazon, Big Basket, and Paytm, but also with giants like Facebook, Instagram, Takatak to capture the limited digital attention and time of users. To arrive at our recommendations, we initially conducted primary and secondary research to identify the consumer buying behavior and major roadblocks in the customer journey. Based on the same, we have profiled the customers into 4 major personas that Flipkart will target. They are the aspirational millennial, the social bee, the value-conscious middle-aged uncle, and the chief decision maker of the home. The primary barriers for using e-commerce identified for tier 2 and 3 cities were establishment of trust and perception of shopping as a social activity. Hence, we come up with one such solution that can break all these barriers to successfully onboard a customer, which will present in the next 10 minutes. First, let's have a look at this video. Presenting to you our solution, Flipbook, transforming the online shopping experience into a social experience with friends and communities. Our solution is based on 3 pillars of trust, value for money, and community building, which are essential to the shopping experience of target consumers. Social commerce is likely to grow around 7.5 lakh crore rupees by financial year 25 and provides an exciting opportunity for Flipkart. Some of the key statistics shown on the slide augment the confidence we have in social commerce to drive the acquisition of untapped customers. We have identified and listed a few scenarios in which Flipkart aids the social experience of user. For example, Gopal, a value-conscious consumer, does not trust the reviews posted by random customers, but finds the experience of his friend shared on Flipbook much more reliable and is hence convinced to make a purchase. Similarly, Pooja wants to adopt the trends of latest movies, and now Flipbook will enable her to do so. Flipbook can be deeply integrated into the Flipkart app and consists of many features to provide a wholesome social experience. Now we will take you through the features of Flipbook in detail.
The key features of Flipbook, their impact, and key performance indicators have been identified and listed here. The primary feature of Flipbook is to build a social network of shoppers and option to share their experiences with friends and family through chat and personal feed. Referrals and rewards help users stay connected and save more. When friends recommend products among themselves, there's a huge increase in trust and a higher chance of purchase as well. The barrier of lack of knowledge can also hence be minimized. To promote social shopping further, customers can buy products as a group for special offers and discounts. Offers and discounts let customers get better value for their money, and the option to group buy could make users invite their friends to the platform, aiding customer acquisition for us. Next, we have Seller Connect, in which customers can directly interact with the sellers through real time chat to get their apprehensions cleared. This would help build trust in the minds of the customers, and an option to negotiate directly with the sellers would let customers get the best value for their money. To make the customer's experience more personalized, recommendations can be improved using their friends' purchases. And for added convenience, we propose an option to connect to a personal shopping assistant who is an expert in the category of the product the consumer is looking for. They would help customers identify the right products for them to expedite the purchase process and not get overwhelmed by the number of products and filters Flipkart has to offer. To take the social experience to the next level, we propose tie ups with OTT apps to let users shop for their favorite trends right from these apps. Links to trends and products dynamically update based on the content of the screen. This provides a way to convert OTT consumers into online shoppers on a large scale and in a very efficient way. The final feature of Flipbook is video-based demos for products by regional and local influencers or by users sharing their experiences. Watching the product in action while making the purchase adds confidence in the buyer. Influencer marketing has a huge impact on the buyer's decision making. Why else would they be called influencers anyway? So this is how we envision the features of Flipbook to seamlessly integrate with the current Flipkart app. Flipbook can be accessed through the bottom panel or the side panel. In the side panel, the user can access feed or chat. The My Account page is also updated to show the number of friends and posts. Interested in feature helps us to personalize the recommendations for users. So this is how the feed will look like. It will have posts by connections and influencers in the form of videos or text. User can choose to directly buy from the feed page or like, comment, or share the review. The chat feature will have options to chat with experts, friends, or sellers. A screen of how the products or reviews can be shared with each other over the chat is shown here. The product page will have product video, option to group buy or share with friends. For a group buy, the user can join an existing group or initiate a new group buy. Connections can be invited, and finally, the order and delivery can take place. After the purchase, the product experience can be shared on the customer's feed. This is how we can integrate the OTT to display links for shopping trends. Finally, to provide undisrupted content experience, when users pause the video, suggestions come up, and the users can save the complete look in their Flipkart wishlist without leaving the OTT app. Coming back to social commerce, it has not been an untapped market, and lots of startups have ventured into the same with niche offerings and have been able to gain the necessary traction. For example, Dealshare gives you a discount when you buy in a group, while Bulbul has video description of products. However, all of them remain considerably small when compared to large e-commerce players in India. Flipkart's right to win is established by 1. An exhaustive solution with multiple elements of a social buying experience, 2. An end-to-end in-app experience, 3. OTT quick buy, and 4. A first mover advantage. Further, a large customer base, our brand value, and existing capabilities will help us expedite the process.
Moving on to the capabilities required, over the years, Flipkart has built amazing capabilities in all domains, which allowed it to become the #1 e-commerce site in India. Flipkart can leverage most of these capabilities, with implementation being the common new capability required across the recommended features. For building a community of users and group buy, you can make use of Flipkart's existing customer base to roll out the features and improve on the KPIs. Capability to handle user-generated content needs to be developed. For Seller Connect, the relations of Flipkart with its huge network of sellers can be leveraged to get them onboarded with the idea and improve responsiveness when interacting with customers. For personalized browse based on friends' purchases, Flipkart's recommendation system needs to be trained on new data. Hiring of category-specific sales representatives is required for this feature. For OTT Quick Buy, AI model to identify products based on screen contents needs to be developed. This feature can be run on a pilot basis on the Flipkart video platform and extended to other OTT platforms after tie-ups. For video demos, existing Flipkart Ideas platform can be leveraged and would further need identification of local level influencers to review products. Moving on to some numbers now. To identify and quantify the impact of Flipbook, we have estimated the potential revenues and costs over the next 5 years. We begin by estimating the number of potential buyers we can capture from the target market segment, which is the tier 2 and 3 cities. Next, we have computed the potential revenue each feature of Flipbook can generate. We have used conservative estimates and industry standards for metrics such as click-through rate, conversion rate, time spent, and variable commission rate to arrive at the revenue estimate. OTT integration is bound to drive customers to Flipkart, increasing both awareness as well as traffic on the platform. Based on the new capabilities required, we have identified the one-time expenses that Flipkart needs to incur initially. OTT partnerships, hiring and training of category experts, and feature development would majorly contribute to the one-time capital cost, amounting to 42 crore rupees. Further, annual operating cost would include components such as data storage for user-generated content, salaries, budget for influencers, and group buy discount costs. Calculating the profits using revenue and cost estimates shows that the project can start making money from the 4th year of its operation. To summarize the overall impact, by 2026, we estimate that Flipbook can provide an opportunity for a potential revenue of 6,500 crore rupees and a profit margin of 20%. Introducing a community of users and OTT integration would allow us to capture over 90 million new customers. With the increased trust built through features such as Seller Connect and Expert Chat, we expect conversion rate to improve by over 10%. Here we have highlighted the possible risks in the project and respective mitigation measures. Data privacy and security related issues are a major challenge as soon as one ventures into social interactions. We need to have top-notch data engineers and compliance measures to drive the data privacy initiatives. Monitoring the user-generated content and direct communication with seller leading to off-platform sales are something we need to continuously monitor and keep in check. Partnerships with leading OTT platforms can be a challenge, and as mentioned earlier, we can initially launch the feature on Flipkart video platform and obtain tie-ups riding on the success of the feature. Challenges to onboard small merchants and sellers in tier 2 and 3 cities can be mitigated by setting up kiosks, which can help them with the basic technical skills needed. As far as the timeline is concerned, based on time taken for market research, feature development, partnerships, marketing and rollout, we would like to launch community building, group buy and OTT quick buy initially, after which we can venture into video demos, seller connect and personalized browse and expert chat, since they will take some time to develop the capabilities. So that is all from our side. We would love to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, team. Let's get Adarsh, Chanakya, and Sandeep back on screen for Q&A. Six minutes on the timer starts now.
Thank you, team. I think you've put together a lot of ideas and made it into a flipboard that's quite wide that you've thought. My only question is that these ideas are individual ideas standalone. How are you holding these all together? And what would be your stack rank if you had to stack rank amongst these 6 ideas that you are talking about in Flipbook?
So essentially what we feel is, though they are individual ideas, all of them are complementing each other really well and would add value to each other. So for example, when we are saying we build a community of users and there is a feed and chat option, in the feed, we would itself have videos of influencers and description by influencers. So that would lead to purchase itself. So that is where community of users and let's say video demos interact with each other. So though they might be implemented individually, but when implemented together, that they would, the effect would be sort of multiplied. And coming to the second question, we feel that OTT quick buy is one feature which can be, let's say, implemented individually, since it is it is on some other platform and we specifically don't need all the community of users. So that would be like one of the features that we would maybe think of implementing individually.
Hey, hi. Thank you for this. I like the flip book as an overall concept. And the moment I first heard that, I started visualizing this as an overall Facebook parallel thing wherein people are coming and talking about it, and they're making a social platform for shopping. Right now, today what happens to Flipkart when, or not just Flipkart, any commerce platform or any brand, when they post anything on social media, a lot of people come out and they, in the comment section, they would start talking about the negative experiences they had, right? While those negative experiences as a percentage of the overall numbers would be, say, a very low single digit number. But what you see on social media as comments or as user generated content, right, is largely a negative experience. And again, a good portion of that negative experience is either with the supply chain or either the delivery experience or probably a certain return experience. It's not necessarily about the product, right? So my question is, in this concept of Flipbook, what is the incentive which you are giving to the user, a general shopper, to come back and write a product review and say, it could be for a certain product, it could be after 1 month of usage, there could be a product which you could probably come back and write immediately after you got the delivery. But what is that incentive so that I come back to the platform and I write something which is meaningful and useful to Flipbook?
So the users need not necessarily post only positive experiences. They can share their real-time, real-life usage with, and when the users share, it is shared with all their friends who are connected with them on Flipkart. So it's like they're educating their friends about the nuances of the product, what they liked about the product, what they did not like about the product, what could have been better, so that their friends can make a more informed purchase.
Yeah.
Sorry, just to add to the news point. So when we mentioned that Flipbook, like when you have completed a purchase, you can post on Flipbook. What we thought about was they could be maybe for initially for posting reviews and posting on Flipbook, they could be given some flip coins from which they can make their purchases. So initially, just to generate traffic, the users can be incentivized in that manner, and from there on, once people start posting regularly, I'm pretty sure the traffic would pick up.
Okay, fine. So so thank you for that. Right.
Very good idea to do something like Flipbook, guys. It brings everything under one roof very nicely. So good show on that. Again, a lot of recommendations you guys have. And then you know that Flipkart is a multi-category platform, right? So if you need to, let's say, prioritize the deployment of this, right? And let's say Sandeep here looks after mobile phones, Chanakya looks after fashion, and I look after furniture, right? Three very different categories. Let's take that as an example. For these three different categories, what is that one feature that you would suggest the three of us definitely need to land in the first release itself?
So I
Sorry,
think
this is a bit of an out of syllabus question, but
no. Yeah, so I was just thinking which feature would map exactly to the category. So for fashion category, we feel OTT quick buy would be the feature, because a lot of people we talk to in tier 2, tier 3 cities are influenced by the movies, the kind of content they watch. So they would be very, that would add to the sort of the want that they want to look like their film stars, their sort of role model. So for OTT quick buy, fashion would be a very good map. For mobiles and let's say electronic appliances, we feel personalized browse and expert chat would be good, because whenever we buy a phone, or let's say I buy a laptop, I would like to connect with an expert in that category, would want to know the features, battery life, the memory, the RAM, so all of these things. So when I am able to connect with my expert chat, and also my my recommendations are based on my friends. So for appliances and electronic phones and laptops, personalized browse and expert chat would be good. For I think for furnitures, we would feel seller connect and video demos would be good. So for example, when I can directly call the seller and ask for the price, because generally furniture would be slightly on an expensive side. So for furniture, we feel seller connect and video demos for products would work very well.
Yeah, people would like to experience furniture, so having a video demo for that would help in their shopping experience.
Got it. Cool. Thanks, guys. Good show. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, judges and team conquerors. And the last team in the business track today, waiting very patiently, I must say, is the three musketeers, Arnav, Manasi, and Deven from IIM Ahmedabad. Let's get them on screen right now. Hi team, welcome. Your time starts now.
Hello, everyone. So we are the three musketeers, and we were really intrigued with the problem statement that was provided to us, and rightly so, given the current pandemic scenario where a lot of customer attitudes have changed in a multitude of ways. We've seen that OTT consumption has shot up. There is a reluctance to go out and shop, and they are overly conscious about safety and hygiene. And this provides Flipkart with an opportunity to create an online consumer of tomorrow. This is in alignment with Flipkart's mission to democratize shopping for Bharat. And our idea tries to materialize the same. We are creating a space for customers to create content, share product experiences, recommendations to their peers and community. But before delving deep into our concept, let's assess the market and the consumer insights that we got. The market is robustly growing and it is projected to grow at an astounding 30% rate, and it'll reach a $120 billion by 2025 with a customer base of 350 million odd people. And this growth is mainly propelled from the Bharat. One is we know that customers are spending very little time on e-commerce platforms.
Sorry, just 1 second. I think we lost you for about half a minute there. Do you want to go back and repeat?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, sure.
Thanks.
Yeah. So basically, let's assess before delving deep into the idea, let's assess the market and the customer insights that we got. So we see that the Indian online e-commerce has seen a robust growth, and it is projected to continue at the same rate with an astounding 350 million user base by 2025. And these users are going to come from Bharat, which the current statistics as well show. This opportunity can be assessed in 4 parameters. One is we know that e-commerce platforms have very little time to engage customers. And this is rightly so because they should invest in technologies which increase the engagement rate. Secondly, the users generally browse more rather than search for a specific product, and this leads to their purchase as well. Thirdly, vernacular searches are on rise. And also looking at the online consumption of a user, we look at that the short video apps have gained tremendous popularity. This can be seen. This is because they include best of both worlds, which is the social media app as well as the OTT platforms, and the user base suggests the same. They have seen tremendous growth and the engagement rates are tremendously high. This is an inspiration for the global model of e-commerce as well, where a lot of companies in China as well as across the globe are using it as an inspiration. So JD.com is in tie-up with Kuashu, where they are trying to build a shoppertainment platform. Secondly, ShopStyle has also collaborated with YouTube to consider YouTube looks, etc. And this also forms an inspiration for our model. Why we think Flipkart will gain an edge is that it can be an early organized entrant into this segment. Secondly, it can leverage network effects and bandwagon effects because of the early entry. And third, it can create a digital ecosystem where a customer can shop, connect, and satisfy his or her entertainment needs as well.
From our primary research, we could see 2 broad customer segments emerge. These differed based on their age, their content consumption behavior on both social media and OTT platforms, and their pain points were also different. The first segment, consisting of a younger diaspora, had low trust, low income, and they valued social proof, while the second segment showed issues of technology adoption, language barriers, lack of awareness, and low trust. This segment is also catered to by Flipkart's assisted e-commerce initiatives like Sathi and authorized buy zones. In our plan, we decided to continue to focus on our first customer segment due to 2 major reasons. The first being a comparatively higher OTT usage and exposure to technology, and the second being that they're predicted to form 75% of the e-commerce market by 2030. And hence, it becomes imperative for Flipkart to capture these customers and turn them into shoppers of tomorrow. From our customer personas, we found a deficit of trust and style, and through our plan, we aim to address the same. We propose adopting a user-generated content to commerce platform. This can be done by introducing a content sharing feature in the Too Good app. From our research, we know that such a platform to provide and seek social proof will provide users a chance to interact with each other, or share their product experiences and recommendations. This is the unmet need that we will be addressing in 4 phases with a 3-pronged approach to building human, social, and systems capital. Phase 1 will involve pilot testing of the concept, where we will look at a partnership with a short video app to leverage the existing user base they have and redirect traffic to our platform. Here, the choice of the partner will be on the basis of a host of parameters, including possibility of exclusivity, user base, and the ROI. Phase 2 will evaluate the pilot's performance, and subsequently development of the new platform will be included here. Next would be the formal launch of the platform and scaling up of its growth in terms of features and offerings, followed by the final stage involving increase of customer lifecycle value through affiliate-driven business model. Here, we've attempted to envision what the Too Good app will look like once our plan is implemented. We'll walk you through the onboarding journey and the content to commerce journey of the customer on the app and a prototype of it. From both primary and secondary research, we see that vernacular content is growing very fast. Hence, the app should open with choice of languages based on which customers will be shown content on the app. Second, we've retained the Explore section as it is, since it demonstrates different products and deals like a typical marketplace. Coming to the next section, Play, here we've introduced product categories that users can pick based on which influencer and community content will be shown to them. For example, here, the choice in this app is fashion. So the content that appears after is according to the category selection. Just one thing to note here is that in this section, content from influencers as well as one's own community will be displayed. Next, we've introduced a new section named Create, where users can create their own content and share it with the community. This will enable each user to influence people inside the community. Now, we foresee 2 kinds of customers coming to the platform here. True shoppers who are motivated by monetary rewards that enable value for money shopping, and avid influencers who are driven by social incentives like top influencer badges. As you can see through our model, both these customer segments will be making purchases on the app driven by their respective motivations. And through this model, every customer on the app is acting as an advocate for products and the platform shopping experience, which will eventually lead to higher trust and adoption. This addresses both our pain points of a deficit of trust as well as style and feedback. We propose a few metrics here to assess the success of the pilot and the entire idea. These are percentage of users creating content, percentage of users being redirected to the shopping platform from the content platform, this is for the pilot, and the content to commerce conversion rate. Once we have data and insights from the pilot, we will implement the full-fledged platform strategy on the Too Good app. This was done keeping in mind the fact that customer acquisition costs are very high in such a model.
So we are trying to build the consumer utility through 6 different steps. First, we allow the users to create short music videos and be able to share and collaborate with others on the network. Next, we aim to bridge the value gap for any product that the consumer wants to buy and resolve any queries he or she faces. Then what if the consumer wants to create a community of like-minded people? Next is we want to cater to a large market and thus want to have multiple languages available on the platform itself. Finally, incentivization of the customer through badges or super coins and product referrals is also a method to increase consumer utility. The key features or solves for these steps include a UGC-driven platform, a live product demo, community building, vernacular flexibility, badges and gamification, and affiliate marketing. And for the same, we plan to develop on the existing capabilities of Flipkart. DBMS will be added with video and audio transcoding. Geolocation will be added with streaming protocol. Similarly, there'll be availability in addition of contact synchronization and chat encryption. And finally, flexible API-based architecture. Next slide. So to monitor the success of our idea, we plan to use the following. So initially, we need to find out how many people are getting onto the platform. And for this, number of app installs and the demographics of the users signing up is important. Next is how people are consuming content on the platform. And for this, bounce rate, number of first-time creators and number of first-time purchases is also important. Next is retention, because it's obviously cheaper to retain a customer than to acquire one. And thus monthly active users and churn rate become important. Referral tracking can be done as in affiliate market as part of affiliate marketing through viral coefficient and invitation conversion rate. And finally, revenue can be calculated through average transaction value and CLV. We also plan to launch a pilot program as mentioned earlier, and for this, an additional metric of redirects can also be looked upon. Talking about the demand side risks, low initial traction and low purchase conversion can be tackled through extensive social media marketing and targeted incentives to increase the frequency of purchases among customers. Investment in scalable and modular technologies, as well as creating a network of Kirana stores throughout tier 2 and tier 3 markets to create virtual hubs for Flipkart can address technological as well as supply chain risks. Next slide. So the detailed financial projections are given in the appendix, but here we have highlighted a few important metrics. The customer acquisition cost for the pilot program will amount to about 650 rupees, while for the platform launch, it comes out to be 515. And similarly, the ratio of CLV to CAC, the customer lifetime value, is about 4 times, and for platform launch is 5.4 times. We also see there's a healthy ROI for both the programs, and thus we can achieve a maximum revenue potential of 1.2 billion rupees within 2 years. The graph indicates the customer base. The 2 lines indicate the market capture as well as the converted users across the 4 halves, 2 belonging to the pilot program and 2 to the platform launch. Talking about the scalability of our idea, we first try to focus on the first product that we want, that is the fashion electronics, and slowly we'll get into furniture and home appliances as well as wellness and personal care. To increase the width and scope of the platform, we want to add as many features as the customer wants to create a more horizontal platform and also integrate more vernacular languages which can support a larger market. Finally, revenue growth can be targeted through brand affiliations and costs can be reduced through white label solution where Flipkart works in tandem with a third-party UGC app and then creates revenues. So we are the 3 musketeers, and this was our idea for Flipkart. And as you can see, we have some more information for you in the annexer.
Thank you so much, team. Let's get our judges live on screen for the Q&A.
Hey, I just need if you guys can go back to what was the difference between pilot and the platform launch. I missed out on that piece.
So initially, we have divided a whole strategy into 4 halves. And initially, the first phase is about concept pilot testing. So here we'll look at prospective partnerships and look at possible third parties in which we can conduct a test market of sorts. And in phase 3, after the success of the pilot program, and we have developed our own platform, we'll go with a full-fledged launch into the market.
Okay, so I'll go first then. Thank you very much for this good stuff here. So, and if I understood it right, you're referring this to be done on Too Good, right? So
yes.
The success of any of these ideas, these are all like a good portion is social commerce, and there's a good piece of linking it from OTT, so on and so forth, right? How do you first establish the brand Too Good with those customers? Why not do this with Flipkart? Why not do everything on Flipkart?
So yeah, I'll take this question then. So we thought that Flipkart not only targets the tier 2 and tier 3 cities, but it also targets tier 1 cities. So we are not very sure about how this will affect the tier 1 cities, whereas Too Good was majorly focused on tier 2 cities and beyond. Moreover, we think that Too Good already has a lot of these capabilities in alignment with our proposed plan, which makes it even more easier to propose this plan over Too Good app. And this is how we kind of came to the conclusion that it is better to go with Too Good app rather than Flipkart.
Okay, makes sense. But a good portion of that Bharat also migrates to bigger towns and bigger cities and is working as the, say, SEC C plus or SEC B minus. Say that a lot of gig economy workers today, they are part of urban markets, but I mean, you can definitely put whatever solves you put out for Bharat, they can very well work for them, right? Say a delivery boy for Swiggy today, a person who migrated from a small town near Bangalore came to Bangalore and started to work for Swiggy as a rider, right? Now, for that person, a lot of solves which we are talking about are very, very relevant, right?
Right.
So, yeah, okay. So, initially we are planning to do this pilot testing, right? So we'll partner with the existing UGC platform. So it's not more about OTT, but it's about UGC. So users themselves create the content. And thus, so for example, if you take up a third-party UGC app, they'll have their existing customers who will be a combination of all these customer segments that you have mentioned right now. And with this, when we attach our brand name to these partnerships for the first 2 halves of the pilot program, we'll be able to leverage the existing name of the partner as well as create our own platform and target the right customer segments.
Just to add on to that, the objective that we might achieve, that we would achieve at the end of this program would also be to induce trust in the customer for e-commerce as a channel of shopping, and that is what we're arriving at with social proof as well as feedback and recommendation. So when you for example, the example you mentioned, when you say someone from a tier 2 or a tier 3 city has moved to tier 1 and is a resident there, at least with this model they would again have trust in e-commerce and can move to Flipkart as the next transition in their e-commerce journey or in their journey as a shopper. So here it is important to induce trust in the e-commerce model as a whole.
Thank you.
All right, quick question from me. The influencer-driven commerce and the influencer-driven OTT, not OTT, UGC content platform both tread on a fine line, like where you have content first, commerce second, and commerce first, content second, right? So, for example, platforms like TikTok, Instagram, etc., struggle doing commerce on their platform because they're content first. People come there to discover content, consume content. Serendipity is one part of it, right? Whereas, say, a platform like Bulbul or Too Good Today, they are shopping first, and hence it's more about selling. It's more about discovery rather than entertainment. So,
Right.
what's your comment on that? How do you marry the two, and how do you find the right balance here?
Right. So the plan here is, which is why the phase 1 includes the concept pilot testing. Here we would use the UGC a popular. So let's take an example of, for example, a Chingari app, which is a popular UGC app right now in India. So in the concept, in the pilot test, in the pilot phase, we would include features from the Too Good app, or we would partner with them to redirect their UGC customers or UGC users to the Too Good app. So for example, if I'm watching a video on Chingari and I get additions on my Chingari app saying you can shop this look, then I would be redirected to the Too Good app. That is the transition of a content consumer to a shopper. And once we have enough, so that's why we phased it out to 2 halves. Once we have enough redirects to the Too Good app, we start for shopping, we start including features of content creation in the Too Good app. The phased journey is such that, so for example, after 6 months, I am a Chingari user and I am redirected to Too Good from my third party, from Too Good's to third party affiliate. I'm redirected to Too Good. I shop on Too Good, and then the day my product is delivered, I get a notification saying, hope you like the product. Do share a video or do share your product experience with your community or with the app. And that is where we bring in the incentive as well, because from our primary research, we did find 2 basic psyches of customers. One who loves to just shop. They just want value for money in their products and in the shopping that they're doing. And the second are people who want to be popular, are people who want to influence, who want to have millions and thousands of likes. So here is where the badging concept would work. If I am someone who wants to just be popular, with every with the virality coefficient of my content, I become the influencer of the day, or I become sabka dost or something like that. So that is where we get to transition both the categories that you mentioned, either the heavy users or the heavy shoppers, to one platform.
Time is up for Q&A.
Okay, no problem.
Sure. Thank you so much, Atis. Sorry about that. Great. Thank you, judges, and thank you, team, the Three Musketeers. With that, we come to the close of the presentations for our business track. Thank you once again to our three judges and our finalists in this track. That was truly impressive, guys. Requesting all our judges to kindly join the Google Meet link on your calendar right away, where Sumit is waiting for you for a quick debrief. And while we leave the judges to go and make their decision, we will take a quick 20 minutes break for lunch, food for thought, and for our body as well. We will see you back here on the same link at 2:35 p.m. for the supply chain track. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome, welcome, welcome. Hope you guys had a good break and a refresher. And it's now time to move on to our next track for Wired 4.0, the supply chain track. Let's very quickly have a look at our jury for the supply chain track for today. We have Anil Kumar Jha, VP Grocery and Hyperlocal, Sebin Thomas, Senior Director Grocery, and Amit Golash, VP Large Supply Chain. We also have some professors who have joined us live in the audience today. They are Professor Pradeep Pai from NMIMS Mumbai, Professor Dr. Manoj K. Srivastava from MDI Gurgaon, and Professor Srinivas Gunta from IIM Indore. A very warm Flipkart welcome to each one of you, and thank you so much for taking the time out to be with us today. We have 6 teams that will compete one after the other. Each presentation will be followed by a short Q&A led by our jury. Each team has 12 minutes to present and 6 minutes for Q&A. Team, please note, you will also be judged on time management, so do keep that in mind while presenting today. Let's have a quick look at the teams presenting their solutions in this track. Great. And with that, let's get started. Let's get our first team live on screen. They are none other than Sankalp, Saurabh, and Aaron from VG Som IT Karangpur. Team, let's get you live on screen now. Awesome. There you are, guys. Welcome, welcome. And your time starts now.
A very good afternoon to one and all. We are Team Titans from VG Som IIT Kharagpur, and the problem statement assigned to us today is to propose a model that is scalable and allows grocery order fulfillment to be extended to Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities while ensuring quick delivery, quality products, a wide range of product options, and the lowest possible supply chain cost. To do this, we will be selecting cities to form a cluster such that the cities are in close proximity to each other, so that the transit time between them is not greater than 5 to 6 hours. Each city will have a collection center to store locally procured items from APMCs and farmer cooperatives, and a distribution center to dispatch these orders for last mile delivery. A fulfillment center is basically a distribution center which will also cater to the demand of neighboring cities and will generally be located in a city that is well connected to the national network. So in our diagram here, city X will have the fulfillment center, and all other cities A, B, and C will have a distribution center. Because of the varied number of products and their perishable nature, we have approached this problem by classifying our product portfolio into these categories. Green, that is locally available items procured within the city or from nearby cities. Yellow, these are seasonal items that have to be procured from elsewhere. And red, these are items that cannot be sourced locally and have to be procured from faraway places or even nationally. Then we also have the grocery items category, which consists of non-perishable items with a relatively longer shelf life. The backbone of the model will be the sourcing and demand forecasting strategy, which will be determined by the software and optimized for each of these categories. The sourcing strategy for all non-perishable products will be optimized for cost. That is, they will always be sourced from locations that will result in the lowest possible supply chain cost from among all the available options. For G category products that are perishable, we will go for a cost optimization strategy, as the model already ensures that these items do not involve long transit times. For Y category perishable items, we will go for a cost optimization approach when they are in season. That is, they will basically behave like our G category products. And when they are out of season, we will have to follow a time optimized sourcing strategy to ensure the items reach us well before the expiry of their shelf life. For our category perishable items, we will follow a time optimized sourcing strategy as well. When we look at the demand forecasting strategy for perishable products, the G category items will have a forecast period of 2 days to save on storage costs. For Y category items in season, the demand forecast interval will be 2 days and 3 to 5 days in off season. The point we'd like to highlight here is that we'll be using gel-based cooling solutions, that is gel packs, to transport perishable items, and we will be going with approaches like procuring fruits and vegetables while they're still raw to to ensure no wastage due to over-ripening by the time they reach us. For our category items, we have a forecasting period of 3 to 5 days, considering that they are sourced nationally. Similarly, for non-perishable products, the forecasting periods have been estimated. They are slightly larger owing to the lesser constraints on their shelf life. Now my colleague Sankalp will illustrate this with an example.
To illustrate the model better, to explain the model better, here is a small illustration on how the model will work in a state like Jharkhand. Here, Ranchi will function as the fulfillment center because it is centrally located, and the other cities will function as normal distribution and collection centers. Here is a sample product portfolio for a city like Jamshedpur. As noted earlier, the products will be classified into G, Y, R, and grocery categories. Now, the demand forecasting software will predict the demand of each of these items, and after local procurement, the deficit will be calculated for each of these items. The items which will be in deficit will be procured from cities nearby in the same cluster, and a collective stock of those items will be routed through the fulfillment center to Jamshedpur. Now, Aaron will talk about order procurement and fulfillment journey.
Thank you, Sankalp. The procurement flow will be in the following manner. The model forecasts the demand for each category of product, that is Y, G, and R, and prepares a procurement schedule for each city. The collection center in each city will complete the local procurement, and any deficit will be supplied by the fulfillment center. That is, cities A and B have their and X have their procurement schedule. A and B procure items locally. The deficit of city A and B is supplied by the fulfillment center in city X. The fulfillment center completes the procurement. The distribution flow is explained from when the customer places an order. The order will be classified again into the G, Y, and R categories. The fulfillment center dispatches the bulk orders of Y and R items forecasted earlier to the distribution center of city A. The order is received at the distribution center of city A. It is then combined with the G items locally procured from this collection center of city A and dispatched for last mile delivery to the customer. Meanwhile, the truck from the fulfillment center moves on to the distribution center of city B with the Y and R items. The same process is followed, that is, the order is received at the distribution center of city B and combined with the G items locally procured from the collection center of city B and dispatched for last mile delivery. On the return journey to the fulfillment center, the truck will collect any supply that is meant for other places from the collection centers of B and A respectively. Now, why this model? This model considers the perishable nature of the products and the loss that can be incurred because of long transit times and optimizes the sourcing accordingly. My colleague Saurabh now will take you through the supply chain cost estimation details.
Thank you, Aaron. So for the cost estimation part, let's assume for a family of 4 in a tier 2 city, monthly grocery and fruit and vegetable expense is around rupees 6,000. Let's assume that they order weekly. So per order bucket will be around 1,500 rupees. Assuming demand per fulfillment center is 1 lakh order yearly and per distribution center 20,000 yearly. Based on the demand and the storage needed, warehouse area is calculated at fulfillment center and distribution center. We require around 4,500 square feet at fulfillment center and 900 square feet at all the distribution centers. Assuming a pallet size of 40 inch by 48 inch, we have calculated the number of pallet position required and estimated their cost. We also assume that we will be needing a forklift at fulfillment center and a hand operated forklift at distribution center. The cost of this product have been estimated as well, and these have been depreciated over a period of 10 years. The monthly rent and manpower at fulfillment center and distribution center has been estimated. Also, the utilities like electricity, water, cleaning and sanitization, and tech and IT costs are also calculated. Long haul is divided into 2 parts. One within the cluster and second for the grocery from local and also from the national sourcing. Along with these crates, refrigerator, gel pack, quality equipment is taken into account. Last mile delivery will be done on small 4-wheelers like Tata S. A driver and a helper and a rental vehicle is accounted here. Adding all this and dividing by the number of order, we get the supply chain cost per order as rupees 159.49. Now, we have also taken 5 different situations in which the demands are different. Right now, starting from 50,000 yearly at FC to 10,000 yearly at DC to 2 lakh orders at FC and 40,000 orders at DC. We can see that as the demand increases, the cost is decreasing from rupees 193.85 per order to rupees 141.92 per order. Next will be taken by Sankalp.
Thank you, Saurabh. Now let's take a look at the implementation of the model. First of all, we will have to identify target cities based on certain factors such as internet penetration, average working hours of the people, smartphone penetration, connectivity with the national highways, etc. Next, we will have to consult local agricultural experts to get information regarding the availability of items, the transportation details, and the pricing of items. Next, we will have to set up the local procurement network, which will involve reaching out to farmers, farmer cooperatives, and APMCs and explaining to them the sourcing process. Moving on, taking help from agricultural consultants, we will design a product portfolio. And as noted earlier, we will classify the products into R, Y, and G, R, Y, G, and grocery categories depending upon their availability. Moving on, we will then work out the transportation and end-to-end logistics and end-to-end logistic details. And we will also rent warehouses, which will function as distribution centers and collection centers. Moving on, we will then set up office spaces. After that, we will set up the warehouse infrastructure, which involves purchasing crates, gel packs, racks, refrigerators, forklifts, hardware and software for quality inspection, etc. After that, we will set up an initial stock of grocery items to get the process running. Since initial demand forecasts might not be accurate, hence we will have to take an approximate estimation as to how much initial stock will be required to get the process started. At the end, we will hire and train the contractual employees. And after that, we will do some marketing and advertising for demand generation. We can go for digital advertising on OTT and social media platforms. We can also go for billboard advertising. On estimating the approximate time required for each of these activities, we have calculated that the total time required to get the model up and running in any one city is approximately 16 weeks. Next, let's look at some of the factors which will ensure the feasibility of the proposed model. Sourcing. Since we are not solely relying on farmers, because establishing long-term relationships with farmers is a time-intensive process, we can always fall back to government-established APMCs. In the long run, our farmer-centric approach of doing business will help ensure that the supply side remains steady. So we will be using tech as an enabler, and one of the technology platforms which we are proposing is tech-enabled quality inspection through image analytics or computer vision for higher efficiency and reduced manpower involvement. Such products are already available in the market and are in use by some companies. We are also proposing a just-in-time approach to maintain a high inventory turnover and less storage to prevent the fruits and vegetables and the perishables from getting wasted. Regarding the warehousing, storage, and logistic details, we are proposing warehouses to be self-owned to meet long-term growth objectives, high level of service, higher efficiency, ensure scalability. Also, we have considered a 10-year depreciation of these items. However, these items have high salvage value, which will be a point of advantage for us. We are also proposing refrigerators and cold gel packs for storage and transportation of perishables. The advantage of using gel packs is that will reduce both our capital expenditure and operating expenditure because gel packs can be reused. Regarding the technology backend, we are proposing a robust demand forecasting software to predict the demand of products. And it is feasible because such tools are already available in the market and their accuracy can be improved in the long run. The demand forecasting software will also have embedded a procurement software to determine the most ideal cities to source from in case of a supply-demand deficit. At the end, regarding the reverse logistics, we will be using crates to reduce plastic packaging and facilitate the exchange of products during last-mile delivery. We can always get back the defectives and give them back to the farmers at zero or low cost for making compost. In order to maintain high utilization of the logistic vehicles, we are proposing that delivery trucks, when they return back from the distribution centers to the fulfillment centers, they can get back the excess of supplies, which can be stored in the fulfillment center and can be used to fulfill uncertain demands or demand during off-season times. That's it. We will be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, team. Let's get our jury live on screen now. There you are. You have 6 minutes for Q&A and your time starts now.
Hi, Team Titan. This is Amit here. Thank you for your presentation. I would like to understand what is the target you have taken for waste on perishables, considering that your design assumes milk routing between the collection centers.
Yeah, I'd like to take this up. So for wastages, we have assumed a 10% wastage. So our demand forecasting will, when we are forecasting demand, we'll also consider an excess of an optimistic estimate of 10% to account for wastages.
Thank you.
So Tim Titan, so the way I understand the model is that you've multiple levels of sourcing, right, and exchange of material between multiple warehouses. How do you anticipate that in a very dynamic environment of business, right? How will this be controlled and executed to the precision? What is the plan for that?
Sankat, do you want to say or should I go ahead?
Yeah, Aaron, you can go ahead.
Yeah. So the first thing is the sourcing will be from APMC. So that will be controlled by us. And since we are not outsourcing this process, so we have a lot of control over the internal processes like the quality checks and all. And like Sankalp had proposed that for the inspect part in the value chain, the inspect part will also be we have also added a layer of technology over there so that we are using image analytics for a cursory examination of all products that are entering into our warehouses to ensure that quality is met over there.
Also, adding to what Aaron just said, so we will be working on a demand forecasting software. So before the actual demand, before the demand actually arrives, we will be procuring those items in advance and storing them at the fulfillment center or the distribution center of those particular cities, so that we are well prepared beforehand.
Got it.
Yeah, Anil here. See, as the F&B shelf life is very limited, why would you not explore to get it serviced directly to the number of stores you have in a city rather than storing it in your fulfillment or direct distribution center you have, because that will impact on the overall shelf life available. So what challenge you see that in case if you have to make a milk run and ensure that on a daily basis you are supplying to the stores rather than storing at your end and reducing the shelf life?
Yes, sir. So that was one of the points that we had considered, and the point actually that came up was that for a new segment, right? Flipkart will be entering into a new segment of groceries and fruits and vegetables. The main make or break factor here that we see is how customers will be willing to accept this product, and if the quality degrades because of lack of control over what these our stores provide, that can actually provide a very negative user experience, and that is why we decided that we would not prefer to go we would not prefer to have the shops source out these products. We would like to have that control with us.
Also, sir, adding
Let
to
me clarify my question. These stores will be owned by Flipkart.
So you're speaking about Flipkart taking a partnership with the stores?
Yes.
All right. Yeah. So we haven't really explored the exact details that would go into making of partnerships. But from what I understand is this would also involve a lot of coordination with actually handling and running of these stores. So that was one of the reasons we haven't explored this in detail. But yes, it is a good option that we could look into.
What are a few things you have ensured in your supply chain that your F&B quality will be consistent?
Sir, can you please come again?
I'm saying, how will you ensure the consistency in your F&B quality? Fruits and vegetables quality, how will you ensure there is a consistency? Because by nature, the product is challenging.
Sir, actually, so we will be having collection centers, and when the farmers or the farmer cooperatives will be dropping off their items at the collection centers, there will be certain quality checks. Apart from that, like Aaron also mentioned previously, we will be using image analytics to inspect the items. At least physical inspection can be done. After that, there will be a layer of manual inspection. So all the items which are procured, they will be inspected by the contractual employees, and that's how we plan to maintain quality. And also, so regarding the perishable items, so we are trying to ensure that the total transit time taken for the items, suppose they are being procured from outside the cluster or from faraway places, the total transit time plus the number of days of worth of stock of items that will be procured, that should be roughly equal to 50% or say 60% of the shelf life of the products, so that we can take a margin that even if the items are reaching to the consumers, we can expect that the consumers are not going to consume them immediately. They can also store them for 2 or 3 days. So we are trying to ensure that within our model itself.
Okay.
Thank you, Team Titan.
Thank you. I guess we're time's up. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, judges, and thank you, Team Titan. Going live next is Team OG. We have Prashant, Anurag, and Pooja from National Institute of Industrial Engineering, Mumbai. Can I have the team live on screen now? There you are, guys. You're live on screen now, and your time starts now.
So hello everyone, we are Team OG from NITI Mumbai. So the next slide. So we have basically a viable grocery order fulfillment model for basically tier 2 cities. So this is our problem statement. So what we started with was where we conducted 7 personal interviews from different professionals also associated with like different brands like Swiggy, Ninja Cart, Grofers. And on the basis of the data which we got, we made this benchmarking table wherein we have identified these 4 kinds of services which they provide, and the features like the unique selling proposition that they are offering, the geographical spread they are catering to, the different product range which they are offering, their sourcing techniques which they are employing, and inventory related aspects, then the supply chain structure which each of these have, and also the other order related aspects as well. For example, if you look at Grofers, if they look at their supply chain structure, we can see that there are 4 warehouses which is in the vicinity of a single city which acts as a fulfillment center, and they have around 15 to 20 dispatch points which are within the city which are only used for cross docking. Then there is final last mile delivery which is done using the bike fleet. So on the basis of the data which we gathered, we have positioned them on a 2x2 matrix wherein we look at the capital investment which these companies would be requiring, the delivery cost and the customer experience which they give the customers, and also if they are owning their own inventory or there is a retail based inventory. So we are proposing a repositioning of Supermart, which is a hybrid of both the inventories. Going to the next slide. Yeah, so I'll be first explaining you the overall model, how it is, and then we'll go into the details in the later on slides. So what we have done is we have identified certain cities, tier 2 cities, on the basis of the different demographic factors, and we have made clusters on the basis of their locations. And as each cluster will be having one fulfillment center, which will be catering to each of the cities of the cluster. So each cluster will be containing 2 to 3 cities. So coming to the sourcing of the fulfillment center, this will be done at 3 levels. That is the national level sourcing, the distributor level sourcing, and the regional level sourcing. Now from the fulfillment center, trucks will be daily replenishing it to the velocity centers, which will be located within the city. Now these trucks will be having 2 kinds of orders. First is the scheduled orders, which is corresponding to deliveries types like daily mart and the next day deliveries. And other is anticipated same day deliveries, which is corresponding to wait and win and Flipkart quick delivery types. Apart from getting the materials from the fulfillment center, velocity center will also be hyper locally sourcing certain products. So there's 2 types of products. First is purpose sourcing, which involves our frozen meat and fresh meat, and this basically eliminates the need for cold supply chain up to the VC. The other type of sourcing is for single purchase items of certain items which is not stored at the fulfillment center. So at the velocity center, there will be cross docking and order fulfillment for the scheduled orders, as well as storage for the anticipated same day orders. So finally, coming to the last mile delivery, we'll be using a bike fleet, which will be catering to the last mile delivery of the customers, and the customers will be able to choose from these 4 delivery types according to their own requirements. Now coming to the strategy types, so what we have known that we are not that much known to that how tier 2 cities will be responding to our e-grocery market. So we have focused on keeping minimal inventory, thereby leading to a little bit higher on the logistics cost.
Thank you, Prashant. Let's deep dive into our model. Initially, we have proposed the decision sourcing tree based on the product type, shelf life, and availability, and have to decide based on what type of sourcing we'll be going to. That is either national level sourcing, regional level sourcing, or distributor level sourcing.
Coming to the frozen model, we have identified that only 16% of Tier 1 orders are frozen products, and it could be lesser expected in Tier 2 cities. Hence, eliminated the need of cold storage until fulfillment center and are hyper-locally sourcing these frozen products. Coming to the city selection, we have identified 65 cities based on 3 demographic factors and also comparing operating cities of Big Basket and Grofers. Once mapped, these cities formed clusters on the Indian map. For example, Lucknow, Allahabad, and Kanpur formed one cluster of 3 cities where a single fulfillment center will be shared, realizing cost savings of approximately 5 rupees per basket. And also in warehouse, we have identified that picking is the dominant cost factor and hence propose different layout designing based on the type of products, that is continuous, single purchase, and occasional. And also proposed aggregated picking and picking assistance system, and companies providing such are Senpiper. And here we realize approximately 30% cost reduction, and the references are taken from Grofers. Velocity centers are nothing but mini warehouses within each of these cities. And the operations that Velocity Center caters to are cross-docking of scheduled orders, incomplete order completion, and storage of anticipated express delivery orders for the same day. The number and the size of Velocity centers will be dependent on the number of orders being catered to, the area being served, and the average stock norms. For example, a city like Lucknow will be having 3 Velocity centers, realizing operational cost of 16 rupees per order based on various cost drivers. As we have proposed hyperlocal sourcing model for our products like frozen, fresh meat, single purchase, etc., we have to digitalize our substantial local vendor partners, just like platforms of JioMart and ShopX, for better inventory control and real-time stock visibility. For example, if there were higher walk-ins in a particular day to all our hyperlocal vendors nearby, and a particular product quantity goes below the specified safety stock set by Flipkart, then we get an alert to delist the item as soon as possible on our platform. Coming to the IT techniques, we have suggested the following IT techniques and specifically the time slotting. And also, we could leverage on the already available Flipkart technologies like Flip, AVP system, Arkham dashboard. Relay-based micro deliveries are also the aggregated deliveries that could be made to housing societies, office and shopping mall parking lots, realizing savings of approximately 5 to 8 minutes per delivery.
So in our model, we have suggested 4 types of last mile delivery. One is the next day delivery, where deliveries will be performed in the scheduled slot on the next day. Second is the subscription-based model called Daily Mart, where periodically items like milk, etc., will be delivered in the scheduled slot. Third is the Flipkart Quick, which is an express delivery where deliveries will be performed within 2 hours of order generation. And last is a wait and win model where deliveries for that day will be aggregated and they will be delivered in a predefined slot at the end of the day. For the range of products, we have categorized them into 4 buckets: FMCG, staple, frozen, and fresh. And we are suggesting to enlarge the assortment size for each category. Now, coming to the cost of the overall supply chain cost, we have created a detailed model where we have calculated the size of FC and VC, as well as we have also considered the operational cost of FC and VC. So this is our overall cost model. So to calculate the operation cost at fulfillment center, we have considered these cost drivers. The cost drivers are unloading cost, storage cost, picking cost, shipping cost, packaging, utility, maintenance, and rent cost, and it contributes 32% to our per order final cost. The similar cost drivers were applied to the velocity center, and it contributes 19% to our final per day cost, per order cost. Coming to the hyper-local sourcing, again, there are 2 components. One is the sourcing of incomplete or single purchase items, and second is sourcing of frozen items, which contributes 4% to our final per order cost. For transportation, again, there are 2 components. One is the transportation of orders from fulfillment center to the velocity center through truckloads, which contributes 21% to our final per order cost. And second is the last mile delivery, which will be performed through the bike rides, which contributes 23% to our final per order cost. The last component is the investment cost at 10% interest rate, which contributes 1% of the final order cost. So our overall supply chain cost comes around 85.33 rupees per order, with an overall investment of 68.7 lakhs per city. Through our secondary research, we have identified 4 major consumer profiles, that is urban mothers, young enthusiasts, budding shoppers, and convenience seekers. We have also identified the consumer experience metrics and its cause and effect relationship with the investment that we need to perform. For future scope, we can look into pushing brands into tier 2 cities. Such products can be identified by assessing the localized demand as well as leveraging the existing capability of Flipkart Supermart Select products. The awareness can be spread through extensive marketing campaign. The benefits of a private label being higher margins ranging up to 40%, better consumer loyalty, and stronger negotiation power at regional and national level sourcing. So this is our execution timeline. In the initial phase, we will be piloting our model into 5 clusters, and the same will be expanded into other tier 2 cities and towns in subsequent phases. As we move along our execution timeline, we are suggesting a strategy shift towards more investment in infrastructure and automation and lesser logistic cost. However, this decision should be based on the response that we are getting in the city with respect to number of orders that are generated as well as the margins that are generated per order. So this was our overall proposed model. Now we can take the Q&A. Thank you.
Thank you so much, team. Let's have our judges live now for Q&A. Judges, your time starts now.
Yeah, hi, Anil here. So tell me, when you have made your model, what is the minimum order quantity in a city before you will decide to launch? How much you think that the volume is required for this model to be successful?
So our assumption is we have taken 2,000 orders per day for a tier 2 city, and we come to the number because we talk to Amazon Fresh and Grofers, and in a city like tier 1 city like Bangalore or Hyderabad, they are getting around 4,000 to 4,500 orders per day.
And also adding to Anurag's point, so we have taken an average order size for a cluster as well. So the proposed cluster here, we have approximately $6,000.
Thank you.
Also, sir, I think the number of orders in a city, if it like increases, then the main aspect which will be increasing and decreasing would be the velocity center. So that is something which we can cater to, and we can design as per the city requirements, so that there will not be any change in the further other aspects of the model.
And one more question is that whenever you are designing a FC or fulfillment center, you will design it which will suffice, because when you begin with, you will have lower volume and gradually volumes will grow. So what will be your time horizon, whether it will suffice for 18 months, 2 years, 1 year, 6 months?
I would like to take this question. So, sir, our proposed model was to check the strategy within the tier 2 cities for a period of 2 years completely, understand the demographics, and also equipping ourselves with assuming that the total orders will be 2,000. So it could be lesser, but this is our assumption so that we don't miss out on the opportunity that would come our way.
You are saying that you will make a upfront investment in the fixed infra, which will suffice for 2 years.
Yes, sir. Initial 2 years, and also we were proposing the only in rental and not completely investing in fixed cost in our initial model. So our model initially for the first 2 years is dwelled upon renting and reducing the fixed investment, but increasing the last mile delivery, because that comes as the cause and effect of lesser fixed investment.
Further on, if we like if we like get a larger demand, then we have proposed that we can go for investments and actually setting up our own places rather than going for a rental kind of a lease kind of.
So quickly, team, your velocity centers in the calculation you said 1,100 square feet, right? But that space is supposed to do storage, order aggregation, cross docking, a lot of activities. Don't you think it's too small?
Okay,
Yes,
so I think we have taken an assumption of 2,000 orders per city, and
Mhm.
out of these 2,000 orders, very few. We have assumed that only 25 to 30% orders will be the same day orders. So that comes around 600 orders, and those 600 orders will be distributed over the 3 velocity or 4 velocity center. So our
Okay.
average stock norms comes around 0.15 to 0.18 days.
Mhm.
So the storage space is taken care of, and for cross docking orders, again we have only cross dock the orders per VC. So I think with respect to the size, I think we are I think that is a better assumption.
Okay, good that. And last mile delivery using bikes, considering that groceries typically heavy orders, right? Won't that be difficult to do delivery through bikes?
So, we have taken references here from NinjaCart, being a B2C which has larger orders. They themselves have moved to bike delivery, sir.
Mhm.
So could approximately have like 1,200 to 1,500 amount of worth of groceries in their bike fleet, which they are delivering. So, owing to lesser average for Flipkart, considering the B2C market, so it would be easily done through bikes. So that was we went.
And so another option for bike delivery is full truck, so truck delivery. But in this scenario, in the city with the traffic speed, we won't be attaining the full truck load. So if you compare the efficiency of these two mode of last mile delivery, I think the last mile delivery through bike rides gives us a better efficiency.
Yeah, also like each VC is as a kind of closer to the customer, right? So what we are trying to do is reduce the delivery time here, so that we can use the same bike maybe repeated number of times, thereby again decreasing our investment cost while initially getting into the city.
Okay, got it.
Team Amit here. For your FNV sourcing through hyperlocal model, given it's prevalent in other parts and other players, what would define success in our model?
Okay, so first of all, the idea behind this is to provide a larger range of products to the consumers. Now, what we have done is, first of all, we are not hyper locally sourcing of all of the parts of the product, but rather a very smaller percentage of the overall scheduled orders and certain orders, right? So there's the first part, how we'll be handling the risk, we are minimizing the risk. Now, secondly, we'll be partnering with a certain shops itself, not on each and every shop, but rather a few players which have the capability to actually digitally develop the infrastructure, and thereby will be able to ensure better inventory control over them.
Coming to the bigger picture, sir, we have identified that there are 300 SKUs that are in continuous product range. So that is where we should see that they don't go out of stock. And then comes the occasional products and then the single purchase. So our main agenda would be to go for continuous, and occasional products shouldn't go out of stock. So maintain relations with the vendors to manage those products.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for your time, Tejas.
Thank you, judges and team OG. The next team coming live on screen is Shivam, Alok, and Chinmay from Let's Get Wired, NMIMS Mumbai. Can we have the team live on screen, please? There's team Let's Get Wired. Good luck, guys. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon, all. So the real competition is between the supply chain and not the company. Now, with a famous quote said by Sir Martin Christopher, I welcome you all on behalf of Let's Get Wired and MMS Mumbai. Basis our analysis of the problem statement to expand the existing online grocery business to Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities, we identified the objectives that includes varied range of product offerings, improving the order fill rates, and minimizing the capital investments and supply chain costs. Now, to achieve these objectives, we did research and analyzed the supply chain models in India and abroad, and also arrived on a solution considering all the possible constraints while keeping the prime focus in mind, that is our customers. Now, the challenges faced in the existing grocery supply chain are as follows, and we plan to track our model performance through certain KPIs like the retention rate or the net promoter score. Now, in competitive analysis, we see that the majority of the competition is shifting towards the inventory or hybrid kind of model. Also, Amazon is into hybrid kind of supply chain model, which gives it the benefit if for future scaling up. So the online grocery market is in the nascent stage as of now, and it's very important to have maximum control over the supply chain for higher profitability and differentiating the customer experiences in the long run. Now, customers expect freshness and quality over speed, especially in tier 2 cities. The most important takeaway for us was that customers shop for deals and not for products. Thereby, they expect continuous discounts. More than half of the surveyed customers prefer early morning delivery slots for perishables like breads, eggs, and milk before 10 a.m. After talking, after taking into account all the possible factors that ultimately affect the customer, here's what Team Let's Get Wired has to offer.
Now our team presents before you the hybrid 3C model. We have categorized the entire assortment into three types: FMCG, semi-perishables, and perishables. First, we identify the Flipkart's existing supply chain, which caters to FMCG and staples in metros and other cities. This does not have the challenges that we foresee in fresh assortments. Here, the products are stocked in FCs. Next is fresh meat, which is delivered directly to FCs by brands such as Licious and is stored in cold storage facility. As per the customer order, these are transported to DC in a specialized space daily. Enable the supply chain of fresh products. We realize that it is better to involve farmers in our supply chain. Hence, we propose our next channel, CCFC products for semi-perishables. In this channel, products are collected from farmers in collection center and transported to FC for storage. For grocery business, the potential demand for perishable is about 10 to 15%. In our model, we propose a third channel for perishables, where the produce is collected direct from farmers in CC and delivered directly to DC, eliminating the FC. By doing so, we reduce the supply chain touch points, thereby ensuring quicker delivery and cost saving. In this channel, the activities of FC would be conducted in CC and thereby CC act as CC come FC. Products from FC along with perishables that will be collated at DC and delivered to the customer. The focus of our proposed hybrid 3C model is to minimize the stakeholders' involvement in the end-to-end supply chain management, thereby ensuring that all products delivered are Flipkart assured. Next, let's explore more about the cost saving associated with the proposed solution and operational easiness.
Now, in an effort to offer the most feasible and effective solution, our team tried to strengthen the proposed hybrid 3C model through optimizing the cost. In the first phase of the execution plan, we are targeting Lucknow city along with 4 other satellite towns, that is Kanpur, Prayagraj, Varanasi, and Gorakhpur. Through Lucknow city, we want to target the whole eastern UP belt through 7 collection centers, 1 FC, and 6 distribution centers. The location of each center is strategically decided considering critical factors. In the map shown, you can see CCs are in red, FC is in blue, and DCs are in green. Since the case study expected us to design a solution which does not compromise on the order fulfillment, we wanted to ensure that the customer experience doesn't get differentiated, be it in tier 1 or tier 2 city, for which we did a detailed analysis on the last mile delivery, wherein we divided the Lucknow city into hexagonal areas to be catered by the 6 DCs. We categorized the hexagonal areas into 3 colors on the basis of multiplier of population density and the per capita income. Since we expect a lot of orders from areas in the red zone, we plan to have a dedicated DC for the same. Each DC on an average covers a radius of nearly 12 kilometers and serves around 166 orders per day. And through our model, we strive to deliver the products before the committed hours every time. Now, diving deep into our analysis, we aimed at minimizing the supply chain cost also by challenging our own solution model. Our team came out with a multiple CCDC model approach, an extension of the proposed CCDC model. We considered a practical scenario wherein we were able to save nearly 7 lakh rupees per month of transportation cost, obviously on the basis of assumptions of business and volume that we have considered. The situation caters to Prayagraj and Varanasi as DC and the materials are being procured from Bareilly, Hardoi, and Kannauj. The overall cost savings was 39%, which has the capability of shifting the whole break-even by 3 to 4 months. But this is only one combination out of many. And we found out that multiple CCDC model could help us to optimize the cost further. Now let's look at the ease of execution of our solution.
We decided to go with 3 slots for enhancing the customer experience. A dedicated morning slot based on primary research catering to peak requirements of milk, eggs, and bread. The afternoon slot, which is a non-peak slot, and we expect the non-perishables orders in this category. And in the evening slot, we expect high traffic, majorly in the F&B category. Now the table shows the back-end cutoff times as to when the vehicle should leave CC or FC or be it DC in order to cater to the particular slot. The 2 slots that are blue colored, that is the CC come FC channel, gives us the cushion of 2 hours as it doesn't have to go to the FC again, thereby ensuring that the customer gets fresh and quality produce for F&B. Also, in the evening slot, the green colored cell specifies the cutoff time for vehicles to move out of CC come FC, and hence, accordingly, we can cater to same day delivery as well, provided we order before this cutoff time. Now, this could be one of the potential USPs of our solution model. Here, we identified the workforce per shift depending on the activities happening at CC, FC, or DC. Now, in order to increase the business value, we further categorized our assortments in 3 color zones. First one is the green zone, which houses the freshly arrived produce. After a certain threshold time period, we transferred them to the yellow zone. Now the assortment that has a risk of liquidation is given the highest priority and should be sold at a discount or discount rate. We also plan to highlight these categories to the business team to get value out of it before it crosses the outbound freshness guardrail. Now, sales over return clauses should also be established with the vendors wherever essential in order to avoid losses.
Now, talking on the feasibility of our model, the feasibility relies on the unit economics per fulfilled order. The approach through which we want to test the feasibility and project the financials include demography, market development, operational capabilities, and the infrastructure investment. To start with, we have considered Lucknow city. Assumptions of our model include the online grocery penetration of 1% and initial market share of 6%. And also on calculation, we got to know that the number of orders in the initial phase will be 206 orders per day, and which we expect to scale up to 1,000 orders per day in the next 12 months. And we expect a total annual sale of rupees 4 crore with a gross revenue margin of rupees 40 lakhs. For operational capabilities, we try to calculate the number of vehicles required for the supply chain on the basis of milk runs and the primary research insights. Next, we have projected both gross revenue and the profitability number. The break-even analysis estimate that the net profit would be positive by 2025, which is 4 years after the launch, and the contribution margin is positive by 2025. The operating margin in the hybrid model is higher than the pure inventory model as well as the marketplace model because we have worked on the minimum touch points approach. The Excel sheet has been embedded in the slide for your reference. Thank you. Now coming on the scalability part, in the phase 1 of the execution plan, we target Lucknow and Ahmedabad as our target tier 2 cities. And we selected these cities on the basis of heat map of population density, the availability of already existing Flipkart's warehouse and logistics, and also the number of existing customers already on the Flipkart app. Other factors which would help us to scale up the project is the connectivity of the network. For example, I'll be glad to inform the team that there is a Purvanchal Express which is planned in the UP government's infrastructure initiative, which will connect all these 5 cities that we have selected, and it will help us to reduce the travel time by 3 to 4 hours. And here is our proposed timeline for the next 5 years to scale up our model. Next, please. Talking about the supply chain cost, the major supply chain cost is for chillers, establishing collection center near farmer and the distribution centers. The FMCG and chiller supply chain will be enabled through the existing warehouse only, and the supply chain for the perishable product will be enabled through the distribution centers. According to our estimates, the inventory and warehouse operations comprise 60% and 25% of the entire supply chain cost respectively. True capital investment is involved only in the leasing of CCs and DCs. And we also have done the model comparison with marketplace and inventory, and we got to know that hybrid model is the most effective way to serve our customers in the tier 2 city.
One of the key deliverables expected was to ensure higher order fill rate. We target an order fill rate of around 98%, and we did it by 3 ways of doing it. That is to ensure that 80% of all assortments are available for selection every time to the customer. About 90 to 95% of our top assortment must be available. And third, minimum 2 running products of different product categories should always be available with us. Currently, Flipkart caters to various product assortment mentioned in the slide. By implementing hybrid 3C model, we shall be able to cater additional product range like fresh products like F&B, pork, and fresh meats.
Our solution model is committed to not compromise on the delivery experience. Let's say a vegetarian would never want the products to be batched with non-veg offerings. And also we cannot combine, for example, sugar with incense sticks. So now hence we plan to deliver these offerings in different chambers as mentioned. Flipkart already has the required traffic. All it needs to do is sell the same people groceries. So the main job here is to have a lot of Flipkart homepage merchandising and advertising. Biggest driver given today is the rupee 1 deals, which is the acquisition driver. And we plan the same on products that have a risk of liquidation. Also, we are committed to minimize the usage of plastic in our packaging. Hence, with every order, we wish to display the message, help us in our initiative of the plastic-free environment and return the bag during your next purchase. Now, this is something that we as a team felt would be appreciated by every customer in the long run. So thank you. That's all from team. Let's get wired.
Thank you, team. Let's get our judges live on screen for Q&A. Your 6 minutes starts now.
Hi, team. How are you planning to do the last mile deliveries in this case?
Sir, so initially we have Maximos, we are hiring Maximos, wherein we plan to do 15 orders per milk run.
Okay.
This is how we plan to do the last miles.
Adding to that, we would also like to have some, means depending upon the demand, we can also have a cross-docking facility inside the city where we can use the riders to pick up the orders from the Maximo and deliver it to individual customers based on the pin code that we have identified.
But in that case, in that case, you were talking about too many levels in the supply chain, right? CC, FC, DC, and then crosstalk. For such a small city, where do you want so many levels?
So this is depending
Final stage, later stages. When we see, as of now, sir, we predict 200 orders in the first go. So later on, after 12 months, when the order reach certain threshold level, that is 1,000, which we have planned. Later on, when we plan to scale up our product, scale up our offerings, or scale up the number of customer order, that is when we decide to go for this.
And also, sir, in our primary research, we got to know that the most of the people in tier 2 are going for the scheduled delivery. So last mile delivery in the scheduled order will not be much of a hard task for the company like Flipkart. And we can have the Maximo deliver the most of the customer order in milk runs throughout the day.
Sure, thanks.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, team. Just on the financial model that you had in terms of the return in investment, how sensitive is it to volume?
So, sir, we have in our Excel sheet maintained a cost matrix which depends on the tonnage of the Maximo that we are using. So, in the initial stage of Lucknow city, we have kept the tonnage to a limit of 500 kgs. And on the depending on the tonnage, the whole cost matrix will shift towards the right direction, and you can calculate the cost even after 5 years down the line, depending on the tonnage and the distance traveled by the vehicle.
So in your model, you're proposing the setup of the collection centers, DCs, and FCs upfront, or
No,
is it scalable?
Sir, in our case study problem, the model was supposed to be implemented in next 1 or 2 years. So what we found from our analysis that there is an existing warehouse, 55,000 square feet warehouse in Lucknow and similar kind of warehouse in Ahmedabad. So they are sufficient to cater to the initial 1 or 2 years of order in that city. Coming to the collection centers, we are thinking of a model on the similar lines of a Project Shakti Amma, which was implemented by HUL, where we will empower the local villagers and the women to come up with the initiative to store and procure the produces, and will be helped and initiated by the technology of the Flipkart. Coming on the DC part, sir, distribution center in the Lucknow city, already there are 4 distribution centers known as e-card mother hubs, and we are proposing 2 more distribution centers based on the volume that we have expected in the initial 1 or 2 years. But obviously, in after 2 years, we will expect to have a different warehouse for grocery business also.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Can we get the team and judges back on screen, please? Sorry, there you are. You all can continue.
You said somewhere you have kept the target of 90% fulfillment fill rate. How will you do that?
One of the way which we have already proposed was to ensure that ensure that around 80% of our entire assortment has to be there available with us in our FCs. Another method of doing it is by maintaining at least 2 product of all the running items should be available. Then the third model will be is to ensure that we have a minimum of around
top 20 products. So top 20 products should always be available, which the level should be maintained close to 90 to 95% in terms of inventory level of top 20% assortment.
And sir,
and the second thing is,
so you said somewhere your volume is only 200 orders, 206 orders going to 1,000. So on
Yes,
such
sir.
low volume, how will you maintain when you will have a variation in demand? Your forecast accuracies will not be that high. So how will you
Sir,
ensure?
when-
Saying that you
sir,
are going
when
to
we-
increase the inventory to ensure this, you will have higher days of cover. How will you ensure that?
So before deciding or before arriving at a conclusion, at an initial phase, it was 206, but later on when it reaches 1,000, so at that time, this is something which we are looking for, sir.
And also we have distributed the whole fill rates into 2 parts, sir: quantity fill rate and the line fill rate. For quantity fill rate, we can have an internal audit, for example, on a monthly basis, so as to ensure that the inventory that is being scanned by the picker is verified
The
and
system reflects it properly, and the other one is
an
line
external
fill
audit.
rate.
Yeah, we can have an external audit in quarterly basis because it's an extra cost to the company. So we propose an external audit quarterly basis, so as to ensure that the top 80% of the assortment is always present in the warehouse.
And also the model that we suggested, it speaks about eliminating the FCs, which means so CC come FC. So whenever a customer places order, or whenever, so we try to keep the supply chain as close to the procurement zone as possible. So whenever farmer makes his produce available, at that point itself, it gets reflected in the system and it shows to the customer that this is available in stock. So this is how we are ensuring wider range of product offerings and just ensure that no product gets out of stock. And also the multiple CC channel which we suggested, this will ensure that top 20% are always kept in CC come FC.
And so last point that I want to add, last point, that on the primary inside, we got to know that people are preferring freshness and quality above all the parameters that we can offer them. So we have kept a transit time of 12 hours, right from procuring the produce to the last mile delivery. And that is one of the USPs of our solution model also.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, judges, and thank you, team. Let's get wired. Folks, you can go on mute. You're done with your presentation. Thank you so much. Moving on to team 4, it's team Arditi. Sorry, someone still seems to be live. Can you request you to go on mute, please? Thank you so much. Moving on to team 4, it's team Arditi. We have Prabhav, Vaibhav, and Siddhartha from MDI Gurgaon. Can we have the team live on screen, please? There you are. Good luck, team. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are Team RDT from MDI Gurgaon. I am Vaibhav Agrawal, and I have with me my teammates Prabhav and Siddharth. Before starting the presentation, I would like to take you all through the flow of our presentation. As mentioned in the orange scroll bar on the top, we start with defining our supply chain goals. Then we come up with a customized model to deliver groceries in most efficient way. Post this, we would explain the in-depth feature of supply chain, which would make it both feasible and scalable on the ground. Finally, we'll explain how to implement and monitor it. So let's start with the understanding the expectation of two important stakeholders, customers and Flipkart. Customers of online grocery expect speedy delivery, high quality product at low cost. They also want to have high range of products to choose from. Flipkart, on the other hand, wants to have a highly efficient supply chain with minimum capital investment. Goals for our supply chain will be to meet the expectation of both Flipkart and customers. So moving on, in the bottom left corner, we have listed some major challenges and drivers in achieving these goals. For tier 2 cities, population density and income is growing rapidly. But if we look at the online groceries, COVID and huge investment has boosted demand. However, there are some still challenges such as requirement of cold supply chain, high competition from local kiranas, low margin and high SKUs. From the graph in bottom right corner, you can see that grocers and big baskets are major competitors, and both of them are focusing on providing high assortment of product at low cost. Next slide, please. Yeah. So now we'll see how to decide which supply chain model should be used for which product. To decide on a supply chain model, we have divided our product in perishables, semi-perishables, and non-perishables. For each product category, we analyze the ability of different models to deliver the desired supply chain goals. We have also assigned weightage as two different supply chain goals, which we got from our primary and secondary research. The result of our analysis are shown in the table below for different product categories. For perishable, local sourcing comes as the best model as it reduces the damage cost. For semi and non-perishable items, hub and spoke model is the best model to go with as it provides the cost advantage. We propose to use combination of all three models. So now let's see how do we do it. Firstly, we'll forecast the demand based on two parts and divide it into two parts, base demand and variable demand. Then the base demand for perishables would be sourced locally on daily basis, which will minimize the losses and reduce the inventory cost. Base demand for semi and non-perishable products would be bought from strategically located hubs. Variable demand, on the other hand, would be sourced using hyperlocal model. This will save us inventory cost and adding flexibility to our supply chain. The customized model will help both Flipkart and customers to achieve their desired goals. In the bottom right corner, we have shown a process diagram in form of a decision tree for tracking SKUs and delivering them. Over to you, Siddharth.
Thank you, Vaibhav. Now, since we have reached a comprehensive model, we would explain the details of supply chain, which makes it feasible and scalable. We will be starting with the sourcing part, where a tree diagram in the top depicts how we source different types of SKUs. For perishables, within high volume selling SKUs, products with low demand elasticity will be procured from local wholesale partners because the demand of these SKUs can be forecasted with more relative accuracy. Similar non-perishable goods will be procured from hubs. Now, what are these hubs? As we can see in the map in bottom left corner, 6 best price modern wholesale stores and the 5 Flipkart fulfillment centers are strategically selected to cover most of the tier 2 cities in India. Coming back to the low or unpredictable demand products, for both perishables and non-perishables will be procured on a just-in-time basis from local retail partners. Now, as we know what type of procurement is suitable for different SKUs, the next logical step would be to select a particular supplier. Selection factors appropriate to our model are formulated as shown in the slide. Then, to transport these products from respective hubs to spokes, we did a cost analysis and chose 32 feet single axle 7-ton capacity trucks since generally groceries are low density products. Servicing windows of these trucks are uniformly planned such that we have an agile supply chain. Methodology of to calculate the trips per day and planning the freight schedules is depicted through an example. Now let's look at the warehousing part of the supply chain. Here we will be using two types of warehouses. One would be micro fulfillment center, which is located at the hubs. It will stock and forward the SKUs to the sorting facility at spoke. This way, the capital investment of the primary warehouse, that is the MFC, will be shared between cities, and also since sorting facilities stores minimal SKUs, it will be easier to set up and also to scale across cities. This entire process of warehousing, starting from inwarding the goods into sorting center to the put away stage, is depicted in the flowchart. In this process, after inward processing, deciding product placement or layout is an important step. This will be planned by performing a periodic spoke level ABC analysis based on the SKU velocity. We will be enabling this entire warehousing process with technology to realize certain supply chain goals as shown in the slide. Next, we will be looking at quality check part of the supply chain. As we have seen in the earlier slide, that quality is an important challenge to overcome for an efficient online grocery model. So, three levels of inspections are planned. They are at inbound, pre-delivery, and a weekly inspection. For inbound and pre-delivery inspection, given three parameters are checked. Along with that, a more detailed weekly surprise inspection is done by a quality specialist at all our partners. Next slide, please. Now, looking at the last and vital cog of the supply chain, that is last mile delivery. We offer two types of deliveries, scheduled and immediate. Scheduled delivery will be done by vans, whereas immediate deliveries would be facilitated by a biker. To optimize the delivery costs, we would be using retail partners as collection points as well as cross-docking points. This is clearly depicted through scenario analysis with a pictorial in the top of the slide. And we would be further optimizing this last mile delivery with technology capabilities like Flip and ABP. Because people articulate the addresses differently in text. Using Flip, we can convert them into geocodes and predict the location accurately. We will use the planning algorithm ABP to optimize fleet utilization and also the time of service. For the bike delivery, we would be outsourcing to Shadowfax, effectively redirecting a part of the commission because of Flipkart's recent investments in that. Over to you, Prabhu.
Thank you, Siddharth. As for feasibility of the model, there are multiple factors we have considered. Cost analysis, risk assessment, and leveraging existing Flipkart capabilities to drive costs down further. Cost analysis for the proposed supply chain model is shown here. For calculations, we have taken Kanpur as the city we are serving and Lucknow as the hub servicing it. As you can see in the graphs, we have highly optimized the pre-last mile delivery segment of the supply chain. The fulfillment cost for a 5 kg scheduled delivery is a mere 23 rupees, and similarly for immediate delivery is rupees 37. As depicted by the competitor analysis on the right side, the low fulfillment cost makes the supply chain model highly competitive in a market where competitors' service charges are high, despite operating with razor-thin margins. Now, looking at the risk assessment, we have considered few of the potentially detrimental scenarios for this supply chain model, which has been plotted in the graph below. Stockout is a risk which can be mitigated with multiple suppliers and by having an aggregated inventory with our local retail partners. This can also help with keeping the fill rate high. If the demand is lower than the forecasted demand and we end up with excess perishable inventory in hand, contingency can be to reverse supply it to our wholesale partners within the city at a discount. The third factor that makes the supply chain model cost efficient and all the more highly scalable is pre-existing Flipkart infrastructure and its logistic prowess. For example, by also utilizing best price wholesale stores as hubs, we are able to take advantage of the 5,000 plus SKUs stocked at these locations, further increasing our fill rate. Similarly, when a Flipkart fulfillment center is used as a hub, it eliminates the capital cost for setting up a standalone fulfillment center for the supply chain. For last mile delivery, we can partly opt for third-party logistics, partnering with Shadowfax. Now moving on to discussing the scalability of the supply chain model. We ascertained that most cities in India can be served efficiently by using 11 hubs across the country, of which 5 are FFCs and the remaining are best price stores. We arrived at this conclusion by taking into consideration more than 17 FFCs and 28 best price stores. Instead of an initial pan-India rollout of the supply chain, we propose a two-phase market expansion strategy. The hubs depicted here in blue are earmarked for phase 1 and the remaining for phase 2. The factors we consider to arrive at this ranking for hubs are number of cities, the average distance to the cities, and the road networks to the hub. Similarly, the entry to cities within these hubs are also ranked. The parameters for these cities are population, population density, and distance to the hub. By this, we can ensure quick customer acquisition while keeping supply chain costs low. Next part of scalability would be product expansion, which can be done by further vertically integrating the supply chain and launching private label products, where sales volumes, value addition, and perishability are deciding factors for private label SKUs. This being an asset-light model, which aids scalability and helps compete with large existing players nationally, we have drastically reduced capital cost per city by only requiring investment for setting up micro-fulfillment centers at best price stores and for setting up local facilities, sorting facilities within the city. Although we suggest at a later stage investing in trucks and warehouses to reduce logistics and leasing costs. Over to you, Vaibhav.
Okay. So now since we have understood supply chain in detail and feasibility and scalability of our model, let's talk about the launch strategy. We are providing a timeline for 1.5 years. On the left column of table, you have shown different supply chain functions such as procurement, logistics, and all. We have shown that different activities needs to be taken for each of hyperlocal in yellow bars, local wholesale in orange bars, and hub and spoke in blue bars. Essentially, we would start our services using hyperlocal model dominantly, and as we mature in the market, we would shift to our proposed customized model. Also, demand forecasting and monitoring are important activities and that are continuously running in background. So now coming to the monitoring, it would be futile to build a supply chain without an efficient monitoring system behind it. So for monitoring, on the top right quarter, we have developed a comprehensive supply chain scorecard by listing some KPIs for different supply chain functions, such as procurement, logistics, etc. To measure the overall performance of supply chain, we would be measuring customer satisfaction score as well. Finally, to conclude, our key features are strategic sourcing, minimum inventory, low capital investment, technology, and flexible model. These strategy can be leveraged to leverage Flipkart's existing capability to design a scalable model that meets both goals of customers and Flipkart. Thank you. We are open to questions.
Thank you, guys. Let's get our judges live on screen now.
Hey, thanks everyone. Anil here. I have two questions. First is somewhere I saw that you guys have suggested to save the logistic cost, you will be using 32-feet container. Okay. Now, 32-feet container, if you use for any fulfillment center and with the kind of assortment you have, I don't know how much assortment you have, presume, then your days of coverage will go up while you might save in the logistic cost, but then your replenishment will be, not as per the frequency what the days of cover would have been designed for. So then you will end up increasing the inventory storage number of days for which it is there. So how do you do the trade-off? How do you think that this cost saving in the logistic would be higher than the cost incurred by storing more inventory?
So if I may, actually, while we calculated the haulage cost and the grocery demand for a city, for example, we had taken Kanpur for our calculations, and our model showed that around 10 trips would be required to service Kanpur per day. So even if we are equally spacing it, we were expecting around one truck every 2.5 hours to come into the city from the hub. So as per that, we had created a formula to calculate the number of optimal trips that a city like Kanpur or a tier 2 city would require. So it is certainly more than 1 or 2 per day. So our servicing windows are much larger than that. And since we can reduce the buffer stock that we are keeping at our sorting facilities within the city. Hence, I think the number of days of storage would be much lesser. So.
Thank you. And my second question is, whenever you are going to the tier 2 cities, how will you do the trade-off between the selection you will provide and the cost you will incur? Because I can always have less number of SKUs and I can always manage in less cost. So what is the lever you will use to do that trade-off between selection and the cost?
I would like to take this up. Sir, sir, as you said rightly, availability and cost both are two important levers for providing a appropriate service. So to comprehensively set off this trade-off, what we are doing is we are procuring our base demand from hubs and wholesale partners where we have a better margins, and we will be using aggregate sourcing model with the retail partners. So whenever we don't have a particular SKU, we will source it directly from the retail partners. So on this front, we are using our bulk of demand, our bulk of supply through the high margin goods which are being procured from these hubs and wholesale partners. Whereas we are also ensuring availability by partnering with the retail partners, which always acts as a complementing supply for us.
No, I think my question was a little different. I'm not talking about that if you have 2,000 FSNs or SKUs available for the customer, how will you ensure they are available? I'm saying, how will you choose that whether you should keep 4,000 SKUs or you should have 2,000 SKU? How will you do the trade-off between the selection available?
If I may give a try, sir. Actually, best price stores that we are using as hubs have around 5,000 SKUs with them. Besides that, we are tying up with retail local partners who have their inventory, which we can show as an aggregated inventory to our customers. In case the ones we are bringing down from hubs would be to SKUs would be to increase our margins, whereas the one we are sourcing hyperlocally from partners would be for fill rate, which is going to translate into customer satisfaction later. So I guess an aggregated inventory would make sure that all customer SKUs are available as per required.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hi team, Amit here. In your last mile delivery model, since you're offering various combinations from the sorting center to the retail partner to the customer, how will you control shrinkage or misshipment?
Siddharth, would you like to take that?
We are actually using two types of scenarios majorly. We would retail partners, local retail partners as collection points and cross-docking points. So this is primarily done because we have to optimize the routes in which we will delivering to the end customers. That is the reason we are doing it. But having said that, to avoid shrinkage, be sourcing. I mean, whenever an SKU, a particular SKU is available in a sorting center, it will always start from the sorting center only. Only when the particular SKU that is being ordered is not available at that will be sourced through the retail partner, where it will act as a collection point if it is closest. Closest to the delivery location.
And how do you control misshipment to the customers?
Sir, we have talked about softwares like ABP and Flip. So ABP helps in planning that what all order shipment should go in one van. So that software technology would help us to control the misshipment, sir.
So you said some 6-7 32-feet containers for Kanpur per day. What is the kind of volumes that you've assumed for Kanpur? How many number of orders per day?
We had a maximum capacity of peak penetration of around 0.34% of the population of Kanpur. We were assuming around 14,000 orders per day.
14,000?
Yes, sir.
Then why don't we start a fulfillment center in Kanpur itself? Because if it is 7 full truckloads, why spend money on transporting? Instead, the vendors will supply to the city, right?
Yes, sir. But Flipkart had asked for a solution that could be easily scalable and at low cost, sir. If you're starting a fulfillment center at every tier 2 city, that would be increased cost. Whereas leveraging or using the best price center at Lucknow would be much, as the cost of setting up would be split between all the spokes of the hub that we are choosing at Lucknow, sir. So essentially, we are only keeping a manual sorting facility at Kanpur.
Okay, got that.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, judges, and thank you, team. Up next is CQM. We have Aarti, Shantal Raj, and Shubham from IIM Indore. Can we have them live on screen, please? There you are. Good luck, guys. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are Team TQM, and we are here to present our take on the million-dollar question on e-grocery delivery. So, firstly, to understand why we are gathered here and what is exactly at stake. So, this is an industry of $18 million, which by 18 billion dollars by 2024, and is supposed to grow at CAGR of 57%. So, firstly, we want to tell you about the research methodology that we followed. In accordance with Flipkart's consumer first policy, we first went to consumer to understand their needs. And we broadly identify two types of consumers. One is the value seeker Vijay. He's more concerned with discounts and getting promotions and is open to private labels. The second category is the convenience Kathy, who is more interested in comfort and getting the products when she wants and is not much concerned about the prices. Then we looked into what the industry trends have been. As we can see in the chart, the 75% of GMV split is for regular online grocery, while the order split is just 36%. So this signifies there is a larger average basket size compared to express delivery. We then try to identify the priority on which the product categories we will be entering. We've devised parameters like money density, capex, purchase frequency, profit margin, variety, and control and quality requirements, and prioritize the entry into the product sectors. Then we also looked into what our competitors are doing, and we found the insights that there is more trend towards moving to an inventory based model. The goods are being brought closer to the customers, and the express delivery, although it's a bit taxing to the supply chain, it can get premium from the customers. We also analyzed international players like Instacart, which provides one weekly slotting delivery. Then we looked into Mushin, which is a Chinese retailer, and they've started developing satellite stores closer to the customers, which carry around 1,500 SKUs.
We have devised three different models for catering to different kinds of customers and their demands. The first one is Flipkart Daily. That is essentially a subscription-based model for goods that we are purchasing on a regular basis, like milk or bread. So under this model, what will the user will have an option to plan his order for the whole week. This gives us a very predictable demand. And also, once the customer is satisfied with our service and is acquainted with the platform, he stays with us. So we are planning to deliver milk, eggs, bread, fruit juices, and meat under this model. We'll be sourcing ISI certified goods from local suppliers, or we'll be running regular quality assurance checks. From there, the goods will move to the Flipkart city-wise mother hub, that the fulfillment center is there. And once a consumer places any order, the order will be processed at there itself, and it will be delivered to the consumer through delivery trucks. We are planning to have the deliveries in non-peak hours, since we already know the demand, so we can manage that, and we'll be delivering in non-peak hours like that.
So the second strategy that we followed is Flipkart Assured, wherein these are the product categories that we'll be entering. This strategy is more focused to the value conscious customer who wants discounts and a lower order cost. So for the fulfillment strategy, there are two ways. One is for the perishable goods, which will be where we'll be sourcing from manufacturers, for example, HUL, which will then be taken to the fulfillment centers, which will be present for every city-wise mother hub. And the delivery will take place through trucks, which will be similar to the newspaper model, which will increase the deliveries per mile. For the perishable goods, the sourcing will be from vendors such as Amul, Ninja, Godrej, Real Good, and we will also be partnering with B2B players like Ninja Cart and Udan. To further reduce the spillage cost, we've also proposed a strategy for loading of the trucks. For example, if a customer places order for 1 kg potato, 1 kg tomato, and 6 eggs, so what we will be doing is the potatoes will be packed in one transparent bag, and all the potato orders of all the customers that the particular delivery truck will deliver will be kept in one carton, such that each consistency wise the products will be categorized into these cartons, and there will also be segregation of meat, frozen goods, which also appeals to the vegetarian population. Moving further, the third strategy that we've developed is that of Flipkart Flash, which is similar to the express delivery. This is more catering towards the convenience Kathy who wants faster deliveries. In this, the fulfillment model will be very similar to the Zomato, wherein the delivery partner will pick up products from the retailer, the entire order, and then supply it to the customer. In case there might be instances where there won't be a retailer up to our standards that we are expecting, in those places we will be developing a concept called as dark stores. These stores are like 3 to 4,000 square feet small stores be which will carry the inventory. So the advantage of this is we will be able to keep Flipkart private labels, and this will also cater to the convenience population. The execution will take place in such a way that, consider the city of Udaipur. We will divide the regions into diamonds. The diamonds diagonal length will depend on the how much a two-wheeler can travel from one end to the other in 45 minutes. And so another benefit of this is we can mass customize our products in this region. For example, if we take a city like Bombay, we take three examples: one of Altamount Road, which is a very posh area, then we take a suburban Borivali and Dharavi. If we take a product like olive oil, the Altamount Road people might prefer like imported goods, Borges, or some high quality product. The suburban Borivali people might order olive oil, but the Dharavi people, the chances of ordering is quite less. So we will even customize our inventory based on the taste preferences of the population. Then deciding the number of retailers, it will be based on the consumer density, order propensity, and the retailer capability that we currently have. Then the location of the retailer, for that we've devised a formula. Moving further, the product categories for this, we've identified our following. In this, we are keeping in mind that the SKUs that we will be carrying will be smaller SKUs, because the need that we are satisfying is the immediate need. Like basically, we want 10 rupees MDH masala packet and not the bigger one. So now moving on to the criteria for retailer selection, we want the retailer who will have inventory visualization for increased fill rate. He should have one-stop solution for reduced travel time. There should be standard quality, because we know grocery, the main problem in it is the quality maintenance. There will be a margin sharing model with the retailer, and we also want retailers who will have a lower selling price and a more loyal customer base. Then moving on to why would a retailer partner with Flipkart? So we are providing them higher visibility. We are providing them better forecasting, leveraging Flipkart technology. We also allow them private label brands, and there will be a Flipkart personnel for packaging in bigger stores. And the most important USP we will be providing is Flipkart partner certificate. So this they can proudly display in their stores. And there's also replenishment of dark stores will be based on the how the goods are being utilized. Then we look at the customer journey.
So let's follow the customer journey of Mrs. Sharma. So we have identified some of the pain points that the customers can have at the various stages, and we have tried to solve some of them. So in the evaluation, the main pain points are the availability of the items. So for that, we have identified over 1,500 products, which is based on the optimization on local user preferences. That we will show the real pictures of the items that are available. Then we will also show the regional names. Then in the second in the order placement, the customer can have the following pain points, like the complicated process and the quantity. So for that, to solve that, we will use the easy navigation. One text order placement will be provided to the customers, and the clear quantity and size per unit will also be mentioned to the customer. For the delivery, we will be using main pain points are the deceptive weight of the product, the delay in the delivery, and the delay in the payment methods and all. So for that, we will be using the predicted delivery. The delivery boy itself will be carrying the weighing scale so that we can check the weight there itself. We will be using the reusable basket for the open box delivery and multiple payment methods. For unboxing, the main pain points are the difference in the qualities, and so for that we will be using the sealed transparent package of each product. Moving on, for the returns, the main points are the complicated process of the return. So there the no questions asked return policy will be followed, and the collection will be through the using the same delivery van which is delivering the orders. Moving on with that, so we have identified the various steps to implement this solution, and the timeline of that. So first we will launch the daily, because it will be having because most of the customers will be adapting the launch of daily, and So for that, in the first stage, we will start development of the storage at the fulfillment centers, and we will start partnering with the suppliers of the daily and the assured model. In the second stage, we will start developing the last mile of the assured, and we will launch the daily in the second stage still. In the third stage, we will start launching the assured, and we will start developing the dark stores for the next model. And in the final stage, we will start partnering with the 3PL developing and develop with the last mile for the flash. We have also identified what will be the cost, time, and manpower for the various steps, and based on that, we have identified means which step to follow first and which step to follow last. We will be launching our model in various phases. So in phase one, we will be launching our model in Udaipur, Indore, and Chandigarh. Udaipur because it is very receptive to the market, and Indore because it is in the center of the country, and it is having the mixed flavors. Post that, we will be entering in the tier 2 cities, and according to that, we will start entering the tier 3 cities, and then we will start the national rollout plan. We have also identified the KPIs for our model. What are the risks, how to mitigate them, we have also mentioned that, and we will update that based on the challenges that we face. We have also calculated the capex requirements, and the assumptions, necessary assumptions that we have taken, and the break-even point will be achieved in the third year itself, and post that, we will start launching our models. So thanks for the opportunity, and then now we are open for the question and answer.
Thank you, team. Let's get Anil, Sebin, and Amit live on screen.
Hi, team. You have proposed the three models that is to cater to the same customer. And that would mean that the same customer is being delivered an order typically 3 times, which will add to the overall cost of the delivery, right? Why would we do that, or what is the rationale behind that?
We didn't go customer wise into deliveries. We've gone need wise. So if we look at an individual customer, he might have all the three needs, which is very rare instance that it will happen. But we've considered the extreme cases, and we wanted to satisfy all the three needs. That's why we proposed three models, wherein the daily need of something like milk and meat, which milk most of the population does require in India. So that will be catered by a different model. So the cost for daily, we are not charging anything. We are giving it as 0 rupees, similar to what the Dudwalas do, because that's the main competitor in it. As for assurance, that will be once a month. We are anticipating once or twice a month kind of a delivery. And express is all the more lesser if we look at the needs and the product categories and discounts that we will be offering, the pricing strategy. In that, there is a very rare chance of a similar person falling into the two categories, that is the value seeking and convenience seeking customer.
Okay.
Somewhere I heard you people saying that when you are transporting material, you will not segregate them customer wise, rather you will do it product wise, like, you will keep all potatoes in one container and all. Then don't you think it will make your last mile complex, because you have to do sorting at multiple times, at multiple legs, to ensure that finally the customer gets what is required to the customer?
So that's true that the delivery time at each delivery location will be increased. So I didn't get much time to elaborate on it. So we are proposing that each product or similar consistency product will be kept in similar cartons, but even in those cartons, they will be layered as such according to the so a delivery van will already have the route optimized for him. He knows which is going to be the first stop, which is going to be the second stop. So the delivery will be loaded such that the first stop item will be at the top and second below it. We've also tried to code the, so in one of the appendix, we've also shown that we will be using something similar to the Mumbai Dabbawala model for coding of the items for each package.
Okay.
So it's easier for the delivery partner to like just assemble.
Thank you.
Hi team. You also suggested in just to take Anul's question further, you suggested the delivery exit person carrying weighing scales at the doorstep, if I understood correctly, in terms of weighing items. While that is a great idea to assure the customer on the weight, what are the practical challenges, especially right now in the situation we are in, where customers typically want minimum doorstep interaction? Carrying those devices and the turnaround time, what are the challenges you foresee?
So the for the weighing scale, we also looked into the products of the weighing scales that are there, and I personally use this product. It is barely 50-gram worth product, so it won't be that laborious for the delivery partner. But in terms of the interaction challenges from the customer, this is just a willingness. If the customer is interested in this, he can opt for it. It won't be hard and fast. This is just so the main point of it, because when we spoke to the customers, that lack of trust in online grocery was the biggest factors, were the quality of the product which will be shown and delivered, and the quantity of product. So that's why we wanted to just give them an option that if you want, you can actually measure us and we make sure that we deliver what we advocate.
Okay. Thank you.
Judges, do you have any questions for the team?
No, I'm done. No.
Okay, cool.
Not here as well, Amanda.
Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, team.
Thank you, judges, and thank you, Team TQM. And now for the last team under the supply chain track, we have Dhruv, Rudril, and Swapnil from Team Winter Soldiers, IIM Ahmedabad. Can we have them live on screen, please? There you are, Team Winter Soldiers. Good luck, guys. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are Team Winter Soldiers from IIM Ahmedabad. As per the problem statement of achieving fastest delivery at the lowest possible cost, we have come up with a hybrid supply chain model, cart model for perishable items and nodal center model for non-perishable items. Let's start with the understanding of cart model for perishable items. The basic premise of the model is that we would be delivering perishable items using optimally filled carts localized for the sub-region of the city. Carts would be custom built. Carts would be having compartments for separating veg and non-veg items and freezing facility for ensuring goods freshness. Let's get into the model operational steps. All the carts parked at a dedicated facility would move for the procurement of perishable items from contracted wholesale points at 4 a.m. or so. After fulfillment, carts would go to the assigned sub-region of the city. All the localized carts could fulfill the subscription-based orders first in the fixed time slots of morning and evening. From the subscription-based orders, what I mean is that consumers subscribing for regular supply of items such as milk, eggs, etc. as usually done in our hometowns and cities. Let's get on the ordering cycle for on-demand customers. Once the customer places order, that order would be redirected to orders routing center. The center would route the orders for each and every cart based on the proximity to the order location. Optimal path, all the routing would be automatic and the driver doesn't have to worry about the routing process. At the end of the day, every cart would dispose of wastage in the dedicated waste management and get back to the parking facility by 8 p.m. or so. For the model, we have identified few critical processes, and those are: optimal and customized procurement should happen based on the demand data of the locality. Orders routing should be efficient to meet maximum number of deliveries in least possible cost. Replenishment could be done in two-step methodology. Replenish either from the nearby carts or replenish from contracted local stores, keeping fixed amount of safety inventory for us. It would be much used in the earlier phase of the model. And once the demand estimation is robust, then we can avoid this replenishment cycle. In the lower right hand side of the slide, metrics fulfilled by the cart model have been listed out. Let's talk about the asset and demand estimation for the model.
Right. So we first start by doing demand estimation. For this, we have considered 4 phases. Phase 1 will be for first 6 months of operation, wherein the market share as well as the average monthly orders from a household will be low, and these will increase as we progress through the phases. Phase 2 spans for another 12 months, followed by phase 3, which ends at the second year. Finally, at phase 4, the market share and monthly orders become stable. The total number of monthly orders for perishables is taken as 15, of which it is assumed that 7 will be ordered from Flipkart in phase 1, and these will increase gradually with each phase. The average order value also increases from 107 rupees to 144 rupees from phase 1 to phase 4. This is mainly because in the earlier phases, the cart will be focusing mostly on delivery of milk and vegetables. Delivery of non-veg items and fruits can be started at a later stage, like phase 3. Based on the monthly demand calculated, we estimated the dimension of carts so that they can carry the required volume of daily orders. This comes out to be around 7.2 meter cubes storage volume, for which a vehicle like Tata 407 can be used after some modifications. 2.5 cubic meters will also be kept for a refrigerated portion for carrying milk products, and non-veg products. Compartmentalization of space will be done to store different types of perishable products, and the percentage space allocated to different products can vary from cart to cart depending on the locality it is catering and the orders it is receiving. Finally, taking an average area of tier 2 city as around 400 square kilometers and an operating time of 12 hours from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., the number of carts required in the city will increase from 22 in phase 1 to 33 in phase 4 in order to meet the daily demand. Now we'll look at the financials of this model.
Here we have analyzed the financial feasibility of the suggested car model. The analysis has been done phase-wise. The revenue estimates are based on the order numbers and average order cost, order sizes discussed earlier. Coming to the variable cost, the material cost has been calculated assuming a margin out of revenue. In the initial phases, the margin would be lesser due to more wastage and higher inventory storage, and this would decrease in the subsequent phases. Fuel costs have been calculated using average vehicle efficiency, trip lengths, order per trip estimates. This would also be larger at start and decrease in the later phases as we get more efficient in our routing and scheduling. Employee costs have been taken using average industry estimates. The fixed costs associated with the model are primarily the cart purchase and modification costs and the parking space purchase cost. Using the estimates, the contributions have been calculated as shown on the right, and we can break even within the first 24 months. We have also identified several ways to improve the profits. Delivery costs could be reduced by order bundling, route optimization, and ergonomical storage of material to reduce delivery time. Storage costs could be reduced by keeping optimal product assortment, proper cooling management, and specialized racks to maximize space consumption. Revenue side improvement can also be done by pushing subscriptions, creating product bundles, and the cards could also be used for promoting Flipkart services and events. Next, we will see the timeline of the proposed activities.
For kickstarting a cart model, we propose the following timeline. In the first 2 months, we should survey about demands of specific locations. Based on that, clustering of locations would take place. Ultimately, we would be able to finalize the cart localities. The next 1 month, we propose identifying procurement centers for items such as milk, vegetables, meat and egg, etc. In the next 3 months, we should focus on purchasing carts, hiring personnel for starting up pilot operations. For the next 6 months, launch operation for few zip codes as an initiative of the pilot program. After a year, we propose to expand the pilot operation to other geolocations of the city. Coming to the aspect of scalability and viability, we would like to describe our model's merits. It's an asset-light model. Most of the cost is variable and linked to the demand prospect of the city. Quick setup time, roughly 12 months to complete initial processes and pilot operations. Customized product assortment, wide range of product varieties available, pure short delivery of orders within 2 hours, compartmentalization for avoiding mixing of veg and non-veg items along with freezing facility to ensure freshness for goods. Let's deep dive into the nodal center model for delivering non-perishable items. So we are having nodal center based models for delivering non-perishable item. Nodal centers are basically localized storage spaces where we would store inventory required to meet demand for a small period of time, 1 month or so. Let's get into the operations of nodal center based model. Replenishment of goods would be done from wholesale points located within the city. Wholesale points would have contracts with Flipkart to ensure regular supply of quality goods. Goods would be stored in the nodal centers allocated to the sub-region of the city. Let's explore the order cycle for on-demand customers. Once customers order specifying items as well as preferred time of the delivery, that order would be routed to the order routing center. Order routing center would assign an order to the nodal center based on order location, items, and optimal route for the delivery assistant. Receiving the instruction from routing center, nodal center manager would assign a delivery assistant and vehicle. Vehicle could be mini truck or scooter based on the quantum of order and the location of the order. At a regular time, nodal center should update the inventory status to the routing center in order to inform about the inventory available at the particular nodal center. For this model also, we have also identified few critical processes which are inventory management at nodal centers should be efficient to lower down the storage cost and to make customized product assortment available. Orders routing should be efficient to lower down delivery cost per delivery. Delivery vehicle should be done in a way to ensure last mile delivery in the most congested parts of the city too. In the lower right hand side of the slide, metrics fulfilled by a proposed model are listed out. Now let's talk about the asset estimation for the model.
So we again follow a phased approach and estimate the demand for non-perishable food items. An increasing trend in the market share and the number of monthly orders from Flipkart is assumed across phases, which ultimately gives us around 1,200 daily orders at an average ticket size of 750 rupees. To cater this demand, we will ultimately require 5 nodal centers to be placed across the city. For last mile deliveries, we would require 50 two-wheelers and 70 minivans, which will be for the entire city. And each nodal center spans across an area of 5,000 square feet. Majority of the space will be used for storage purposes, along with some space for parking machinery and administrative activities. And now we'll look at the financials of this model.
Coming to the financials of the nodal model, the revenues have been calculated using the figures shown earlier. The material costs have been calculated using a margin. Here also, the margin will improve over time as we get better information about the demand and optimize inventory holding costs. Employee costs have been calculated using the industry standards. We have included fuel costs associated with the vehicles, but they are minuscule compared to other variable components, so have not been shown here separately. Per order fuel costs would also improve over time with better routing and scheduling. Major fixed costs include vehicle purchase cost and cost of setting up the nodal center. Vehicle related costs have been calculated using a dynamic vehicle portfolio of mini trucks and two-wheelers.
Rudril, hi. Sorry, could you just speak up a little bit? You're a bit soft.
Okay. Okay, so vehicle related costs have been calculated assuming a dynamic vehicle portfolio of mini trucks and two-wheelers. The mix would change over time with better information about the demand. Nodal center costs include development and purchase cost. Using this, we get the contributions as shown here, and we would be able to break even in 42 months. Like the cart model, here also we have identified a few profit boosters. Delivery costs could be decreased by optimizing the trip routing and order bundling. A bring your own vehicle scheme could also be implemented to reduce some of the capital investment on our end. Storage cost optimizations are similar to the one seen in the cart model. In income, we can have a provision for step discounts, which would push people in purchasing largest order. We would also need to have a minimum order size or charge a premium for smaller orders to prevent users from ordering smaller baskets and decrease the order number. Next, we'll see the timelines associated with the model.
For starting our nodal center based model, we propose following timeline. In the first 2 months, identify nodal center locations based on the demand survey of sub-regions of the city. In the next 2 months, the focus should be on negotiating with the wholesalers for regular supply. Wholesaler selection would also depend upon their proximity to the nodal center. In the next 4 months, setting up of nodal center should be done. From month 8 to 10, purchase of delivery vehicles and hiring of personnel for the pilot operation should be done. In the next 6 months, pilot operation should be launched, keeping few zip codes for the service. After 16 months and successful pilot operation, expand to other geolocations of the city. Regarding scalability and viability, I would like to showcase our model's strength. Relationship with local wholesalers would be good as we are not engulfing their market, thus lesser entry barriers to the market. Quick setup time, roughly 16 months for completing initial processes and pilot operations. Fast and flexible delivery, low storage cost, wide range of variety available, customized product assortment, and ensure last mile delivery to the most congested city areas too. Now, Sapnil would take you through the appendices attached in the presentation in a brief manner.
We've identified 10 cities, 10 tier 2 cities.
Team, your time is up. So if you could please take another 10 seconds, please.
Yeah, sure. So we found the 10 cities and we used these factors for selecting the cities. Then we did some break-even analysis, the calculations for which are attached in the Excel, and how we estimated the demands is also attached in the Excel. Thanks a lot, and we are open for questions.
Thank you, team. Let's get our judges live on screen for the last Q&A round.
Team Amit here. Hi. In the cart model, if we understand correctly, you are proposing we don't store any inventory. Is that the right approach? If that is so, how are you ensuring service reliability to customers?
Starts to a particular area. So in the start, we don't need, we aren't suggesting any dedicated place to store those inventory. We would have our estimates based on we would have our estimates of the demand, and based on that we would be filling our carts. These estimates would be off in the start, but as we get better and better and keep receiving orders, we would be getting better estimates, and then we can actually modify the assortment in each location to cater specifically to that location. So that would ensure that we would reduce the wastage, and this would also ensure that we would be able to supply, we would be having a good fill rate. And this model also needs good relationship with our supply partners. So that would also be need to take care of.
And one more thing I want to add is, so there is a replenishment process which is based on two steps. Either you can look out for the empty goods in the nearby carts of Flipkart only, or either you can go to the local store in that area and get the goods. So this model, this replenishment process could be fruitful in the initial period of our model launch.
Also, the replenishment would be done by contracted dealers. In the initial phases, we would be requiring higher replenishment, and we would be having a contract with our suppliers that we would be requiring this much amount of quantity of these products, and they would be maintaining this. And as we get better and better with our demand estimates, this would decrease, and thus the material cost would also decrease.
So just a follow-up question. Are you assuming in the initial days a narrow selection of items or a very wide selection of items?
In the initial days, we are launching with a narrow selection of items. So in our main product portfolio for the perishable goods, we will be launching with milk products and vegetables. Later, in vegetables also, we won't be having a very wide selection of items, but we would be continuously surveying with the consumers to get a better idea of the demand and then modify the assortment accordingly.
Just to add here, even in our phased approach, what we assumed was that in the initial phases of phase 1 and phase 2, we won't be supplying fruits and non-veg products. Those would come in by phase 3 or phase 4.
Okay. And you have benchmarked this to what is available in the market from other players, and this would still be competitive as an offering?
So we have seen other players and what they are offering, and as this model would have higher cost in the initial stages, but if we are able to actually modify and set our assortment according closely to the demand, then our cost would decrease. And this model is very light on the capital expenditure that we will be making. So this would actually generate a break even in a shorter time.
Okay. Thank you.
What is the expected revenue per cart that you've taken?
I think we should have that in there.
Yeah.
So this is the analysis that we had done regarding the financials of the cart.
very clear. But sure, the reason why I asked is that your revenue in the calculation, the phase 4, looked like you're targeting some 3.3 crores from this model, and from the other model, some 2.2 crores. So in this model, you're talking about 33 cards versus for delivering a lesser volume in a non-cart kind of a model, you need more vehicles and more bikes. So that is talking about some 70 vehicles and 50 bikes. So the maths does not seem to add up.
In that model, we had a issue that most of the ordering would be restricted in a few weeks. As we have seen the behavior of the average consumer, most of the grocery buying happens at the start of the month or at the end of the month. So due to that, we would be requiring a bit more number of vehicles to ensure that we can make deliveries and have the efficient fill rate in the given time. So that's why the number is higher. That number could be optimized as we run the operation.
Sure, thanks.
Somewhere I saw in your costing model, you have tried to own the vehicle or trucks, whatever you're doing. Why would you like to own them? Why would you not use them from a third party?
So the idea behind owning the vehicle was that we would be requiring modifications in the vehicle. So owning the vehicle would allow us to make modifications which specific to our use case. So we would be having compartments for veg. We would be so in some places we would be having a non-veg compartment in some localities. In some other localities, we won't be having a non-veg compartment. We would also need to vary the rack sizes for the racks and the compartment sizes for different localities. So to allow that that freedom, we thought of buying the cards.
I understand this will bring flexibility, but don't you think it will make your overall supply chain also more complex? You have the additional headache of managing the logistic on your own.
Yeah. So that would be a small issue that would be an issue that we would have to see. But we would be requiring a team to maintain the cards so that they are in a healthy level and they can keep making deliveries. So the maintenance cost would be added on our part if we own the inventory.
Another thing that we felt that owning the cards would help us was that if somehow, let's say, we want to move this model from one city to another, let's say in one of the tier 2 cities, the model is not working or the demand is not as much as we expected it to be. So we can use those cards because we already have bought those and transport them to any other city and use them as it is in the other city. That was another reason why we thought of buying the cards instead of renting them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
In the calculations, you seem to have assumed the revenue is complete. So revenue is 3.3 crore, but that's total revenue. Against which you are having a cost of about almost 3 crores. So you'll only get a part of the margin that will be the actual revenue to compare it in the cost. So just validate that once.
Could you repeat the question? I couldn't understand.
No, so that's a comment. I'm just going through the break-even analysis. The revenue that you have taken is 3.3 crore, and the variable cost itself is some 3 crores. Now, out of the revenue of 3 crores, you might get some percentage of margin on the revenue. So there's a cost of goods sold that you'll have to consider in this, which is missing.
So we have added that as a material cost in the variable cost. Right.
Okay, sure.
Yeah. I'm afraid that's all the time we had for this Q&A session. Thank you so much, judges, and thank you, Team Soldier. Sorry, but that was all the time we had for Q&A. I'm sure our judges have a very tough task on hand after those 6 presentations. Thank you to our participants and to our judges for their time today. Requesting the judges to kindly join the Google Meet link that is sent on your calendar, where Sumit is waiting for you for a debrief. Before we move on to the final set of presentations for today, I thought we could all do with a little break. Stretch a little bit, grab a glass of water, maybe a cup of tea and coffee if you can, and we'll see you back here on this link at 4:45 p.m. Thanks, everyone. Hello, good evening, everyone, and welcome back to the finale of Wired 4.0. That was a very, very short break indeed, but I hope you got to stretch a little bit and grab a glass of water. It's now time for the third and final track for today, and it's none other than the human resources track. Let's quickly move on to see who our judges are for this track. Joining us is Govind Raj MK, Senior Director and HR Head Supply Chain. We have Chavi Bajaj, Senior Director HR for HR, and Samdani Bhasha, VP Customer Experience. We also have some professors who have joined us live in the audience today. They are Professor Nobin Thomas from IIM Indore, Dean Ranjit Nambudri from IIM Indore as well, Professor Dr. Piyali Ghosh from IIM Ranchi, and Professor Gaurav Marathe, also from IIM Ranchi. A warm Flipkart welcome to each one of you, and thank you so much for taking the time out to be with us today. We have 6 teams that will compete one after the other in this round. Each presentation will be followed by a short Q&A led by our jury. Each team has 12 minutes to present and 6 minutes for Q&A. Team, please note that you will also be judged on time management, so do keep that in mind while presenting today. Let's very quickly have a look at the teams presenting their solutions in this track. Wonderful. All the context has been said and all the introductions have been made. It's time to get into action. So all the very best to each one of you, and may the best teams win. First up are Rajat, Akash and Shweta from team RAS XLRI Jamshedpur. Team, I want you to come live. I want you to start sharing your screen and pull up your deck now. Awesome. There you guys are. If you're ready, your time starts now.
Yeah. Hi, good evening, everyone. We are Team RAS from XY Jamshedpur. I'm Akash and I have with me Shweta and Rajat, and I'm going to take you through the initial part of our presentation. To understand the problem with customer experience, we looked into the top reason for the poor customer experience. We relied on text mining analytics and we ran LD algorithm on the customer reviews. Now to not dilute our data set, we actually relied on the negative reviews, the 1-star and 2-star rating, and we came up with 3 major problems with the customer experience, which were customer support, product delivery, and product quality. Now, since the lockdown in March, the business has slowed down. There was a lot of uncertainty, and as time has progressed, we are reaching business as usual levels. Now, we have identified this as a chance to change. Now, not only we can solve our problems, but we can leverage this opportunity to reach to a better than usual level of customer experience. To do that, we identified certain drivers for better customer experience, which was skilled and motivated workforce, tech-enabled solutions, and most importantly, customer and employee safety. Now, after doing this, we looked into what Flipkart already has in place for customer experience and for the employees in the context of customer experience. Flipkart already has insurance policies for all the Wishmasters. We are proactively telling all the customers about delay in their product and purchases. Then we did a primary research in the people intervention for customer experience, like what are the HR interventions that we can possibly do to improve the customer experience. And we evaluated our solutions. Now, to look at the better than usual scenario or the level, we look at the performance. Now, performance can be broadly classified into ability, motivation, and opportunity. Flipkart as an organization provides growth opportunity to employee across all the job grades. For ability, we propose that we will train the Wishmasters on better than usual guidelines. Now, these guidelines are the global best practices, and the delivery would be through a digital learning platform. For motivation, we will reinforce the customer-centric culture of Flipkart, that is customer first, through job strengths, hackathon, and various engagement initiatives that we have planned. Next slide, please. Yeah. So coming back to the digital learning solutions that we will provide the training on, we are going to leverage WhatsApp. These Wishmasters, in our interaction with them, they are very much active on WhatsApp groups. We will leverage this for deeper penetration, and it is very cost efficient and we will use it for non-mandatory and informal learning. We'll push learning materials to improve their delivery NPS, and also this will enable better customer experience. Now for mobile app, the advantage of mobile app is we can better control what they are learning, and we can evaluate them, and we can use the in-house expertise of the tech team and L&D team to create a learning app specifically for the Wishmasters. Now, this will have various learning modules on the guidelines that we will present, and it would be a convenient on-the-go solution for learning. And we propose that there would be a gamified assessment and training assessments towards the end, which will actually change the behavior of the Flipkart Wishmasters in the longer run. Now, finally, we have a self-tech solution. This isn't a very low-cost investment solution, which is an AI-based open source solution, which can be configured with the existing camera system. What this will do, if two employees are coming in within 6 feet of one another, it will trigger a warning to those two employees that, hey, you are getting close to someone, please maintain social distancing. This is primary, we are focusing for warehouses. Now, this can be used for training, while training, safety training, and various regulations, and also it can be used for day-to-day functions. Next. Yeah. Here we have something that we have created called Wishmasters Better Than Usual Guidelines. Now here, these are the guidelines based on the global best practices by the top e-commerce and logistics company. Here we have Wishmaster Rajesh. Wishmaster Rajesh follows all the road safety guidelines that are set. He has a grooming style and he looks best for his customer. He has a great customer doorstep etiquettes and leave all the customers with smile. Wishmaster Rajesh follows all the health and safety guidelines mandated by the government and has a very good communication and telephonic etiquette, and he speaks cordially and confidently and avoid ambiguous conversations at all costs. This will drive the delivery NPS higher and it will provide superior customer experience. Rajat, can we go to the appendix really quickly?
Yeah, just.
So here, this is an indicative list of the better than usual guidelines action items. This is just an indicative list, and this is above and beyond what Flipkart training is being at present. So this is just an indicative list of various different guidelines. We can go back with it.
Okay, coming to the training part, we would be training the Wishmasters in order to provide a superior customer experience. We propose that this training should be administered using short videos and gamification, which would make the process extremely engaging and interactive in nature. It would also give them an opportunity to learn on the go and would appeal to both visual and auditory learners. Now, to give you a quick example, in terms of customer doorstep etiquettes, people are increasingly relying on the online mode for their purchases, especially in COVID times. So, it is of paramount importance that we are able to make a delivery with minimum hassle and maximum convenience to the customer. This would also benefit the Wishmasters as they would be able to achieve higher benefits in terms of their variable pay on account of superior customer ratings. This could be administered using a short 10-minute video, which can depict the quintessential process of delivery as it should be. Next slide, please. Now, in order to promote the customer-centric approach of Flipkart, we suggest two initiatives. One would have a short-term focus, while the other has a long-term focus. For the short term, we suggest delivery of personalized notes to the residences of the employees. Now, imagine working really hard and doing something extraordinary, and your manager sends a card to your resident saying how well you've performed to your family. Feels good, right? This is exactly our idea. This idea has been made thinking about the specific Indian context in which power distance and collectivism are quite high. So for this, we suggest that all the Wishmasters should be receiving these thank you notes as a token of gratitude and appreciation for risking themselves in these uncertain times. Of course, these Wishmasters should be full-time employees of Flipkart. And as for the other eCart employees, we propose that it should be based on exceptional display of performance with a specific focus on customer first value of Flipkart. This idea can, of course, be extended to other departments as the need may be. And at the end of the day, all that we want is for someone to be there for us. And this idea certainly communicates that.
Next slide, please. In terms of the long-term focus, in order to provide a superior customer experience, we would like to propose two ideas. One would be a stint in eCart and CX. Now, the stint would specifically be for the management trainees. For other employees, we propose that it should be a stretch assignment. And if this were not feasible, the use of success case method can be adopted as well. Now, this would not only bring in fresh ideas to the table, it would also enable the employees to have a lateral career movement should the need be. In terms of CX hackathon, we propose that it should be open to all the employees across the organization, wherein it would be a boiling pot of innovative ideas and new thoughts that could emerge from different perspectives. It should also act as a learning platform on account of the knowledge transfer which would take place for the different employees. And at the crux of this idea is, of course, reinforcing the customer centric approach that Flipkart strongly stands by. Next slide, please.
Now, coming to the timeline, we have created a roadmap for the next 12 months, starting November 2020 to October 2021. So as you can see from this Gantt chart, all the different tasks have been segregated under 4 major themes. The first one is related to the learning and development of Fishmasters through a dedicated app. The second one is the CX hackathon execution. The third one is the employee stint in eCart and CX. And the last one is for the personalized thank you cards. So if I take you through the last idea, we can create customized designs for these thank you cards in the month of November. Then for the next 2 months, we can start educating managers on how to access these templates from a centralized repository. And then from there onwards, it would be an ongoing process, as in when an employee exhibits an exceptional contribution or displays exceptional behavior pertaining to the customer first value of Flipkart, the manager would send the family personalized cards, handwritten or maybe as mandated by the customized design. Now, coming to the measuring the impact of our initiatives, we have identified 4 major metrics. The most obvious one is through the delivery rating, since we are training the Wishmasters or the delivery agents on the better than usual guidelines, we expect an increase in the average delivery ratings. We can also use CX surveys and net promoter scores to not only identify the customer experience with delivery, but also their experience with app and post-delivery experience. An important thing to consider here is to analyze the underlying themes, which we can get through the additional comments as to why a person is giving a particular rating that he or she is. In order to incentivize the customers to fill the surveys to the best of their knowledge, we can use super coins as an incentive. Then the third matrix is the top of the mind awareness. According to a 2019 Red Sea Consulting study, even though Flipkart had a higher market share than Amazon, but Amazon had 62% of the top of the mind recall share, while Flipkart had 38%. So when it comes to customer experience, this is one of the metrics we should be looking at. Now, in order to gauge the impact of our employee engagement and culture initiatives, we can use pulse and engagement surveys, especially the customer centricity dimension of the engagement survey would help us analyze the trend and identify whether we are moving in the right direction. Now, coming to the benefits of the greater customer experience, we would have more satisfied customers, the customer loyalty and customer retention would increase. There would be lesser number of complaints. And because of repeat customers, the sellers would have higher upsell and cross-selling opportunities, and there would be more referrals, ultimately leading to a more market share. Now, in order to monetize these benefits, we propose the framework that is shown on your screen. So just to give an example, investing in the training of Fishmasters on better than usual guidelines would lead to a better customer experience in terms of salary, and which would lead to lesser complaints when it comes to salary, and we would devote less time and resources in handling those grievances. And this saving of time and resources can be converted into financial metrics using the already available data. So similarly, for other customer behavior changes, we can convert them to monetary values. Coming to the cost part, there are 2 major cost buckets. The first one is the Android app and learning module development. And the second one is the execution of CX Hackathon, which would be a semi-annual event. And we estimate that the total cost would be somewhere around 41 lakhs. So this is all from our side. We are Team RAS and we are open to questions.
Thank you so much, team. Let's get our judges live on screen now for the Q&A. Okay, there they are. Judges, you have 6 minutes for Q&A and your time starts now.
So I've been given a cue to start by my fellow panelists, and so I'll ask the first question. I think we were able to see a lot of linkages to training, to safety, and I think investment in how to land a customer experience. I'm wondering if there are elements that we may have missed around from an employee experience point of view. Beyond training and beyond safety that you considered, or you would want to consider, or you did not want to bring in over here? Are there elements of that you'd like to highlight, either from your presentation or outside, beyond safety and training?
So beyond safety and training, what we thought was about hiring for skill. We are training. We are talking about training for skill, but one aspect that we thought was hiring for skill. But we thought that we can, instead of hiring for skills, we can maybe use the existing workforce and like leverage it. And if we can train the workforce, the attrition rate is like all around 11% at Flipkart. So that's why if you're using a low-cost training methodology, so that would be better. And hiring school for skill would be a long-term thing in which we could maybe look into the competency and based on these guidelines. So we thought about it, but we did not actually add into this journey because we focused on, we narrowed down to these two things because it was in our matrix of cost-efficient, time-efficient solutions.
Got it. And I think both are valid, Akash. We're not denying it. I'm just was wondering if this is something we may have missed in what you wanted to share. Govind, Sam, over to you, and I'll think through if I have more questions.
Yeah, sorry. So thank you, Chavi and Team RAS. First of all, thank you for this great attempt. Really good to see this. Appreciate the time you spent. So one question I did have was on, did I hear you mention saying that you want all of the Wishmasters to be full-time employees so that you can ensure all of this training? Did I get it right?
No, actually, it was the initiative was only for the Wishmasters who are full-time employees and not hired through third-party agents.
Right. So do you know that we don't have anybody as full-time employees in Wishmasters? They're all working through third-party contractors.
Yeah, so what we meant was like people who are associated and supporting the frontline employees, people who are working as at like team lead at the city logistic level. So these people, so we were considering these people who are actually enabling the entire Wishmaster in a particular circuit or a particular route. So these people,
sorry,
full-time employees. Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt, but does it like why is it important that they have to be full-time employees or not? Can we not? Is it not scalable otherwise? Why are you indexing on that particular point that they need to be directly employed with us?
So I think the training part, yes, is definitely scalable. But according to the CLRA, I think that if we target our engagement initiatives towards them, then it could be a problem.
Okay.
Right. So Govind, can I go next?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead, Sam.
All right. So two questions for you folks. Thanks for the presentation. Really liked it. One is in terms of when we talk of experience, right? There are multiple stakeholders in the ecosystem who take decisions that do impact customers as well. There is people, there is process, there is policy, and all of that. So I'd just like to hear your thoughts around if you were to look at a cohort beyond Wishmasters, what would be your pick in terms of where would you intervene is one question. The other question is, basis whatever research you folks have done about Flipkart as an organization, and what's your narrative around how are you contextualizing this to Flipkart as opposed to this being used in the context of another organization as well? Love to hear your thoughts on that.
Okay. So about other than Wishmasters, we were looking at the CX employees. Now we understand that like a majority of the customer representatives are working in the are outsourced, like working in the business BPOs. So we were looking at the people who are full-time employees in Flipkart and working in CX. Now we understand that like CX is part of eCart, and that's why we thought of stint. Giving a stint to the people, like a stretch assignment or maybe success case, would actually enable a culture, like a back of mind thinking, like the core competency of Flipkart is the logistics part of it, and customer experience is a very crucial part of an e-commerce. So that's why we were thinking of the stints, and that's why we wanted to target the management trainees and the people in different one tech teams, giving the project specifically crafted for CX.
Thank you.
Amanda, I think no more questions, right, panelist?
I'm good, Govind.
Yeah, no more questions from me. I think probably just one last one. We have 48 seconds. Is in terms of I think did you research any other industries in considering the proposal, or was it primarily a Flipkart research?
No, Chavi, we did research. We researched on Amazon. We researched on Amazon US, DHL, some of the e-commerce companies, and the guidelines that we were able to identify were based on what are the global best practices that they are being taught. So it's based on that.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you, team.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, judges, and thank you, Team RAS. Let's quickly move on to the second team we have today, and that is Vishal, Pranjal, and Kaptan Singh from Virtual Nights SEM HRD Pune. Guys, I'm going to get you all on live on screen right now. Okay, you guys are ready. Your time starts now.
Yes. So good evening, everyone. We are team Virtual Nights from SCMHRD Pune presenting our solution. So the objective of this case study was to drive better customer experience through people practices. To find the areas where we would drive our interventions, we decided to start talking to our consumers. Our primary survey gave us the insight that the purchasing experience of 89% of respondents was significantly impacted by the service from delivery person. So these wishmasters seem to be acting as strong custodians of Flipkart brand in front of the end consumer. Building our first idea on this, we decided to dig deeper into this touch point and interviewed several wishmasters. These interviews suggested that the current onboarding doesn't provide a structured program and they would like to have a better and more engaging learning experience. Next, we decided to look at the Flipsters working behind the scenes. Being a customer-centric organization, we decided to look at problem solving in a very different way. Our second idea mainly concerns this democratization of customer information and problems, and then inviting solutions from all ends of the organization. Now, before we dig deeper into each of these ideas, let's have a look at some of the best practices currently happening in the industry. Talking about delivery executive training, Delivery has Delivery Mobcast, where sequential training courses are conducted by sending multiple format content with quizzes and feedback used as assessment. Zomato and BigBasket provide skill development through customized simulation and case studies. Hence, their delivery executives are more focused on enhancing consumer experience. Similarly, few structured initiatives are spotted around other organizations like Amazon. So when it comes to innovation practices, IBM has initiatives like Technology Adoption Program, Innovation Jams, which has brought impact in terms of revenue opportunities, cost and time savings. So 3M has dedicated ideation sessions where they crowdsource good ideas within the organization, which has resulted in increased count of patents for them. So similar kind of initiatives were also found in Amazon and Cisco.
So here is our first idea, introducing a learning platform called eFICO to take our Wishmasters to the next level and inculcate the customer first mindset in them. So eFICO will be a platform integrated with the already existing app for Wishmasters and will provide them with short interactive learning video clips. This video clip will simulate different real-life scenarios to the conversation between animated characters of customer as well as Wishmaster. Talking about the rationale behind this idea. So when we reached out to the Wishmasters, we were able to understand their journey, starting from the day they are onboarded to getting experience over the years. And this obviously brings with it various kinds of customer escalations, ranging from payment issues, neglecting safety protocols, to wrong delivery, third-party escalations, and many more. These escalations are primarily rooted from either lack of knowledge or being unequipped with required behavioral skills. So this led us to the common theme, that is need for better training for Wishmasters to help them deal better with the customer grievances in the lower tier cities. Moreover, the present training timeline was found to be variable, where a newcomer tends to take any number of days between 2 to 10 to get going on his own. And hence, this learning platform called eFICO to address all our concerns. So some of the key features of the platform would be active, need-based and personalized learning supported by pop-up quizzes and gamified assessments. Moreover, keeping our business focus in mind, that is to penetrate into lower tier cities, the platform would be having a very simple interface for the Wishmasters, and the video modules would be made available in various local languages as well. The platform would primarily consist of 3 tabs, and those being Module tab, Assessment tab, and Employee Testimonial tab. Here is a glimpse of how the tab would look like. Now the next question that needs to be answered is how will the complete training process for Wishmasters look like? So for new hires, the learning is basically divided into synchronous and asynchronous learning. On day 1, the Wishmasters will be having basic classroom sessions as is the case now. On day 2 and 3, there will be on-the-job training where a new hire will accompany an experienced Wishmasters. Additionally, there is asynchronous learning through the eSeco platform which the new hire will have to complete in 7 days. So for the experienced Wishmasters, firstly, to ensure continuous learning, they will have to mandatorily go through the updated modules every 6 months from their joining date and undertake a comprehensive assessment, testing them on different dimensions. Apart from this, our prime focus is to provide them with personalized upskilling, which is made possible through pushing escalation-specific video modules to the Wishmasters who encounter a specific escalation recently. The preferred timing for sending such a notification would be between 7 to 8 p.m. Owing to the easy accessibility and short duration of the videos, Wishmasters would always have an option of doing a quick refresher before a specific delivery, making our learning immediate and need-based as well. Here are a few short clips from the video, and we would like to take you through a short sample video at the end of our presentation. Some of the key benefits from this training would be reduced training time, increased customer productivity, lesser customer escalation, and ultimately a satisfied customer. So now talking about the implementation timeline, assuming that the process starts from Jan 2021, the whole process including content preparation, app integration, instructor training, pilot testing, and the final launch will be completed by July 2021, that is 6 to 7 months. For the impact measurement of the training process, we can use Kirkpatrick's 4-level framework. The direct measures of impact on customer experience would be customer feedback on Wishmasters through the eCart app, number of escalations reported, customer satisfaction score, and the Net Promoter Score. One of the major challenges that we could encounter would be non-compliance to these training modules, and this can be addressed through a central tracking mechanism in place, and hence reinforce learning through reminders to Wishmasters and the regional hubs as well. Moreover, assuming that the in-house video content and the tech employees will be leveraged for the implementation, the total cost would approximately amount to rupees 3,25,500. And in the coming time, this platform could even be look forward to extend it for the supply chain workforce as well.
Moving on to our second idea, it is believed that in order to adopt a customer-centric mindset, there is a need to democratize the access to customer information, where everyone can come together and discuss both the problems and solutions with respect to different processes carried under different verticals that directly or indirectly impact customer experience. Hence, we introduce Flipovation, a 3-step initiative consisting of a platform, process, and a program. This would allow our community of employees and sellers to step forward to identify and take a shot at solving key customer problems through continuous collaboration. Starting with the platform, it will have 2 elements. One would be ideation, and the other one would be a community, which will serve as a discussion forum for all its users. Now, coming on to the ideation element, we have created a virtual bulletin board where we upload the top problems that impact the end customer in any manner. Such problems will be extracted from multiple sources like the CX team, discussions on the community portal, etc. In the following 15 days, the users, which consists of employees and sellers, can view these problems and even list different problem areas that might be impacting customer experience from their perspective. The challenge has been divided into 3 rounds, consisting of various phases. In the first round, once all the problems are listed onto the portal under specific tracks, the users will be able to submit their idea brief on any of the problems within the first 30 days. The idea brief will be given in a 1-slider designated format, and a sample of the same has been annexed here. Post this, there will be a resubmission period of another 30 days. This has been introduced for other users to view the given solutions and collaborate with the original author in case they are interested or have something to add to it. Hence, this 30-day period will give them an option to add a new team member and modify their submissions. In any case, the total number of team members will not exceed 4, and cross-functional teams will be encouraged. Now, new submissions will not be invited in this period to protect the originality of the ideas.
After this, the users will be invited to give their rating on a scale of 1 to 5 and comments on the solution suggested within the next 15 days. Teams lying in the top 25 percentile based on the average ratings will be shortlisted for next round, and they will be asked to submit a detailed presentation within the next 30 days. The submissions will be evaluated by a jury, and the top 5 ideas will be shortlisted for presentation in the Flippovation meet. This meet would have a panel of senior leaders judging these 5 ideas, and winners will be declared there itself. The winning team will get an opportunity to be a part of the implementation of their solution. This ideation cycle would repeat twice a year. To get users like sellers and employees in the backend supply chain onto the platform, problems will be introduced specific to their interests and specialization under tracks such as marketplace, supply chain, tech, delivery, etc. This will help us gain perspective from various stakeholders and take our partnerships to a different level. For constant engagement, brainstorming, and free flow of information, a self-sustaining community will be introduced on the Flippovation platform itself for the users to discuss problems as and when they come across one and help anyone else in the ecosystem to come to a collaborative solution. For the initial buzz creation and regular engagement, communication will take place internally through emails, posts on internal social networks, and mentioned by leaders in gatherings like town halls, etc. Even for sellers, the same will be highlighted during their annual sellers meet.
So the complete timeline has been divided accordingly, starting from creation of the portal and communication about the same from January next year onwards. Post this, the first Flippovation cycle will begin by listing problems on the portal. The cycle will end in July with the winning team leading the implementation of their idea. In a nutshell, the complete process will lead to democratized and speedy problem solving, which will push innovation as a core ingredient in Flipkart's culture. These better engaged stakeholders will provide multiple solutions and perspectives, hence leading to reduced customer complaints and enhanced customer experience. Here are some impact measures that we have listed with respect to platform engagement, customer satisfaction, employee engagement, and overall business impact. Few challenges that we might come across while executing this includes bringing sellers to the portal and sustaining the level of engagement. We plan to handle the first challenge by providing a quick access link to the portal from existing platform that sellers might be using, and also launching a seller dedicated track on the portal. The second challenge of maintaining regular engagement would be tackled by incentivizing users through multiple means. Now, as we talked earlier, let's watch a short sample video demonstrating active learning for Wishmasters. Now, this is a sample representation of gamified assessments that we have tried to show a typical product return scenario. This is all from our end, and we are happy to take questions now.
Thank you so much, team. Let's get our judges back on screen now. Okay, judges, over to you.
We seem to be establishing a sequence of asking questions. So I'll go first. I think, first of all, I think very innovative, I think nomenclatures definitely to the solutions that you have presented. When I'm looking at eCo and Flippovation, I think definitely beautiful branding to your solutions. And I think a lot of thought gone into, I think the experience to the learning and the experience of, I think, from a connection and an innovation point of view. I have a question from a care perspective. I think when you speak to employee experience, there are elements of training, there are elements of connecting what investments to make in an employee to generate customer experience. Are there elements in your solution that speak to how do you care for an employee so that he or she can care better for a customer? I probably wasn't able to see it, and if you missed it, I would be happy to be educated on that.
Right. Yeah. Kaptan, are you taking this up?
Yes. If we talk about caring, so the first, the entire learning and development that we have planned for Wishmasters, that is from the point of view of as Flipkart in itself has Flip Ahead. So to give them a career option, to show them a career path that, okay, if you do this job well, you have an opportunity to go ahead. So that is the motivation that they have to execute this, to go engage in this learning, to care for their own learning, and then involve in the growth.
And additionally, for the employees, for our tenured employees who have completed more than 6 months with the organization, we have planned that there will be a mixed assessment later on after they have conducted it, so that they can revise it. They can maybe become senior executives in the future.
Thank you. So, Govind, Sam, over to you.
Right. So was again very good presentation and very deep thought. I like the also the connection to the application, and the last video, good attempt, really good attempt on the training. One question is, I like to understand your thought process around flippervation. Like you articulated it, but what are you trying to actually drive by having flippervation? What is your thought around that whole approach of flippervation?
So yeah, I'll take this up. So the main intention behind this flipovation would be, democratizing the complete customer information to a larger crowd within the organization itself. So we are trying to include more and more stakeholders who will have access to the customer problems, and they will try to solve the They will try to enhance the customer experience. And by doing so, as a byproduct, we are also trying to inculcate that innovation-led culture into innovation-led culture into the organization. So the main intention is of democratization of customer information, so that more and more people get engaged to enhance this customer experience.
And this is open to the entire organization. That was the idea you're proposing.
Yes, the prime users of the platform would be sellers and employees.
Yes, sellers basically, because many of our policies do affect the sellers as well, and we cannot accommodate a large number of customers into the platform, but sellers can be accommodated here. And there will be a separate marketplace based track wherein they can also suggest solutions so that they will be more engaged to it.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, so thanks for that. Yeah, one quick question. I don't know, you do make references to democratizing info across a broad set of stakeholders. A question that comes to mind is if you look at the attrition rates of the people in the ecosystem, right, from the contact center to the delivery executives and all of that, and this dissemination of information to all the expanded stakeholder base, and the heightened sense of, I think, anxiety by the customers around data privacy. So where do you see a balance between customer needs for data privacy, dissemination of information to a distributed audience, and any challenges that you guys anticipate here?
So, yeah, go ahead, Kaptan.
Yeah, so this is one leaf that we have taken out of the Adobe organization. So we need to maintain, yes, we need to maintain a balance between these two aspects. But what we can do is we can share cumulative insights regarding customer information. So which can be, which are the insights derived from the problem, so that it doesn't become direct, what do we say, direct privacy invasion, or directly listing the problems. It becomes a byproduct of that, and then we have clubbed those problems into certain categories.
Okay, thank you.
So Amanda, I think that's it from the panel. Thank you, team.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, judges and team Virtual Nights. Going live next, we have Rutva, Shweta, and Sarvesh from team XLRI Jamshedpur. Can I have them live on screen now, please? There you guys are. Good luck, guys. Your time starts now.
Hello. Hello, everyone. So we are Team Aurors from XLRI Jamshedpur. For this case challenge, we were working on the challenge of improving customer experience through people processes. So we'll dive into our approach, findings, and proposed solutions that we have developed while working on the ideas to improve customer experience at Flipkart. So first, we conducted secondary research to understand the e-commerce landscape, through which we found that there is expected to be a 250% increase in the number of online shoppers in the next 5 years, and also about a 300% increase in revenue in the same 5 years. Also, the most shopped products were apparel and electronics. With the context set, we then use the RATER model to identify the touch points and dimensions of the customer experience. Using this model, we formed a questionnaire for our primary research to identify the pain points in the customer experience journey. The first pain point is that the customers struggled with product search, that is, they could not find the appropriate products. Second, the delivery times were found to be long and there were safety related apprehensions. Third was that the return and exchange process was found to be cumbersome. And lastly, the customer service was marked by long call times, frequent call transfers, and long complaint resolution times. These pain points were also substantiated by our primary and secondary research, where problems with long delivery time and safety concerns were reported by 61% and 41% of the respondents. Before we got into the brainstorming, we set an evaluation criteria for our ideas, namely impact on customer experience, scalability, and differentiation. Out of the 5 ideas we shortlisted, we will be talking about 2 today. First, being the use of gig workforce in conjunction with Kirana stores for faster last mile delivery, which addresses the delivery pain point. The second is a paid shopping assistant feature that addresses the pain point related to product search and evaluation. The reason for choosing these is that they have been reported as a problem by 53% and 30% of the respondents, respectively. Now, Sarvesh will be taking us through the details of the first idea related to gig workforce.
Thank you, Shweta. So, Flipkart launches a program where independent contractors called delivery partners deliver Flipkart orders. So, why should you choose Flipkart Launch? The idea covers the delivery pain point with 10% reduction in delivery time on the basis of familiarity of location, according to McKinsey Logistics report. By increasing the workforce, we can give customers flexibility of slotted deliveries, which would allay safety concerns of customers as well as improving the overall customer experience. The loyal customers are 5 times more likely to purchase again and 4 times more likely to refer to a friend to a company, according to Forbes research. Also, there's a huge potential in gig workforce in India, with estimated urban gig workforce to be around 6.9 million. Now we can see how this idea would be implemented. We would have to recruit delivery partners with their own vehicles targeting students, unemployed youth, etc., who are looking for part-time service. Then we would create a platform or app where these workers would be onboarded and use the workforce for last mile delivery and returns. This service would be used as an extension of e-cart service and would be especially helpful in busy periods such as the Big Billion Day, festive seasons, etc. We would be utilizing the service for picking up products ordered on Flipkart.com, picking up of groceries or household items from Flipkart delivery stations, and picking up of orders from partner Kirana stores. We can use the extension of Flipkart hyperlocal model to promote symbiotic relationship of both, and we'll start from metro cities with partnership with organized retail and gradually onboard local retailers and Kirana stores. We are working in metro cities in starting because they have an online architecture in place and have gig workforce also. We would include everyday items, non-large items, and groceries, and would offer slotted delivery and express delivery leveraging Flipkart Launch. Now coming to people process levers, the overall earning structure would be based on estimated length of time. The number of deliveries assigned to Flipkart Launch would be decided in a real-time scenario considering the traffic congestion and the primary requirement to drive safely. In benefits, we would be offering insurance policy to cover accidental death and disability for worker, which is only applicable when the worker is on delivery or return process. There would be certain requirements for the worker to be eligible for the program, like he should be greater than 18 years old, he should own a two-wheeler, he should have a valid PAN card, DL, RC, and insurance certificate. He should have a smartphone with location services and camera, and should have a savings account as well. We also foresee certain challenges in this model, which are delivery efficiency, which we can mitigate through pay for performance incentives on receiving 5-star ratings beyond a certain threshold. For ensuring behavioral competencies, we mandate the completion of SOPs for behavioral training, which we have mentioned in our onboarding process. For preventing theft and fraud, extensive background checks would be done, and there would be a provision of taking selfie after delivery for facial recognition for prevention of further activity. Apart from this, we'll be setting up partner SLAs and teams for onboarding and delivery scheduling would be required. For ensuring safety, we would be providing safety kits and masks and would be leveraging daily temperature checks as well. Now, what are the potential areas impacting growth? So we would be targeting customers moving away from offline retail by offering increased flexibility and safety consideration. This also supports the vision of Atmanirbhar Bharat, and we can leverage MOUs with Ministry of Commerce by onboarding local traders and Ministry of Labor by onboarding the local workforce. The competitive differentiation is offered by lower delivery time, safety and flexibility in delivering, and the customer experience can be measured by the increase in safety, customer satisfaction survey ratings. For financial considerations, we calculated the number of workers that would be delivering in a particular metro. We calculated the total salary paid to gig workers, assuming 10% of them are in the workforce. We calculated the training cost, background verification cost, and total salary paid to the workers, and we found out the benefits to be around 7.16%. We believe that this idea would be implemented in 17 to 18 weeks. And on to the next idea by Ruth.
Thank you, Sarvesh. So as my teammates have already mentioned earlier, our first idea was focused on delivery, while our next recommendation is a complementing idea, which will be addressing the challenges faced by customers during initial stages of their customer experience journey. So our idea is an assisted buying model, which is called Flixperience. Flixperience is a paid service which enables our customers to connect with an online human shopping assistant that will guide the customers through product search and purchase decision phase. So let's now understand why are we recommending this idea. So the concept of assisted buying has been present in physical stores since a very long time. For example, we walk into electronic stores or apparel stores or even sari shops, where a sales assistant guides the customers in making the buying decision. Now, people's behavior is going to be the same. We are just trying to bring it from offline to online. Now, if we look at the data, through our research, we had found that more than 30% online shoppers were dissatisfied with product search and evaluation. At the same time, 42% Indians are willing to pay premium for improved customer experience. In addition to this, majority of people above 45 years of age, which also happens to be the group with highest spending, they have said that they would stop online purchasing post-COVID due to lack of personalized experience and lack of inspection of product. Lastly, the highest growing market is tier 2 cities and beyond, for which Flixperience will be even more appealing for targeting all of these concerns. Now let's have a look at how is Flixperience going to help Flipkart. Recent research shows that about 49% buyers make an impulse purchase and 44% become repeat buyers if provided with a personalized experience. Also, as this feature is not available in any other e-commerce platform in India, it is going to provide Flipkart a great advantage in terms of competitive differentiation. Now let's have a look at how this works. To avail this service, customers will have to be a Flipkart Plus member and register for Flixperience. After registering, one can get in touch with the sales assistant via chat, call, or a video call through the app or website. Then the assistant can guide our customers via co-browsing, and if required, product demo can be facilitated through video call or a recorded video. Can you move on to the next slide, please? The improvement in customer experience will be evident through increase in sales, customer service satisfaction score surveys, NPS, decrease in information-related calls, etc. Now let's have a look at the people process levers that will be applicable here. So first of all, we will need to create a new role of sales assistant and recruit suitable candidates who have proficiency in vernacular language. We will be required to provide training regarding sales, customer engagement, and use of the online platform. Their performance will be measured through sales target achievement, other productivity metrics, customer experience feedback, etc. And the compensation will comprise of a fixed component as well as a variable component, which can be either based on commission or based on the volume of the product sold. Next slide, please. To execute this plan, we will have to start from a certain product category. Let us say, for example, we start with mobiles and electronics. Next, because most people will be more comfortable with regional languages, we will have to select a geography for implementing the idea. Example, we select a state where our target customer base is large, that is 45 years or more. Then we will have to test the new service in the select market, evaluate the results, implement the required changes, and then we can expand further to the different product categories and different regions. For cost analysis, we have selected mobiles and electronics as a product category. So for every 1 lakh Flipkart Plus members, the total cost of program, including recruitment, training, and salary of the required number of employees comes up to be around 19 lakh 72,000. The cost incurred per purchase will come up to be approximately 78 rupees. And as I mentioned earlier, if this is going to be a paid service, let us assume that the annual fees of the service is 250 rupees. Then the expected revenue from subscription fees comes up to be around 20 lakh 92,000. Now, this is excluding the expected increase in sales due to the new service. If we include the benefits due to repeat buyers and increase in sales, the total benefit goes up significantly. Next, we have also chalked out the implementation timeline, including all the steps, and the total time for implementation comes up to be around 10 weeks. So these were the two recommendations from our side, and we would like to thank Flipkart for providing us with such an amazing opportunity and platform. And now we are open to questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, guys. Let's have Govind, Chavi, and Sam back on screen. There you are, 6 minutes on the clock. Your time starts now.
I think the question is largely around, I think you said you had started with 5 or 4 different options to consider presenting. What made you choose the ones that you presented today?
Shall I take this up? Yeah, so as we mentioned earlier that we had basically selected 3 criteria, that is impact on customer experience, scalability of solution, and the differentiation. Now, if we look at all the 5 ideas, then evaluating these based on the limited information that we currently have would become subjective. So we emphasize more on the impact of customer experience. So the data that we received from our primary research indicated that the maximum dissatisfaction was found in delivery time and while comparing and evaluating the products. So that is how we selected the 2 ideas out of 5.
Got it. I'll probably, I think, selfishly ask just one more question before passing to Govind and Sam. I think there's data around that you presented around business, customer experience. Did you consider looking at data around employee experience while you were looking at processes?
Ma'am, can I take this?
Yeah, sure.
Ma'am, we looked into employee experiences as well. We checked out the various people process levers that motivate people, and considering there's a huge influx of unemployed workers or students who are looking for a part-time job in our idea one, suppose, how they are impacted through this. There's a sense of gratitude and belonging to the company culture if you give them a job in dire situations. Well, considering the current scenario where there has been so many layoffs, connecting to these workers at this time would provide a great employee engagement and would lead to further benefits as well for both the firm and the employee.
No, I did see that. I think we were speaking about insurance policy at some point of time. So I definitely saw you considering it. I was wondering if you looked at more data other than that. So that was the question. But thanks for responding, Sarvesh.
Hi, team orders. Hi, team orders. Well done. Very good study and very clear, sharp 2 ideas you've given. Just a question on the lands, right? The gig workers. It's a model many organizations have been doing, and it will continue to grow, and that's right. And you were talking about right now the situation is a little bit tougher for employees, so that's kind of a market where people are looking for jobs. But I presume that it will change, and there'll be a lot of better days for everyone, right? So how do we drive? My question is, how do you want to drive retention and real stickiness? I heard you mention about the star rating and all that, but that's again very monetarily driven. How do you drive a retention and a feeling of attachment to the brand and the role which they are doing for that brand? How any interventions which you're thinking of to drive that?
Can I take this?
Yeah, go ahead.
So what we were thinking is, okay, we are driving that through monetary benefits as well, but we are also providing behavioral competencies as well and extensive training in a gamified form and as well as in visual forms as well. So they are learning extensively through Flipkart, and there's a sense of gratitude and belongingness to the company. And while you're providing these opportunities, you're also giving them incentives such as pay for performance, and you're taking into consideration their safety as well by looking into things as accidental insurance and uh, permanent disability. We are providing above average insurance, 2,50,000 and 1,25,000, which is greater than our benchmarked insurance. Also, we are considering their safety concerns by giving them safety kits, monitoring their daily checks as well. So I think when we look into that, that creates a sort of connect with the firm and the employees, and we can leverage that.
I have a small point to add here. So we definitely agree with the point that you had made, that the supply would decrease gradually as and when the situation improves regarding COVID. But at the same time, there is always going to be sufficient supply. That is what we had believed while going forward with this idea, because we are mainly targeting people who are, for example, students, who are college students or retired people. So maybe their stand is not going to change even if the situation changes. If they have free time, and if you're giving them an opportunity to earn a few dollars or a few rupees in a small amount of time, then that is going to create a buzz among them, and that is how we will still have the supply.
All right, thanks.
One question, guys. You did speak about buyer assistance, and depending on what you folks were thinking about here, how do you expect the employees or the stakeholders to reconcile to the fact that Flipkart is fundamentally a marketplace, it's a platform, and a specific endorsement by Flipkart would amount to we preferring one brand over another? And what implications do you believe this will actually have for the people in terms of how they go about doing their job? And any reactions on that?
Rupa, can I take?
Yeah, go ahead.
So I can imagine that there can be biases, but there would be specific people, processes, levers set up around this so that there's no particular bias towards a brand. Essentially, the sales assistant would be comparing products and would tell all the features that suppose this mobile has this features, this is the RAM, this is the processing speed, this is the camera output, and we'll leave the decision making to the person who's buying it. So at the end of the day, we are promoting both the brand and both the person, customer. We are empowering them to make a choice. We are just giving them seminal information. And when you're doing you're also promoting the brand as well. You're telling that this brand has this much specifics, these are the specs, this is the durability, and this has been performing over these many years. So you should maybe prefer this. So it's kind of unbiased information that we are giving. And we would also set up certain levers as well. Like suppose a salesperson is promoting a specific brand, that could be captured by the number of sales over the particular month. And we can check that information outflow is correct or not.
Thank you.
Thank you, team. Over to you, Amanda.
Thank you so much, Govind and my judges, and thank you, Team Auros. Moving on to the next team, which is the fourth team for today. We have Pranita, Isha, and Shraddha, an all-girls team from IIM Ranchi. Can I have the ladies live on screen, please? There you are, Team Hawkeye. If you ladies are ready, your time starts now.
Good evening, everyone. So we are Team Hawkeye from IIM Ranchi. So before we begin with the presentation, we would like to thank all the senior leaders for taking out time from your busy schedules for this presentation, and to the team of Flipkart Wired for providing us with these great opportunity and platform to showcase our ideas. We started our journey to explore the people processes that drive customer satisfaction by doing a two-part as-is analysis. First, we tried to look at all stages any item goes through in the time that the order is placed and the time that it is delivered to the consumer. We also looked at the possible people processes involved at each stage and the possible metrics that might be used to evaluate the outcome at each stage. The next step in the two-part analysis was to understand the current consumer sentiment through a primary research. Most popular categories for online shopping were identified, and the factors that made those categories popular were explored in a pre and post COVID scenario. This research also led us to identifying three main themes that drive consumer experience currently. First is the time of delivery, second is the packaging safety, and third is the delivery personnel sanitization. Given now that we are a part of this Black Swan event, we realize that there is a need to reinvent the important stakeholders in any organization. That is, its people, the processes that are used to govern the people, and the tools that are used to evaluate or facilitate these processes through a change management intervention to facilitate the transition of Flipkart from a retail platform ensuring employee and product safety at all platforms to a retail giant with a revolutionized delivery system with the best safety features and integrating customer feedback to employee incentives, thus resulting in highly motivated employees and thus an increased consumer satisfaction. As a part of the change management model, we started out by assessing the current stages the product goes through and understanding the current consumer preferences. We then tried to formulate recommendations catering to the as-is analysis and moved ahead with the change implementation timeline, followed by listing down the metrics that would be used to evaluate the said recommendations. In the end, we did try to analyze our own recommendations for their feasibility, all of which will be covered in greater depth through the course of the presentation. Moving on.
To further explore the themes identified, we studied the respondents across three different age groups, namely Gen Z, Millennials, and Gen X, and developed use cases to identify common issues faced by all and a possible solution according to them. To take us further closer to our recommendations, we also tried to look at the varied needs of each of these generations using the same app to see if any recommendations can be made to make the platform more user-friendly. Off the record, it was pointed out to us that the users appreciated Flipkart's one-stop solution for online content as well as shopping options. That gave us an idea to integrate this feature with super coins to incentivize the customers. Having looked at developing recommendations from consumer perspective, we moved on to analyzing the same from an organizational perspective, which will be further taken up by Pranitha.
Thank you so much, Shraddha. So our next step was to evaluate the key aspects of supply side and demand execution based on the use cases and primary research. After a careful evaluation of the consumer point of view, we evaluated how change can be managed across people, processes, and tools that are important contributors to any given stage from an organization's point of view. We also tried to list down the cost contributing factors at each stage. For example, at the product delivery stage, it is important for Flipkart to effectively utilize the existing delivery personnel to ensure seamless delivery. And as a part of the demand execution, the number of deliveries receiving, say, 5 stars ratings should be considered as successful ones to motivate the workforce to perform better and in turn increase the CSAT scores. The cost contributing factor at this stage would be majorly the cost of procuring and distributing the masks to the wishmaster. Moving on.
Yeah, so after going through all the use cases and the change management model, we did a competitive benchmarking to form a base for our recommendations. We benchmarked the current practices across multiple industries involving door-to-door delivery. The parameters were the unique product offerings, the business models, the employee safety protocols, and the COVID impact on these companies, which were Amazon, Swiggy, Zomato, Grocers, Big Basket, DHL, and JD.com to get a global perspective. Although the business ecosystem of all these companies are on similar lines, there are a lot of differentiations that we found out in the employee safety protocols. We came across some really good practices in various industries, and we then analyzed their implementation scope from a Flipkart lens. We have listed the best practices here, and we have used them in our recommendations as well. Some of them are temperature check information to the customer, for example, in Zomato, sensitizing the delivery executives about the SOPs at Swiggy, a deep learning algorithm at Swiggy which works similar to facial recognition system. Here, the delivery executive can log in into the app only while he's wearing a mask, which is AI controlled. Also, changes in packaging were observed. After benchmarking all the competitors and analyzing the best practices, we have come up with the following recommendations. But before going ahead, we would like to visualize how these recommendations, when implemented, would look like. The first one is the Flip Mask, which is a company branded mask for every Wishmaster, and a customer experience feedback system, which can be seen in the pop out image. This would be integrated in the app, and we will have these questions pertaining to the overall customer experience, which will be discussed in detail by Shraddha moving forward. The next recommendation is the temperature check, which sends in the customer the last temperature check of the Wishmaster before the delivery. The next one is the Flip Safe, an idea to sanitize the Wishmaster before delivery. Then it is the Flip Partner, which talks about curating the best Indian content to attract the customers in the OTT platform. The last recommendation is the integration of Supercoins with Flipkart Video to increase transactions through the OTT platform. So moving ahead with the implementation of all these recommendations, I would hand over to Shraddha.
So after visualizing the recommendation, we tried to work on the intricacies in the implementation of each recommendation. First of all, talking about the Flip Mask. It needs to be customized and delivered to all Wishmasters. A pilot implementation can take place in major cities since the delivery might take some time to reach pan-India. As per our analysis, 3 masks will be required by each delivery executive per month, which would cost around rupees 10 lakhs per month. This will help us to boost customer and employee safety as well as help in branding. Talking about temp check, the temperature check of the delivery partner will be taking place at the delivery hub, and the customer will be notified, which will enhance transparency. Since an update in software is required in this process, so it can be implemented pan-India. Talking about Flip Safe, the delivery executive will sanitize himself in front of the customer to ensure maximum customer satisfaction, which can again be implemented pan-India. The cost will be around 9 lakhs per month. Talking about Flip Partners. So the focus is to crack contracts with the Indian media houses whose content is usually in high demand to increase the customer base on Flipkart Video. Given the current state of reverse urbanization, the focus should be on tier 2 and tier 3 cities. And super coins. So super coins and Flipkart go hand in hand. This recommendation is inspired from our observation during the use cases that people appreciate one-stop solution of Flipkart for shopping as well as video streaming. This will ultimately help in boosting the customer base both for Flipkart Video as well as online shopping. Now talking about customer feedback integration. For the safety measures recommendations, we have put an additional feedback feature about the overall delivery along with specific questions pertaining to each of the safety recommendations, which was earlier visualized by Isha in the previous slide. And the top 5% Wishmasters of each area can be recognized and rewarded, which in turn will help in employee motivation, leading to reinforcement of safety recommendations, ultimately increasing the net promoter score. Moving on.
So we now look at the implementation journey. For the implementation journey, we have divided the process into 6 phases involving 10 steps, including research, benchmarking and recognizing the best practices, marketing, documenting, and the final rollout. The timelines for each have been derived from our prior experience and the research that we did. The Flip Partner, for example, is planned for a 6-month implementation, and the rest of the recommendations are planned to be completed within 2 months. The detailed stepwise implementation journey can be looked at from the chart. So moving ahead now.
So this brings us to the last stage of our change management model, that is evaluating our recommendations. We have come up with certain metrics which will help us to evaluate these recommendations. For the first 3 recommendations revolving around the safety and customer satisfaction, we can use the average review of the delivery partner as our metric, which will have 3 to 4 questions whose further analysis can provide the success rate of each of the 3 recommendations individually as well. Talking about the Flip Partner, it can be evaluated by analyzing the average time spent and number of sessions per user per day, and also by number of app downloads when a new content is added to Flipkart Video. For Super Coins, we can compare the number of transactions per existing customer and also keep a check on total redemption of Super Coins. They've also stated 4 metrics to measure the impact of our recommendations in totality, especially the Net Promoter Score and CSAT.
Finally, coming full circle, it was time to assess how the recommendations would affect the intended purpose or what kind of impact each one would have on the organization and for the organization. Thus, the recommendations were finally assessed using an impact manageability matrix. Talking about the key value drivers, which will definitely have high manageability and high impact, according to the principle of operant conditioning, behavior that is followed by pleasant consequences is likely to be repeated, also called as positive reinforcement. The incentives or recognition that come with the integrated feedback system will encourage delivery partners to follow safety protocols and also hence increase consumer satisfaction, making delivery feedback a key value driver. Similarly, with the flip masks, which become highly manageable in terms of procuring and distributing, would have a strong impact in terms of employee safety, Flipkart branding, and finally increase consumer satisfaction and ownership. Talking about watch factors who have a relatively low manageability, the number of subscribers for the OTT platform will increase eventually, if not instantly. Similarly, the on-door sanitization is to be done by the delivery executive at the time of delivery, which makes it a hard change to manage, but at the same time will have a huge impact on Flipkart's brand image and create a positive consumer experience and hence help in increasing the Net Promoter Score. Finally, talking about the super coins, which we have identified as the tactical factors, would serve as a good incentive for customers to shop more, thus increasing the app usage and hence the number of subscribers. Put together, all these recommendations can be the change agents, not just for Flipkart users, but also for the employees in a both present and future strategic needs. In the end, we would just like to say that if it's safe and it's trendy, it's from Flipkart. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you so much, team. Can I quickly get my judges live on screen for Q&A?
Yeah. So I'll start. So thank you, I think, for sharing. I think what I loved is, I think the persona-based customer focus, which you presented very much in the beginning. And I think a lot of depth in that. I would love for you to present a little bit more clarity in terms of the impact and the managerial piece. I was getting a little lost in that, and maybe it's just me. In terms of what are the pieces that are absolutely essential, because I think if you look at from an environment or from a safety perspective, some of them are absolutely essential. What are the ones that are differential when you look at landing customer experience? If you were to look at all your recommendations, how would you prioritize them from an differential impact perspective?
Of course. Can I take this, Isha Shubha?
Sure.
Okay. So thank you, ma'am, for the question. So talking about which recommendations to give highest priority to, so basis our primary research, we identified that safety, the delivery safety, the packaging safety, and the delivery personnel safety came out to be the most talked about theme as a concern by the consumers. So ensuring the package safety and the delivery personnel safety becomes a recommendation to be given most importance to. And to ensure that it is followed, we had to incentivize it so that the delivery partners are motivated to do so. So that's why categorize the safety aspects over the Flipkart videos and integrate super coins.
And one more point I would like to add here is that if we talk about like prioritizing given the current scenario, but in terms of differentiation also, we observed during the use cases that Flipkart has a platform for shopping and for video on the same platform, and that is liked by the users. So that is a key differentiating area for us, and that we have leveraged and we have used the super coins over there as well. So that is one of the differentiation factor also.
Thank you. Sam, Govind, over to you.
Thank you. Hawkeye team, thank you. And as Chavi said, wonderful personas and how you went about your research. Fantastic work. So you have indexed a lot around the safety aspect around the individual and from the customer perspective. So I have actually two questions. Let me quickly ask that. So one is the aspect around what do you think the Wishmasters are going to gain from this, right? How are you going to motivate them? What is their motivator apart from telling them they are safe and the customers are also looking at the safety? We are making that happen. How are you going to motivate them? That's one. And the whole super coins and the videos part sounded more like for me customer acquisition and customer stickiness rather than customer experience from a shopping perspective. So that was the second part of the question. So go ahead.
Okay. Can I take this up?
Yeah, sure.
So talking about the Wishmasters question, so what we've done here is the current feedback system that we have for the Wishmasters is that customers get a text message saying we would like to have a feedback of the delivery or the experience that you had, and it's very unlikely to the percentage of people replying to that feedback is a little lesser than if it is an in-app integrated feedback system. So that we try to incorporate for the Wishmasters, and what we try to give an idea about here is that for the first like 5% of the delivery partners or the Wishmasters who would be getting the 5 stars over a period of 1 month, we would like to incentivize or recognize them so that they continue this behavior going forward, and they themselves ask for a feedback like what a Zomato delivery person asks us, that please rate my delivery system, please rate me if I was a good delivery boy. So a similar to that, we've thought that this practice is really appreciated for. And for the flip partner and super coins, yes, we definitely looked at getting a great customer base and also increasing the net promoter score in this regard. So once customers start watching Flipkart video, they start shopping more, and then they get to they tend to watch Flipkart video even more if they get the great content, plus the integrated app system, which is video and shopping in the same app, would at the end drive the customer experience through this recommendation, is what we thought.
All right, thank you.
I'm good, Govind. Thank you.
All right, so thank you, Team Hawkeye.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, judges and Team Hawkeye. Let's move on. And next, we have Gangeshwar, Anushka, and Joel from Team Tangled, XLRI Jamshedpur.
Good evening, everyone. In the past 1 month,
Anushka, just 1 second. There you are. Okay, your time starts now.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. In the past 1 month, the team has gone through an enthralling journey of understanding the customer experience from the lens of employee experience. So a quick snapshot of our journey would include that we generated insights basis primary and secondary research and benchmarking exercises and a thorough literature study. We went on to design a framework that is agile based, and today we are proposing to you the Flix integrated experience as a way forward. A quick snapshot into the primary and secondary research would be that we understood that the customer experience is a sweet spot between the user experience and the employee experience. So if we look at the customer experience journey in the order placement stage, we identified that Flipkart at this stage is agile. So we came across comments such as the app is user friendly and the app is good to use and the filters are working better. However, when we come to the delivery and the customer service stage, we identified there is significant scope for agile adoption. So we came across comments such as my order is out for delivery since the past 3 days, I haven't received it yet. In customer service, what we found was a comment stating that customer executives are smart enough to put our call on hold and eventually drop them off. So we wanted to double click on these issues, and we took up a two-pronged approach. So what we did was that we understood the customer pain point. Basis this, we took what would be a Flipkart executive's understanding and response to this, and hence we took cues for an integrated EX intervention basis this. So case in point being the case for Mr. Donald, wherein he is a 55-year-old consumer based out of a tier 2 city who is new to the Flipkart interface, and he has recently ordered around multiple SKUs from Flipkart. He receives one of them which is ordered at a later date, and he wants to know the status of the previous ordered SKUs. He inquires about this to the person at his doorstep, that is the Flipkart Wishmaster. However, our Wishmaster is unable to take this response as he is not looped in with the other SKU statuses. So we identified that an open channel between Wishmaster's customer support and the customer will help bridge such issues and help them answer such questions. Our secondary research pointed out multiple pain points, but what drew our particular attention was that a summary of around 18,000 calls from the Flipkart customer service call center, they revealed that 58% of reasons are categorized as others. Now, these call for again a need for agile teams to address such uncategorized and non-repetitive queries. This, along with the slow transition to tier 2 and tier 3 cities, which are homeland to multiple local languages, calls for and paves way for agile adoption in the customer experience. Moving on, our journey helped us reach out to 150 plus customers, 5 delivery executives, 2 Flipkart MTs, 2 competition area managers, and our Flipkart case mentor. Again, our hypothesis was supported. What we found out was that 12.86% of the issues are again categorized as others. So we wanted to see what could be done about this. We started to segment the customer touch points. So we identified that there's an agent touch point, there's a call center touch point, there's a web touch point, and there's a support touch point, which are currently operating in silos in the Flipkart ecosystem. Now, each of these touch points, when they operate in silos, are only able to deliver 58% of end-to-end journey satisfaction for a customer.
So as Anushka took us along how customer experience is not attained in silos, but it is a wholesome experience where every touchpoint matters and they work in tandem for achieving desired results. Going further, I would like to introduce Flix, our very own model specifically curated for Flipkart. Our model is driven by changes in business need that can be due to market expansion in tier 2, tier 3 cities, also change in customer needs because of COVID and because of changing trends in Gen Z and millennials. The core pillar of our Flix model includes problem categorization. Here we are talking about separating product review from service reviews. We are talking about identifying new cohorts of problem and developing SOP for them. For example, through our initiatives, we plan to have individual, team, and case-based matrices so that we can equip people through our learning and capability development module so that they can better categorize and better address the issues. For that, we will also do enablement. That is, we will give them right to solve, personify, and take action. Currently, customers are facing issues of high handoff rate and long holding times, as most of the times customer care executives are problem carriers rather than solvers. Same goes for our wish masters. We want to enable them through cross-pollination of knowledge by forming cross-functional teams. To sustain these changes and for continuous improvement, we in HR so that there is smooth flow of information and correct matrices to incentivize collaboration. We'll be mapping change in customer experience directly with rewards to ensure that there's a motivation we'll be achieving through Bloom's expectancy model. Through these initiatives, we plan to achieve lower cost of operation, higher customer satisfaction, and workforce safety. And we are not covering only workforce safety, we are also talking about mental safety. The whole initiative stems from the feeling of ownership inculcated through self-managing teams. To implement Flix, we have dived deep to come out with the CX-EX architecture. Let's start with creating a strategy with the intention to surprise our customer and our integrated approach and delight through one-step resolution. We will start with understanding our customers, understanding their expectation, and then zooming on their problems. We also plan to design whole experience through our agile routines, which we talked about. We will be empowering our workforce at L1 and L2 level, and we will also be suggesting decentralizing customer care for tier 2 and tier 3 cities so that we can address the issue of potential language. Also, we will design matrices for each of the teams specifically. For example, we will have customer effort survey, we will have contact response time using mystery customer approach. And for this whole process adoption, we will be incorporating the basic fabric of customer experience in the whole HR ecosystem through our reward teams. This whole approach is going to give us considerable output in terms of enhancing safety, customer excellence, and cost of operation.
So now that we have talked about our decision to move to Agile, let us try and understand what exactly it means for customer support team as a whole. Because Agile as a jargon or a term has been commonly used in software development circles. And it was not until maybe around 2015-16 when Harvard Business Review and McKinsey recognized its relevance to other departments and organizations as well, that this idea came to the mainstream. So what we are planning to do is implement it around three pillars, maybe. It is ownership to form, which is centered around the idea that rather than having a top-down control approach, which is normally seen in customer executive teams from the team lead, the entire team will have ownership of a particular customer segment. For example, electronic product items. And we also have the customer delight teams, which is comprised of a mixture of people from the warehouse team, as well as the wishmasters, as well as the customer support team members. So what it will ensure is that there is a flow of information between all these channels, and that any issue that needs resolving through all these touch points will have resolutions at the appropriate times. Then we also have a system of inculcating collaborative knowledge, where we have a team of Flipkart experts, wherein if like my colleague mentioned earlier, a lot of the complex queries that cannot be standardized and classified under any bucket, which if comes to a frontline employee, we will divert to the standby group of Flipkart experts who will then jump in and resolve the issue if it's a slightly complicated one. And also we have the standardized typical agile routines of bi-weekly reviews and daily 15-minute huddles as well. So all of this will form our idea to make customer support agile. Moving on. So now that we know that we are going to agile, what exactly will be some demonstrable impacts and cost saving opportunities that are associated with it? So like was mentioned earlier, the entire end-to-end journey satisfaction was in our research found to be a multiplicative effect of 4 of the milestone touch points that are seen in these categories. So any 5% percentage point improvements in these touchstones will stand to increase our NPS by a figure of 23% is what we figured out. And this was corroborated by, this multiplicative effect was corroborated by the McKinsey study as well. There are other gains as to gain as well in the business impact, like rework rate, handoff rate, and of course, customer satisfaction. Then as part of our initiative to move to tier 2 and 3 cities, we stand to gain a lot of cost saving opportunities as well. This is part of our decentralization approach to customer support rather than having it in one central location. Moving on, we will see our implementation plan and timelines, wherein we have 3 phases. The first one, which is identifying areas where we need improvement in terms of being agile, and selecting cities where we can run pilot study. So for our case, for phase 2, which is the pilot study, we have identified Kochi, Vadodara, and Guwahati to ensure that all the complications related to vernacular languages and customer density will come in to the picture and can be resolved at the stage itself. And after we are done with identifying the major drawbacks that can come up or risk factors that can come up as part of this, we will roll them out at a much wider scale in phase 3. And although there are difficulties associated with moving to this collaborative approach and agile and decentralization, we firmly believe that major of Flipkart's issues, which are coming from the customer experience part in the customer service that is being delivered to them, rather than the user interface that appears at the beginning part of the journey. If we are able to resolve some of them for the long term, there is a lot to be gained for the organization. And so this brings us to the end of the idea that we are proposing. Thank you so much for listening to us. That is all from Team Tangled, and we are open to questions.
Thank you so much, team. Let's move on to Q&A now and get our jury live on screen.
Thank you, Manan. Thank you, team. And I think a very comprehensive look at integrating, I think, the customer and the employee experience. Very, very revealing, the way you've presented it. I think a couple of questions, mostly to clarify. I think you is around. I think you mentioned some measurable impact in terms of reduced, employee cost and other elements as well. And while this is largely based on research, what are the elements that will really shift the impact? Because all these solutions at a solutioning level, they're very exciting. what will have to be done to move to those cost measures or to that impact measures at a very granular level? Could you probably cite it through an example of when you're looking at agile methodology, for example, what will change as an employee experience? What will remarkably change as a customer experience to land those measures? Let me know if I'm coming through clearly or I'm going a little bit
Yes,
hard.
ma'am. I think I got the gist of the question. I'll try and answer that. So, what we have currently is an approach wherein individuals sort of have, sometimes I'm assuming this, I'm not sure, but customer service representatives might have a fixed number of calls if they meet in a day, that they will be incentivized. So, if we move away from that a little bit, and if we have more team-based incentives in place, so that even if the query takes a longer amount of time to resolve, even if it is complicated, it is resolved from the point of contact of the customer service, and if the warehouse team needs to be involved, them as well. So all of that, and we need to figure out a metric for that. But if that is implementable, that I believe will be the way to go forward. Yes. So that was what we tried to underline.
Yes, I'm getting a volume to experience kind of a shift, is what you're saying.
Yes.
Thank you, Joel. Thanks, Anushka. Govind, Sam,
Yeah.
over to you.
So again, a great attempt and quite a wonderful idea of bringing it all together and collective aspect. So when it comes to collective team-led things, right? One of the challenges which people do faces or organization do faces, how do you drive accountability and clarity on the accountability and also drive the right kind of incentives, rewards, and other methods of recognition for the individuals. While it's a collective effort, how do we drive accountability and how do we also drive collective as well as some level of individual recognition in your Flix model?
Right. Yeah. So I will answer that. So we have talked about individual matrices, team matrices, and case-based matrices. So we totally understand that currently we are having individual matrices where people are judged on how quickly they are resolving the calls, how quickly they are, how less the repeat calls can be. But here we will be talking on 3 case bases. For example, for a cross-functional team which is positioned at Guwahati, the team leader will have the opportunity of reducing the number of calls in least number of possible times. But again, we are talking about tier 2, 3 cities where there will be non-repetitive problems. And for that, we have implemented a case-based matrices. So for example, if problem is taking too long because it is a perennial problem and that has to be solved through entire supply chain. So for that, we have totally different matrices. And for that, we will be developing SOP. So in short term, we might face a problem, but in long term, as soon as we have synchronized our individual matrices, case-based matrices, and team-based matrices, all things will fall in place. That is what we believe.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, guys. One question, yeah. You've spoken about distributed support structure, right, in one of these slides for tier 2 and tier 3. And I'm not sure what was the implicit assumption here. Is it that that language is not available in the metros, or what assumptions did you table here from a solutioning standpoint?
Right. So, sir, from the solution standpoint, we would like to draw your attention to what were the insights that we had gathered. As we move to the tier 1 and tier 2 cities, the expectations that a customer has, they have that the person should be very familiar with the address and the locality and should be able to deliver a doorstep delivery. More often than not, in tier 2 and tier 3 locations, the address are not very earmarked. So one is familiarity with local addresses. Second is fluency with the language and the dialects. So as we move and penetrate deeper into the Indian geographies, we find that each language has multiple dialects as well to keep that up to keep our customer executives and the wishmasters updated. We were looking at personalization at that level. And third, to be aware of the culture that particular pin code or location entails. Often we've seen challenges that certain pin codes administer and offer for deliveries and doorstep deliveries and cash payments. So we wanted to address all of that using decentralization.
Two follow-up questions. One is on this slide, right? You talk about 50+% of this 18,000 and tagged as others. What was the source of this, if I may?
Sure, sir. So there's this website which is shiftcustomers.com, and they analyze every call that is received on a real-time basis. So we just had checked an hour back, and they had the data updated for that as well.
So one last question from my side, linked to this whole distributed model that you guys are talking about, right? For instance, you've spoken about multiple hops for a customer from a resolution standpoint. And then if you look at a typical conversation, right, it tends to be around 5 to 7 minutes approximately. And then on one hand, you're talking about reduced hops. On the other hand, you're also talking about a collaborative set of team across the customer support team and the e-card team and a bunch of other people as well, which kind of adds its own challenges in terms of the org design and the ways of working. So any thoughts around the scalability of this you guys are suggesting?
So we have a use case of T-Mobiles, which we have in our annexures, I guess. Anushka, can we go there?
Sure.
There they have done that. They were facing issues, non-repetitive issues, where the customer care executives were not able to solve the issues. And in the end, they were just shifting it to the customer care, their boss, and then it was going to the warehouse manager, and then it was going to the service delivery person. So in the end, instead of going through the loop, they created a bypass using this agile method. And that is what we are referring to. And they derived good results from this whole exercise.
Okay, thank you.
So thank you, Team Tangled. Over to you, Amanda.
Thank you so much, judges and Team Tangle. It's now time for the last team under this track. They have been waiting very patiently for their turn, and they are Snigdha, Kavita, and Varidi from Trailblazers IIM Indore. Can I have them live on screen, please? There you are. Team, your time starts now.
All right, so we're Team Trailblazers from IIM Indore, and we'd like to start with the presentation. So the problem statement that was given to us was that we had to come up with various people intervention processes which would enhance customer experience for Flipkart. Now, Flipkart is already an organization which is known for prioritizing customers. We wanted to see how we can make this an organization-wide objective. So we thought that we want customer centricity to become the core focus of each and every employee at Flipkart, not just those who have direct touch points with the customers. So keeping this in mind, our solution will target two different things. First would be that we would want customer centricity to become the focus of all employees. And second would be that we want to achieve this enhanced customer experience with the help of enhanced employee experience. And for this purpose, we are going to go with performance management and rewards and recognition frameworks. So what we did was, first we wanted to understand what customer experience would mean for the new customers which will be joining from tier 2 and 3 cities to Flipkart. Now, these customers, though, have been given the initial push to join Flipkart, we want them to stay. And for them to stay, we want them to have the trust in the organization. Now, that trust will only be established once employees go out of the way to establish the enhanced customer experience. Now, keeping this in mind, what we thought was that first we want to enhance employee experience, which would then lead to an enhanced customer experience. And from this, we are drawing from neuroscience, which says that if employees in an organization are happy and satisfied, the same would be mimicked by the customers, and this with the help of mirror neurons, which would actually ensure that the employee satisfaction is transferring to the customers. Now, keeping this in mind, our solutions are focusing on performance management and rewards and recognition framework. Now, why these two? Simply because we wanted to ensure maximum impact, and that can be achieved with the help of performance management and rewards and recognition. Performance management would help us in defining what the desired behaviors are going to be. And with the help of a rewards program, we would be able to reinforce these particular behaviors. Now, to begin with, we are starting with performance management, where we say that all employees in the organization should have an OKR-based goal setting. Now, why we are saying OKR is because we know that the organization's wide focus is on customer centricity. Now, we want to break that down, and we want to turn it into smart targets for all employees at Flipkart. And we want to differentiate these targets for those who have direct touch points and those who don't. Now, for instance, if as an HR manager, I do not have a direct touch point with the end customer of Flipkart, I don't want my focus should still be on the customer centricity, wherein my customer is just changing to an internal employee of the organization. Herein, we are actually prioritizing each and every individual's experience who is associated with Flipkart. And this will eventually lead to an enhanced experience for everyone, for even the end customers. Also, we are trying to recommend that we can have an app-based OKR for performance management. So what we are saying is that this app would allow us for the goal setting, management, and assessment. Everything will happen on this app. And this app would also allow us to customize wherever possible according to all the employees. Over to Kavita.
Thank you, Snigdha. The main concern for a Flipster moving forward would be, how will I be evaluated? For this, we suggest a tailored criterion called Flip. By the expansion of this Flip criterion, we could see that each parameter clearly exemplifies how great a customer experience has to be. The definition of Flip could vary across various departments based on the workflow that is being carried out in each of the departments. For example, as Nikta stated earlier, for people with direct touch points, the customers would just be the end customers. But for people who do not have direct touch points with customers, the customers would mean external customers as well as the internal customers, that is the Flipsters. In the review process, we have to ensure that Flipsters' progress are being measured and reviewed monthly or quarterly based on the progress they make according to the Flip criterion. Once the review process is done, to let Flipsters know where they stand in the organizational level, we place them into 3 proficiency levels. For each of these proficiency level, we then design a development plan for each of the Flipster. A personalized Flipster journey map would increase the engagement that the Flipster would have towards this process as well. Here, we also analyze every incremental performance that we want the Flipster to carry out in the next cycle. We also evaluate the Flipster's ABC against Flipkart's ABC, wherein the Flipster's ABC would be affective, behavioral, and cognitive. That is, a Flipster should be empowered to think, what was I thinking, what was I feeling, and how did I act it out? How did this all contribute to enhanced CX? Moving on to the next slide. Yeah, so we see that performance has to be linked to the rewards framework so as to reinforce this particular behavior which led to this phenomenal performance. For this, we are using the same classification that we did using the proficiency level. It would render to us demonstrator, creator, and enabler. For each of these categories, we then devise a customized reward strategy. For the demonstrator, the rewards should aim to break the complacency that the demonstrators have, saying that I can't achieve any further. For the creator, it should push them to achieve a lot more than what is expected of them. For an enabler, it is to ensure that they continue delivering the high performance. For this very purpose, we are segregating the impact that these 3 categories generate into 3 buckets, namely high, medium, and low impact buckets. These impact buckets will then have a wish list for them to choose from as rewards. These wish lists and the impact buckets could be customized as per the business units, since work performed in various departments would be very different and it would require a lot of customization. Moving to the next slide. Yeah. According to organizational cognitive neuroscience, the reward network of a human brain would get activated by the anticipation of rewards or the anticipation of challenging work. Interestingly, just a monetary component would not activate this network. Thus, we suggest an amalgamation of monetary as well as a great deal of intangible benefits added to it. Here, in addition to WOW awards and other grand annual awards at Flipkart, we suggest having these 3 as hygiene factors. For example, in points accumulation system, where a Flipster would get reward points for everyday task that he or she would do, which adds up to the customer experience, it actually motivates the demonstrator. For example, let's take superheroic delivery. This is actually very much apt for a Wishmaster as well. When a Wishmaster says, I am a superhero, it doesn't mean that I am a superhero because I deliver at super speed. It also means that I am a superhero who doesn't just wear a cape, I wear a mask. When saying that, the perception that the Wishmaster has towards the organization, saying that the organization invested so much value in me and is taking care of my safety as well, would motivate him to work further. Next, we move on to monthly award categories. Here, having a fun, creative, theme-based awards, wherein there is no cap that only one employee or a team could achieve it, makes it seem more achievable for the creators. Having badges increases the conviction or the pride with which an employee could say, oh, yes, I am an innovator. Yes, I am a fast executioner. And this conviction is the exact motive of this award. Increased conviction leads to increased engagement. Drawing an analogy from one of the icons of hospitality, the Taj itself, they have a system called STARS, Special Thanks and Reward System. It is like an employee forum where employees could compliment each other or provide appreciation. In addition to the thank you cards available at Flipkart, having instant complimentary actions would go a long way rather than waiting for 6 months or a year to reward it financially. Next focus is on designing wish list. While designing the wish list, it should be taken care that within the same impact bucket, the wish list value differential has to be very less so that it is perceived to be fair. And across various impact buckets, the value has to be very high so that employees actually motivated to move from one wish list to other. In a nutshell, what we are trying to say is the changes in these processes would engrave customer experience as the primary center of every employee at Flipkart. Move over to Varidhi.
Now, every great strategy requires a great implementation roadmap. That is why we have suggested that we would be implementing our suggestion in 5 phases. And the change is such like that it would not be revolutionary, but an evolutionary change. In the first phase of the implementation roadmap, we suggest to build a communication plan in which senior managers and HR leaders from the organization would be building communication channels for Flipsters as well as Wishmasters. Then these, through town hall meetings, through leadership announcements, we would be recognizing the need for an organization to change and moving on to the next phase, that is designing appeal process. The appeal process would actually cater to the need that what's in it for you. And employees, we would be gathering representatives from every department to know what exactly they are doing and what exactly is their need, which can be satisfied through OKRs and reward and recognition programs. The phase 2 would require at least a month to actually gather insights from everybody and everywhere in the organization. Moving on to conducting robust training programs, the idea is to train the rater as well as the ratee. The raters would be trained to actually diminish all the biases that can be there. For example, leniency bias, centered tendency bias, and the ratees would be trained on how to frame their OKRs into smart objectives and how to make it work for themselves. Then we would be moving on to phase 4, which is the pilot testing phase. In this phase, we would be getting representatives from Flipsters as well as Wishmasters and implementing changes for both of them. We would be recognizing the caveats, we would be gathering feedbacks, and then build a mitigation plan to actually address the issues. And then we would be monitoring the process in the phase 5. In the monitoring of the process, our great deal of focus is on impact measurement, because whenever the change is there, a new change is there, we want that the intervention is regular rather than waiting for a whole year for the intervention to happen. Moving on to impact measurement, the first quadrant of the slide focuses on measuring the intangibles that come with any new change. And given that we are focusing customer experience through employee experience, so we have divided the 4 scenarios in sense that positive customer experience, negative customer experience, positive employee experience, and negative employee experience. Here, the main focus of our is that employee experience is negative, but the customer satisfaction is positive. We identify that this kind of arrangement is actually not sustainable and a very big red flag. So that for that, we will identify why employees are not happy. We would be addressing these issues one-to-one and then building a mitigation plan to address their concerns. Step 2 is actually analyzing the root cause of the problem, which we have derived from the data structures and algorithms, that is the decision tree analysis. The 5 whys actually present the 5 nodes of the tree, and these 5 whys will help us actually get to the root of the problem, which could not be at the surface and not very visible. Moving on to the sensitivity analysis.
Team, 10 seconds for closing remarks, please. Your time is actually up.
Sure, ma'am. So sensitivity analysis is just that customer experience is independent and employee is dependent, and employee experience and performance management is independent variables. And we would be measuring customer satisfaction through employee and performance management. The idea is that if we want to treat our customers as king, then we will have to treat our employees as not less than a royalty, and HR people are best suited for the job. Thank you. We are open for questions now.
Thank you so much, team. Let's get our judges back on screen for the last round of Q&A.
Thank you, team, for presenting again. I think a very comprehensive, very well thought through, I think, solutioning that you presented. Particularly liked how you're looking at processes and rewards and behavioral shifts. Could you accentuate a little bit on what behavioral shifts? Because you spoke to processes, you spoke to rewards and a recognition. And I saw, I think somewhere along the line also how you mapped, the ABC of Flipkart to how it sits in a Flipster's head. So what, if you were to kind of just articulate, what are the basic, behavioral shifts that will need to be made in a Flipster's head, so to say? What are you talking about to land this? Yeah.
Yeah, I'll take this. So what we say through Flipster's ABC is that whenever a Flipster faces a problem, which is customer oriented or not, a Flipster has to think, what will be my plan of action? Like, how will I be feeling if I were in that situation? How will I think through it? How will I act out so that the customer experience is actually enhanced at the end of this process? So the behavioral aspect has to be that Flipster has to showcase a lot of empathy for the customer, be it the internal customer, another colleague Flipster, or an end customer. It is to show empathy for the other person, to put oneself in their shoes and think what would they be feeling and how would I do something to evade that feeling. That would be the behavioral shift we'll be expecting.
Like, I think you're speaking to empathy. Is there any other before we move to other questions?
So basically, the focus that we want, the behavioral change that we want, is that we don't want an employee, anyone who's a part of Flipkart, to think that they don't have to go out of the way. We want to push that thing that they feel that they have to make it happen. There should be no boundaries in terms of how we actually achieve our end goal. So right now, what happens is at times we try to limit ourselves with the given constraints. We want to remove those constraints from the minds of each and every Flipster that there is. So we want them to actually push forward and just step in the shoes of what you want. So once you are in that position, when we say employee experience is being enhanced, we are actually making you the customer. So even you are the customer, and if you want to be treated in a certain way, that has to, then you understand the situation and then you will actually go towards it, what we are saying.
Got it. Thank you. I'm greedy to ask more questions, but I can see Govind and Samiching with some very pertinent questions. Over to both of you.
Right. Thank you, Chavi, and thank you, team Trailblazers. Going very focused and in depth in two key factors, right? Both from goals as well as the reward associated with it. So the question I had was, you had set the premise as that driving enhancing employee experience will obviously drive the customer experience, right? What you had shared was all about giving clarity from a goals perspective, and then you're also giving what is at the end of it, change of behavior. I don't know, maybe I missed it, but how are you enhancing employee experience? Giving clarity, yes, I mean, in a way, but apart from that, how are you enhancing employee experience and that at a more emotional level? And how is it that driving or helping with the customer experience?
So, sir, we have introduced the concept of OKRs for that, so that employees can have psychological safety that whatever they are doing for themselves is eventually contributing to the overall achievement of Flipkart. So, for example, if the objective of Flipkart is to grow themselves in tier 2 and tier 3 cities, now, being this objective, there would be some key results that the employee would be expected to perform. So, for example, taking example of an HR department, the role of HR department in that case would be to ensure that we have sufficient workforce to deal with the vernacular languages challenges that come with that. And to that, there would be some key results on how they design their recruitment process, how they design their training process. And similarly, we can say for supply chain as well, that in tier 2 and tier 3 cities, the most problem is that they do not have specific pin codes, or the address is not deliverable every time. So for that, they would be focusing on, okay, how do I connect with the post office so that every address is accessible and my supply chain is actually in every area, so that no customer feels left out.
Can I quickly add something in? So basically, when we say that we want to enhance employee experience, we are also doing that by customizing the experience for each and every employee in the organization, right? So you'll notice that in when we are talking about uh, basically whatever rewards we are suggesting. So when we have suggested wish lists, what we're saying is that in a wish list, if you perform well, we want to award you according to what you want. We don't want to impose an award according to what we want. So that exactly means that we are customizing the experience for you. The same is expected from each and every Flipster is what we're saying.
All right, thank you.
So 2 questions here in terms of the rewards plan that you folks had recommended here. I'm not sure what's your perspective around the whole construct of, do you believe this is simple versus complicated, given the kind of stakeholders you intend to address through that? And finally, looking for keep it simple kind of a construct. Just like to hear your thoughts there. The other piece also is, I'll just pick on the award titles here in the context of the names you have chosen, right? Tony Stark and Black Panther and all of that stuff. And the whole, but the people were actually in the context of India and the kind of people we probably also going to be targeting as part of this. Your perspective around, can this be better contextualized to the country and the superheroes in the country? Just like to hear your thoughts on that.
Yeah, sure. I'll take the first question. Yeah, we wanted to keep it simple too. That's why, I mean, the monthly award categories, the department managers will have the autonomy to give these awards, because various departments will have various workflows and the work intricacies would be known only to that particular department manager. Without giving the autonomy to him or her would increase the simplicity of maintaining this process rather than having it as an organization-wide thing where one business unit will decide what will get distributed to all. So that way, I guess simplicity is being achieved in this category. And for the second one, we just wanted to give a gist of how it could be made fun and creative. But as for Indian context, we should actually change the award title so that people can better relate with it and would actually have the craving to achieve the award.
And also, sir, the idea behind this was that we know that the average age of employee in Flipkart is around 26 to 27 years of age, which falls into the millennial categories. And with Marvel, with DC, and with other Game of Thrones or Lord of the Rings, these things have become very famous in millennials, and these are the things which have actually, broke every boundary country-wise. So that is why we introduce something which is very generic amongst the millennial population.
Thanks for the clarification. Thank you.
Thank you, Team Trailblazers. Amanda, over to you.
Thank you so much, judges and Team Trailblazers. Wow, guys, that was some super awesome show today. I can't help but repeat what I said earlier, that the jury has a tough task on hand today. Before we wrap up this track, let me say Govind, Chavi, and Sam, the three of you did a fantastic job as well today. I like how you all were coordinating and asking all the questions. So thank you so much for doing that. Requesting the three of you to quickly leave this meeting and join the Google Meet link that's sent on your calendar invite, where Sumit is waiting for you for the debrief. So if you can quickly log off, I think you have some discussions to do. While the judges go ahead and discuss, we will now take a break for about 25 minutes, giving the judges some time to discuss and giving you guys a break as well. Some of you want to stretch, grab a glass of water, maybe a cup of tea or coffee. I know it's late, but maybe it'll keep you going. And we'll be back here at 7:10 p.m. as we get ready for the winner announcements. Thank you, everyone. extremely sorry about the delay in start time, but welcome back to the finale event for Wired 4.0. This has been an absolutely fantastic experience from the word go. Once again, a big congratulations to all the teams that competed in the finals today. I'm told that our judges have made their decision, so it's time to see what that holds for everyone here. It is my pleasure to invite Krishna Raghavan, Chief People Officer at Flipkart, to lead the Wired 4.0 results announcement today. Joining him to announce our winners is Adarsh Menon, SVP and Head Flipkart Wholesale. Krishna, welcome to the Wired finale event. And Adarsh, let me say welcome back. You were here this morning and you're back again, so welcome back. Before you announce the winning teams, we would love to hear from you both about the whole experience at Wired 4.0. So can I have Krishna live on screen first?
Thank you, Amanda. And hello, everyone. I hope that each one of you are keeping safe wherever you are, along with your families. I think, as Amanda said, it's just been a fabulous event, Wired 4.0. And I just want to take the time out to thank each one of you for your presentations. I think they were extremely thoughtful, in-depth, holistic, and touched upon so many dimensions. And these are really relevant problems for us. And each of these tracks had very interesting problem statements. And just to see you all come and bring them to life for us was just awe-inspiring, as well as just amazingly good. So congratulations to each one of you. As I just reflect upon the journey on Wired 4.0, I think just to sort of illustrate the enormity of the event itself, over 15,000 students participated across around 37 campuses. And you, the finalists, were chosen, were just about less than 1% of all the participants. So that just goes to show how special each one of you are and the kind of contributions you've showcased today. So the journey started about over a month ago, and there were 3 very grueling rounds that happened to choose the finalists. And we had over 100 Flipsters who actually came together to make this event happen. So I just want to thank each one of them as well. Many of them are with us today. So just wanted to thank them as well. And lastly, I think the prizes, I'll leave the prizes to later, but just to talk about it, the winning team gets EGVs worth 2 lakhs and the runners get about 50,000 worth EGVs. So I think over to you, back to you, Amanda.
Thank you so much, Krishna. Yes, Wired 4.0 has been an incredible journey and we've enjoyed every moment of it. Adarsh, let's hear what you have to say.
Hey, Mandy, am I audible and visible?
Yeah, just one sec. We just get you live on screen. I think Krishna's back on. We just get you live. Yeah, there you are, Adarsh. Over to you.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Good evening. And, thanks a ton for your awesome participation in Wired 2020 this year. At Flipkart, we look forward eagerly to this event every year because it gives us an opportunity to engage with all of you, right? The brightest, sharpest minds in the country. And then also pick up tons of great ideas, big and small, on how we can keep charging ahead on this very ambitious journey that we've set for ourselves here at Flipkart, right? I personally look forward to the awesome outside in views that you guys bring in, the outside in views, outside in perspectives, because for me, it's very awesome to be able to just halt in my tracks, just pick myself up from the business, remove this day-to-day lens that we wear in the business every day, and soak in all the amazing ideas that you bring to the table, right? So thanks a ton for all your awesome contributions. All I can say is, we had very high expectations and you guys definitely exceeded them this year, right? So that's all from my side. Keep rocking. It's been amazing engaging with you guys, and I wish all of you all the very best for everything that you guys take on. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Adarsh. Very well said. I'm going to quickly get you back on screen because guess what? You have to do something right now and you have to announce the winners of the business track at Wired 4.0. So, Adarsh, getting you back on screen now.
All right, thanks. So this is the part that's a little difficult to do, right? Which is to announce the winners. The business round that we sat through today afternoon, super close contest. All the six teams did extremely well. But we do have a winner and a runners up, and I'd like to announce that. But before I go there, would also want to just let all the teams know, and I know I'm prolonging the suspense a little bit, but I'd like to let all the teams know why we chose the teams that we chose. And everybody did well, but just what differentiated the winners and the runners up from the rest. The first was, so three things, right? First was, how strong were the customer insights, right? How well did you guys know the customer? So customer behavior, triggers, barriers, right? So that was very, very important. The second was the ideas you presented. How well will that idea win with the customer? Idea, or in some cases, ideas. How well will those ideas win with the customer? Which is, were they innovative? Were they executable at scale? Thirdly, does the business case make sense, which is the financials? And largely, was it rooted in e-com nuances, e-com reality? And then, of course, the third thing was, how powerful was the storytelling, right? Because in such a short amount of time, if you need to present so much, then how well do you guys sort of, get your story right, and how well do you present? So on these parameters, I'd like to announce the runners up first and then the winners. Mandy, is that order okay?
Yes, perfect.
Okay, cool. So the runners up for the business round are Team Ikigai from IIM Lucknow. RTS, congratulations, guys.
Yeah, we're going to get the team live on screen. Yes, that's Adarsh giving you a virtual clap. Let's get the team live on screen. There you are. Congratulations, guys.
Anushka, Vishal, and Palak, very, very well done. I can tell you that you guys fought off some very tough competition from all your other finalists, and superb job done. Very good job.
Rightly said, Adarsh. Okay, I'm going to request one of y'all decide who that is. Let's get them back on screen. Come on. Okay, decide who that is, and I want y'all to tell us how you feel right now.
Honestly speaking, I am too thrilled to put my feelings into words, but it has always been an amazing experience to work with Palak and Anushka. Also, I want to extend my heartfelt thanks to our mentor, Dhimant, as well. He was very supportive and helped us in clearing all our doubts and pushing us to the next level. So this win would have been impossible without his efforts as well. So we are too honored and feel very happy to be a part of this learning experience.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, guys. I think we have some judges pinging as well over chat saying they loved your name and wishing you all the best and saying a big, big congratulations. Adarsh, time for the winners.
Yes. So the winner of the business round is a few good men from NMIMS. Heartiest congratulations, guys. Heartiest congratulations.
Yes, sir.
Super close contest, but you managed to edge out everybody else. No mean feat, given that the competition was of such high quality, but very, very well done.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
Awesome. I can see some of you guys, I can see one of you super excited and can't hold in your emotions. Okay, let's hear it from you guys. How are you all feeling?
This is a bit surreal. I mean, it'll take some time to sink in, I'm sure. But yeah, I mean, congratulations to all the other teams as well. It was an honor to compete with teams of such quality. And congratulations to my teammates as well. I mean, this wouldn't have been possible without you guys, and you know it. And thank you to the leadership to recognize our efforts. We really did put our hearts and minds to this. Thank you to the HR team and Amanda as well to conduct this event in the way that it was in this whole virtual scenario. We are still getting goosebumps right now, and we just it was a great learning experience for all of us, and we hope to continue this learning experience as well. And I know I speak for both of my teammates as well. Thank you so much.
Well done, guys.
Thank you, sir.
Wonderful, wonderful. Those were our winners for the first round, for the business track round. Thank you so much, Adarsh, for doing the honors. Guys, thank you so much for expressing your feelings. I could see all of you all feeling super emotional after this event is done. Do that video call, celebrate online, celebrate virtually, give each other a big virtual hug. You guys deserve it, right? Okay. Thank you. Let's quickly move on. Let's have Krishna come live on screen to announce the winners for the supply chain track.
Thank you, Amanda. So as Adarsh has already talked about the criteria, so I won't repeat that. So I'll start with the supply chain track. And actually, this such stiff competition that we had actually 2 runners up. So I'll start with that. First one, Team OG from Niti Mumbai.
Let's get Team OG live on screen. Guys, let's have your video on. Let's get you live. There you guys are. How are you guys feeling?
It's very overwhelming, Amanda. I'll try to pace my emotions down and structure my thought process. So right from the beginning, right from the case problem we got, so it has put us on toes. Then the entire team of Flipsters who had been through us, right from the entire 1 month's journey, and also today, right from the morning. So it's been very difficult for you all, I know, but still you all have managed so well virtually. And last but not the least, my team members. It's really very overwhelming. Thank you, guys. Thank you very much.
All right, so I'll go to the next runner-up. We asked them to shorten their name from Winter Soldiers to WM. Team Winter Soldiers from IIM Ahmedabad.
Yes, let's get Team Winter Soldiers live on screen. Yes, we did ask you to shorten your name. I hope we didn't give away the clue there, but congratulations, guys. And how are you feeling?
So the feeling could not be expressed much in our words, but I would like to say thanks to Flipkart for the opportunity. And this was a really interesting problem statement, and we 3 of us enjoyed the problem statement much. And thanks to the whole Flipkart team for making the entire process seamless and enjoyable to us. Thanks.
Dhruv, before I let you go, we have a question from one of our judges. Her name is Chavi Bajaj. She was judging the HR round. She wants to know how you guys came up with this name, Winter Soldiers. Is it from the movie?
Yeah, so we are Avengers fan actually. That's why.
Lovely, lovely. Thank you so much, guys. Let's get Krishna back on screen.
Thanks a lot.
All right. Now I won't wait any more longer. So the winner for the supply chain track is Team Titans.
Yes, there we have it. A winning team, Team Titans. Guys, is this the right slide? Okay, let's get Team Titans. Let's try to get this right. Come on. And while we're getting them live, let's just all enjoy the music a little bit. Titan, could you just have your video on, please, so we could get you live? There you guys are. Hello, Titan. How are you guys feeling?
Hey, Amanda. Honestly, it's a lot to process right now. And we are, first of all, very, very thankful to Vinay. He helped us through a lot. And also thankful to my teammates. We really put in a lot of efforts. And thank you so much.
No worries, and big congratulations. You guys deserved it. Folks, sorry about that. As you can see, we did not expect. Okay, let me wait to come live on screen again before I continue.
I guess they put me on screen.
Yes, I guess they did, Krishna. You can. Yeah, I guess all I wanted to say was, yeah, we didn't expect to have two runners up, but we did, which is awesome. It's a good problem to have. We're sorry we couldn't really get everything ready in time. We tried the best we could. But yeah, a big congratulations to all three winners in the supply chain track. And I'm going to hand it over back to Krishna to announce the winners for the human resources track.
Thank you, Amanda, again. So I get to announce another set of winners for the HR track now. I'll start with the runners up. It goes to Team Virtual Nights.
Let's get the team live on screen. Can I request Vishal, Pranjal, and Kaptan Singh to have your video on, please, so we could get you live on screen?
Yes, Amanda, we have our screens
just
on.
Just one sec. Yeah, just one sec. We just get your video on screen. Sorry about this, guys. There you are. Hi. How are you guys feeling? You guys won.
Yeah, Amanda. Thank you so much. I mean, it's been a wonderful journey for last 1 month, working with all the flippers and talking to wish masters also to get their inputs, and then at the end fine tuning our solution while talking to Dawn. I mean, it was wonderful. So thanks a lot.
Congratulations, guys. All right, so I'll move on to the final. The winner for the HR track, it's Team Tangled from XLRI Jamshedpur.
There you are, Team Tangled, all happy and full of smiles. How are you guys feeling?
I think we're feeling great and very rewarding as well, but the experience was very learning for us, and we would a big shout out to Rekha. She was the most energetic amongst all of us, and she pepped us well.
Lovely. I'm going to share something with you guys because I'm sure you're not looking at the chat window, but our judges are, I told you, right? Our judges are really fun, and they are. I'm going to read out some of the comments that came in for the people who are not on this link, but our audience. So Govind says, you guys were sorted, not tangled. With a big smiley. And Chavi says, yay, Team Tangled. You guys really untangled the problem statement. So a big congratulations, guys. You won. Yay.
Thank you so much.
Awesome. Krishna, Adarsh, thank you so much for being a part of our finale event and for doing the honors of announcing the winners. As Krishna mentioned earlier, our winning teams take home Flipkart EGVs worth rupees 2 lakhs. Is that 2 lakhs or 1 lakh?
2 lakhs.
2 lakhs, yes. And the runners up take home Flipkart EGVs worth 50,000. So a big congratulations to all our winners today. Thank you so much for coming live, for sharing with us how you're feeling. I could see the excitement to the screens. I know this is virtual. We would have loved to do this in person like we do every year, but virtual is the new normal, at least for some more time. So thank you so much for being with us and for doing this. Let's do something fun now. Let's get everyone on screen and we're going to try and take a nice big virtual group picture. It's the new normal these days. Yes. So let's do that as well. Judges, you can turn your video on. Winners and runners up, we did take your picture. So if you want to sit this one out, we can get the other participants, or if you want to join, that's fine. I'm going to give my backend team a task now to try and see how many of us you can get live on screen for a group picture. We can have some music playing in the meantime, but let's try and get everyone, as many people as possible live to take this group picture. Okay, let's have the core team also. Core team, please have your videos on. Okay, let's have more videos on. Let's have more videos on. That's a big group. Yes. Okay, come on, more videos. Sahil. Yes. Come on, we need 2 more videos on. Shweta, yeah, is that Shweta? Yes. Can I have your video on, please, if you're comfortable to have your video on? Okay, let's take one normal picture where we're all smiling first, and then we'll take a fun one, okay? So everyone look into the camera and a big smile. And hold. Okay. Let's change the frame. Let's get some more people live. There's Adarsh, I can see. Great. Okay, same rule. Let's smile and hold. Okay? In 3, 2, 1. Okay, I hope they've got the picture. Let's do something fun. Who wants to suggest a pose? Do we just do thumbs up? Do we do victory? Krishna's nodding for both. Victory. Okay, let's do it, guys. Let's all do victory. It can be straight, it can be slanting. Have fun with it. Adarsh being different. Okay. Okay. Awesome. Thank you so much, everyone. That was a super duper picture. Okay, we'll wait for Jiten to get me live on screen. Oh, that was pretty quick. Thank you so much, Jiten. Once again, congratulations to all our finalists for being a part of Wired and to all our winners. But guys, you know what? Even if you didn't win tonight, you are winners in your own right. And we are proud of each and every one of you. And I think, like our judges said, you guys were fantastic. They really had a task at hand to pick the winners. Before I close today's event, I want to give a huge shout out to a lot of people. Wired 4.0 was a reality because of the efforts of over 100 people across different teams at Flipkart, including all our leaders who made time from their busy schedules to join us during the kickoff and the finale today. So 3 cheers to all of us and thank you so much. Before I let you guys go, I'm going to quickly have a poll launched on your screens. If you've joined in via Zoom on the audience link, you will see a poll on your screen now. Please do let us know what you thought about Wired 4.0 finale. If you've got this event live on Flipkart video, then we'll have a feedback form sent across to you shortly. Do take a couple of minutes to give us feedback. It'll help us get only better for the next edition. Awesome. Are we ready to wrap this up? Unfortunately, we cannot celebrate any longer. If we were in person, we would have probably had a mini celebration of sorts, but I'm going to let you guys go. I think the teams want to catch up, want to call each other and celebrate. So I'm not going to delay this any further. Thank you all once again for making Wired 4.0 an event to remember. Until next time, this is me, Amanda, signing off for the night. Stay safe, take care, and be happy, everyone. Bye.